Good evening. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're here in the San Bernardino area up in the hills and Yucaipa. This town has been known to be hit by mudslides because of the burn scars above us. Up in the mountains right now, there's a big burn scar from a fire 3 years ago, and that's why they put out these evacuation warnings. It's not like a mandatory evacuation with a hurricane. It's all certainly up to the resident. But last year we had those evacuations with the Anna situation, and that was a problem because we have mudslides, houses destroyed, and one fatality. So we're hoping it doesn't get that bad. Folks in those areas have come down the mountainside and gotten to safer ground. But you can see what we're dealing with right here with a heavy rain. You can see the water just coming down from the mountainside down the road and heads down the hillside. And we're about 4 miles north of I-10 here in this town again against the edge of the San Bernardino Mountains. I want to show you the radar right now, show you what's coming in. And it's all coming up from Mexico. Still a big slug of moisture down there. It's all wrapping in around the center of Tropical Storm Hilary. It's located just to the southwest of Palm Springs as of about an hour ago. And the rain is speeding up. The concern are the mountainsides, not only here in San Bernardino County, but also in LA County, where there's a flash flood warning until 7:45. Those areas below the San Gabriels, also below the Malibu Hills, the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway. All those roads are susceptible, especially the roads that go up through the mountains like Topanga Canyon Drive, Los Flores Canyon Drive. Those areas all susceptible to mudslides and rock slides. This rainfall is going to be around for about another 3 to 4 hours. Then it's going to shut down pretty quickly, and then we'll be out of the woods. The question, like Bettis, is what kind of impacts do we end up with? Do we get the mudslides and the rock slides like we've seen up in the hills recently, or the rock slide? Let me show you this one on I-8. This is out in Imperial County, just north of the Mexican border, well east of San Diego. What the police are doing right now is their intervals on the traffic, 15 minutes in one direction, 15 minutes in the other direction. So that's what they're dealing with that. We've also had Highway 150 up in Ventura County near Ojai. That's been shut down because of rock slides and mudslides. By the way, Ojai earlier, water running down here. You can imagine what it's like up where we were earlier in the Oakland area, in that area, which is up above 4,500, almost to 5,000 feet, where they had a really bad mudslide last year, and they're already protected. Everybody pretty much has left town and getting to safe area down here in the foothills.
Yeah, we are in the thick of it, no doubt about that. That's our Mike Seidel in Yucaipa, California right now. Welcome, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis, alongside our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, a rare tropical storm hitting us in Southern California right now, and really the state is paying the price.
And as usual, Mike, the winds are what categorize these systems, but the water is what is the biggest concern. And this is a rare occurrence, not unprecedented, but rare to have a tropical storm over Southern California. It's been a long time since we've had one go basically right over and near the big metro areas of Southern California, but that's what we've got right now. And it's still a tropical storm, max sustained winds at 50 miles an hour. And look how quickly it's moving north at 23 miles an hour. Locally catastrophic and a life-threatening flood situation despite that forward motion being so fast. The negative of that forward motion being as fast as it is it's going to hold on to a lot of its structure and intensity and rainfall for a long way inland over much of the west for the next couple of days. Now here, since 1950 are all the other tropical storms that were near or over Southern California. The last time we had a tropical storm over California was Nora in 1997. Back in 1939, we actually had a landfall right there on the California coast. So this is not unprecedented, but it's pretty rare to have. Water is going to be the bigger impact. Here's this trough out west that is accelerating the system inland as it comes northward. So there it is, making landfall earlier today on Baja California Peninsula. But now the low pressure of the tropical storm bringing tons of moisture northward and way to the to the north away from the coastline, and look at how much heavy rain is coming through metro areas of San Diego and especially Los Angeles, even starting to rain occasionally up into Las Vegas. But all of these flash flood warnings, my goodness, when's the last time we saw this many flash flood warnings in this large of an area of California? And again, there's where the center of circulation is, but in many ways the center of action is far away from the center. And again, look at how far northeast flash flood watches go, but not every flood watch is considered equal. This is one of those high-risk days and nights. This is going to go on into tomorrow. These are the days that take the most lives and cause the most damage when it comes to flooding. And just to give you an idea what's going on in the large metro area here in Los Angeles, considerable threat on this flash flood warning till at least 7:45 Pacific time. Something is going to probably have to get extended beyond that time. Even if the rain rates let up, you can still have plenty of problems. And look at these are just the last couple of hours, the reports that we've had in Culver City: creek overflowing, yard flooding, roads closed, vehicles stranded. Over in Pomona, roadway flooding on Highway 57. Out in Riverside, this is down in here, of course. Debris down across the 4,000 block of North Moore Park Road. And then in Woodland Hills, they're just northwest Los Angeles, flooding on the off-ramp of Highway 101, Ventura Boulevard near Woodland Hills. So it is definitely impactful. And Mike Seidel back in Yucaipa out east of Los Angeles, there's so much more going on here than just water, because we have mudslides and rock slides and debris flows and all kinds of problems related to flash flooding, Mike.
Yeah, and this is not what we deal with back east or in the Midwest. We deal with flash flooding, and we deal with flash flooding, and we have streets underwater. We have houses get flooded, but we don't have the mountains where we get the debris flows, the rock slides, the mudslides, and that's a particular concern on the Pacific Coast Highway, anywhere from where the 10 dumps onto the PCH up through Malibu, up towards Point Doom, and then all the way up to Santa Barbara. We've got the flood watches in many of these areas through at least tomorrow morning. Some of those what we end up with on the PCH. Also, I mentioned out in Ventura County, Dr. Nab mentioned out on the 101 as you leave LA County and cross into Thousand Oaks into Ventura County, and then out towards Ojai, that 150, right? That's right south of the Angeles National Forest. Again, another area of a lot of hillsides and mountainsides. So that's where the debris is coming down the hillsides. And here in San Bernardino and Riverside counties, we're under a flash flood warning at least until 8:45. I wouldn't be surprised if that will be extended. The rain has slackened off a little bit, as well as the flow here down the road. Basically, the main drag here goes all the way up to the foot of the mountains. I mean, the elevation gets higher and higher, and then you can go up to Oak Glen and those areas, up to the Falls area where they had a big mudslide last September. So we're hoping for the best, and hoping that the rainfall comes in spurts, and we can let the water. Yeah, people like that should be driving like that on these kind of roads. We're just hoping that the rainfall comes in spurts, because when you get 1 to 2 inches an hour in this part of the country, Dr. Nab, it causes a lot more problems than just water on roadways.
Today on what's going on, you're kind of on the ground, Mike. You know, it's one thing to talk about how much rain we get and what the flood risks are, but what happens on the ground, especially with people getting in trouble in their cars, is what we want to show examples of to keep the rest of us from doing it.
Yeah, way too many people, unfortunately, get behind the wheel of a car, and we drive into that danger instead of just kind of staying put where we are and kind of underestimating what the dangers can be with a system like that. It's so rare. For some folks here, it's a once-in-a-lifetime out there, and we want you to be safe. A lot of these areas where maybe roads are sitting low, or maybe you've got a road that goes through one of these dry washes. You've got to be very careful in those circumstances because the water's going to be moving very, very quickly. It could be moving your car. I want to show you some examples of that, including here in Ocotillo, California. This is east of San Diego, and a truck driving through some of that water. You can see how it goes right over the road. It's in one of these washes where, kind of in essence, it doesn't rain, right? Like we get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain a year, not in a day. And this is the circumstance that arises when you have that much rain falling that quickly, unfortunately. So again, got to stay put, be safe. How about the residents and vacationers in places like Catalina Island here? Forced to evacuate, and some were actually ferried to Long Beach to wait out that storm. Avalon Bay also closed there. There was fear that high winds would knock out power to Catalina Island for an extended period of time. That's why they wanted everyone off of that island. But whether it is the flooding rain that you're seeing, whether it's the mud flows that you're seeing, whether it's power outages you're dealing with, this is a very impactful storm for us here in Southern California. How about we take a look at the outages. 45,000 customers right now without power, and you take a look at Palm Springs below me there, streets that have been closed, and some power that's gone out here in Southern California, and also in the Central Valley as well. Del Norte County right now has the most, followed by Riverside County. 6,000 customers right now do not have power. There's a lot of rain that's coming down with this. A lot of times we're talking about rain in California. Usually it's in the wintertime, in the rainy season. It's usually like a November through March or early April. And it's usually a focused river, if you will, of moisture, right? It's really focused. A lot of times it's Northern California, it's San Francisco, sometimes it's Southern California. But rarely do we get an event that has this much widespread rain that's not so narrowly focused and overtakes the most populated parts of the state. And look at all of the flash flood warnings that we have that will include the Inland Empire out to the beaches here, places like Long Beach up through, say, L.A., Malibu, Santa Monica, Santa Clarita, Thousand Oaks. These are all places where you do not want to be driving tonight. It goes all the way up into Central California and then out in the deserts as well. Out through the Coachella Valley here, through the oasis of deserts. This is an area that's going to flood very quickly because, again, historically, we don't get that much rain here. In a year, a place like Palm Springs only gets about 4.5 inches of rain. So you get that in a day, and you can imagine what the ramifications will be. You can see that we've got some trees that have been blown down here in Heber. You go to Gordon's Well, semi-blown over on I-8. I-8 in particular, I think, has been the interstate hardest hit by the winds. That's when we were maximizing the winds when Hilary was coming in. The winds have started to come down a little bit since. You take a look at Mountain Spring, closures there because of high water. Mesonet Station, by the way, reporting a wind at 84 miles an hour. That's at elevation in Mecca. We've got some flooded roads here, 29 Palms, a heavy flooding pushing debris across the road here at State Route 62. That's the main drag there, east-west road that'll get you to 29 Palms and entrance then into a Joshua Tree. You can see multiple reports of flooding here in numerous areas. I mean, you pick the city, it's likely flooding right now. Let's take a live look at Cathedral City here in California. This is our Charles Peak, who's showing us the flooding in some of the neighborhoods here. Really rough go for us right now. Charles is on the phone with us right now. Charles, how heavy have the rainfall rates been, and how quickly has the water been coming up?
Several hours ago, Mike, it got real heavy. There was a severe thunderstorm watch, and that cell pushed in just a little south of here, came up, and it is really picked up. In this mobile home park here that I'm at right now, we've got multiple homes that have been flooded. The fire department's out here doing rescues. You've got about 3 foot of water all back in here, but in the actual homes, they're sitting just a little higher, so it's 6 inches to a foot of rain in those. I just talked to Nancy Ross, who is the lady just was on her deal. She's out here walking around the water. She's the city councilman, or city council person, for this district, and she lives in this, and she's out bringing people into her home. The fire department's getting people out of the homes here. This is a residential neighborhood that's mostly older people, and so she's really concerned about their needs here. But it's just a sad situation when you see this many homes flooded.
Indeed it is, Charles. Appreciate the report from you, and pretty dramatic images there. People literally in knee-deep water in their neighborhood here, as Charles was mentioning. The water came up very quickly as the rainfall rates really began to pick up for us as well. We could still see rainfall rates this evening of ½ inch an hour or greater, and that could lead to more scenes like this. Again, in Cathedral City, you can see how this mobile home park has taken on water here. We're anticipating more heavy rain, Palm Springs up through L.A. and Barstow. Work your way through Bakersfield. We're getting some really heavy rain at times in Vegas with some outer bands as well. In all of these places, flash flood warnings continue. The heavy rain could continue in L.A. right through the night tonight. We want you to stay with the Weather Channel for live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We've got a team of meteorologists out there. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Good evening. This is meteorologist Mike Seidel in Southern California. Just like last year, the first time I covered a tropical system was in San Diego. Right now we're in San Bernardino County, just above the hills in Yucaipa, a town right here at the foothills of the mountains that go up to 11,500 feet. So these are big mountains, a lot of elevation, a lot of gravity, and you can see what's going on. And we haven't had that much rain, but it's all coming right down the boulevard from the foothills, and I can see it going down, probably ending up down around I-10, several miles away. This is our concern. Heavy rainfall, runoff in areas that are flood prone. Also, above here, we have a burn scar from a fire from almost 3 years ago. So several communities, including Oak Glen and the Falls area, are under a evacuation order. It's not mandatory per se. It's voluntary, but areas up there around Oak Glen, we were up there today, and the town is basically deserted. So the rain continues, and we've got the flash flood warning here in Riverside, in San Bernardino counties until 8:45 this evening. Meanwhile, we've had a lot of rain out in the desert. Let's check in with Jen Carfagno. She's been reporting today from Palm Springs.
It's not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. I asked her how concerned she was about mudslides or landslides happening, and here's what she had to say.
That's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? And it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geonotree bridges, but we're still a few years out.
Yeah. And even after the rain ends, we still really need to be vigilant. It's possible that there could be some water that still needs to move down the mountains, and that can cause some concerns of either water or debris flowing over some roads, even after the rain stops here. So certainly people need to be on guard getting into Monday, and schools are in session here. It'll definitely be a wait and see to see if they're able to host classes. We'll see what the roads are like.
Speaking of schools, the Los Angeles Unified School District, they've canceled school for tomorrow. Classes canceled tomorrow. By the way, speaking of Palm Springs, so far they've had 2.51 inches of rain this afternoon. 2.51 inches. Their total in a typical year, a little over 4. So they've had more than half their entire rainfall, and that's why we end up with the flash flooding. You can see the water going down the road here. Dr. Nab coming out of the mountains, and we really haven't had a whole lot of rain, but a lot more to come for the next 4 or 5 hours, and we'll hope for the best up on those hillsides that have been troubled by mudslides, especially here, and also some burn scars over in Orange County they're concerned with, where these hillsides have been kind of denuded, and the rain can just rush down and cause mudslides and those debris flows into residences. Dr. Nab?
Yeah, Mike, your way east of Los Angeles, but also west of L.A., we've got some problems. So this is a widespread problem of flooding that this large tropical storm that is centered over California is producing. So let's take a look at the area at greatest risk, and we'll show you where the warnings are right now. We're in one of those high-risk days and nights from the Weather Prediction Center. These are the days that can take a lot of lives and cause a lot of damage if we aren't extremely careful. And look at this huge area under flash flood warnings. Mike Seidel's out in this area, but look at all the heavy rain that's out west of Los Angeles right now. So got this big flash flood warning for Metro LA, considerable threat till at least 7:45 Pacific time. And we've had a number of reports of problems on the roadways, lanes flooded, cars becoming stranded, and it's getting into people's yards, and some of it is mudslides and debris flows as well. But the really heavy rains are mountain induced as well, and that's the mountains north of LA. That's where the rainfall is really adding up. But look at this heavy rain in the western bands of the tropical storm out in the Thousand Oaks area. Considerable threat, and that flash flood warning till 7:45. Oxnard under a warning, also a considerable threat, and the rain is continuing. Look at these reports from Thousand Oaks. Debris down across 4,000 block of North Moore Park Road, and roadway flooding on Highway 101 near Ventura Park Road and Newberry Park in Camarillo. We've got more flooding, and then look at what's happening to the north and east of there in places like Fillmore and Santa Clarita. Turn around, don't drown. It's a long night ahead.
Back here live in Yucaipa, California. We're here in San Bernardino County. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, and what we're covering is what's left of what was a hurricane, now Tropical Storm Hilary, and likely in the next, maybe by 11 o'clock Eastern, it'll be downgraded to a depression. It's now moving very quickly, about 20 to 25 miles an hour, past Palm Springs, so the center is somewhere near here, but it's not like we're going to see the eye, because it's a very fast weakening tropical system. Fortunately, it did weaken, so that cuts down on the wind speeds, although some of the mountaintops have had wind speeds over 70 miles an hour. Down where most people live, the peak wind gusts have been generally about 50 miles an hour. We've had some power outages 1,500 feet, so gravity takes over, and in some of those hillsides tonight, and we've already seen in some of the areas in the Southland, we've had mudslides and debris flows, and even a rock slide on I-8, and that's way out in the desert off to the east of San Diego. Out there, they're doing interval traffic. Every 15 minutes, they're letting cars go by in each direction, east and west. Mike?
All right, Mike Seidel for us in Yucaipa. Mike, thank you very much for that. Well, let's get you caught up on what we know right now about Tropical Storm Hilary. Nearly 22 million people still under tropical storm warnings here in California. That includes San Diego and Los Angeles. The governors of California and Nevada have issued states of emergency. In Los Angeles, Unified School District closing schools tomorrow because of the weather effects. Let's bring in our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Nab, for the latest. The usual rain that we get in California comes in from the Pacific, slams us west-east. This is south to north here, a whole different set of circumstances, and a lot more flooding for a lot more population than typical.
And even though this is a fast-moving tropical storm, it doesn't take as much rainfall in this mountainous terrain to cause serious flooding and other related impacts.
You're talking about how much rain that some of these places, like Palm Springs, already picked up half a year's worth of rain just today.
Yeah, so they're more vulnerable out in California to less rainfall. So even something that happens over several hours and doesn't stall over them can still be catastrophic.
What would you tell somebody that needs to travel or wants to travel tonight or tomorrow morning?
Stay off the roads. This is only going to get more dangerous the more rain that falls, and the effects get cumulative, and things can change so quickly. Even if it's not raining really heavily where you are living or where you're driving, the water can fall in one place from the sky and then be transported by the terrain quickly and in a life-threatening way to some other location. So keep that in mind. Don't judge just based on if it's raining on the road that you're driving or in the home that you're living to determine what the dangers are. And this, again, is a fast-moving tropical storm. But again, we're going to drop enough rain into this complex terrain in a short amount of time, and the impacts will be substantial. And this is a high-risk day and night where lives could be lost and damage could be done, even beyond what we've seen in terms of the impacts so far. And again, look at this enormous area that's under flash flood warnings, and this is about to start to impact the Las Vegas area and then a lot of places north of there. So going east of Los Angeles and out in the direction of Palm Springs, this is Interstate 10, so this is out in the Riverside, San Bernardino County areas. This is out where Mike Seidel is. We've got considerable threat flash flood warning there, and over in Riverside and San Bernardino themselves, the flash flood warning until 8:30, and then in Metro Los Angeles, this big flash flood warning until 7:45. And again, that could be extended, and locally the impacts could get even worse. But look at how widespread the problems on the roads have been. Some major roads and some of the side roads, and it's not just water, it's mudslide, debris flows, and we're getting tremendous rains enhanced by the terrain, including out here west of LA in the Thousand Oaks area, considerable threat in that flash flood warning area, also to the north of there in the Santa Paula area, out in the Oxnard areas. So all of these zones under considerable threat flash flood warnings. And again, look at the impacts we're seeing on Highway 101, Thousand Oaks, North Moore Park Road in Camarillo, roadway flooding, and then you go north of LA into the Santa Clarita area. Those areas, look at how, up here in Santa Clarita, this is a really good example of how this is about more than just more than just water. Partial washout of Sand Canyon Road near Soledad Canyon Road in Canyon County. So this is not just water covering roads, but it is water changing roads and taking them out. And then look at what happens farther to the north. Here, again, the San Gabriel Mountains up in here. This is a considerable threat flash flood warning until 3 a.m. So the problem is anticipated to last quite a while. And look up here near Lake Los Angeles, mud is across the roadway on Avenue P8 near 170th Street. So this, again, is about a lot more than water. So there are many, many reasons to stay off the roads today and tonight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Weather Channel as we track Tropical Storm Hilary across Southern California, flooding, and now we're dealing with this rock slides and mudslides. You can see how the hillside just gave way here, and down came all the rocks. This in Ocotillo here along I-8 in California, and so you've got lanes that are reduced, people trying to get by. The first responders are out there trying to direct traffic. It is a mess for sure. And how about a look at some of the conditions on the highways in Southern California? So this is 15 near 215 in Devore Heights here near San Bernardino. Obviously, we're having a little bit of issue there with the camera, but we've got really poor conditions no matter where you go. First of all, you've got poor visibility because you have low clouds and rain, at times heavy rainfall rates. You also have a lot of water on the roads, ponding on the roadways, hydroplaning, or some of the roads are just washed out. And then speed's going to be an issue, so you want to slow down quite a bit here. And if you find any encounters with high water, you just want to find a different route. All right, let's take a look at Cathedral City, California right now. We've got some high water in some of the neighborhoods here, including in this mobile home park. Water times has been knee deep. And our Charles Peak is live on the scene right now. Charles, tell us about the situation that the residents find themselves in right now.
Yeah, Mike, this mobile home park has about 60 homes that have water in it, according to Nancy Ross, the city council person for this district, but also happens to live here. And she's been out waiting around in knee-deep water trying to help the residents here. Fire department was out here and getting people out of their homes, in some cases having to carry them out through the water and get them to a safer location. Now, the last little bit, we've also had the winds really start to pick up. So now we've got palm fronds coming down as people are trying to walk around. The winds are picking up, making it a little harder to do what they're trying to do here. But just a tough situation right now, but hopefully conditions will improve overnight and they can get back to things and clean up in the morning.
Charles, this is a low-lying area. Is there a dry wash nearby somewhere?
No, actually, Mike, this is not one of those type of situations. As you know, there's dry washes all over the place. This was just, you had it so heavily in here, it happened into many of the, part of it was by a golf course, and in the streets real near to here, you had multiple, even water rescues out of cars, and multiple cars that were flooded, and that all sort of drains back down in here. And then the drainage, they were showing me, they opened up a 4-foot grate. And, you know, it's just not a situation that they have this set up for this kind of water, you know, for a drainage situation. So it just happened too much, too fast for, you know, the circumstances here, because they don't normally have this kind of rain.
No, they do not indeed. Charles, I wanted to ask you if you've been able to speak with anybody in this park, and were they prepared for it? Were they anticipating this amount of water? Were they expecting to get any flooding in their neighborhood?
No, they weren't at all. You know, they weren't expecting it. They said, you know, it's not uncommon to have water come up a little here. There is some drainage issues here when things flood, but by no means were they expecting any of this type of situation to this magnitude.
Charles, you know, night's going to be coming soon, right? And when we know the danger, you've been out there before in some of these events. What's it like then once the sun goes down? That feels like that just amps up the danger level.
Oh, absolutely, Mike. I mean, even with daylight, people have continued to be driving around and driving into situations. I mean, I even literally had a situation where a car had already flooded out. The fire department was next to the car, and a little Prius decided to go through the deeper part of that water. Amazingly, it made it through, but, you know, just trying things that just don't make sense, and maybe it's not a dangerous situation where they're going to lose their life in that particular situation, but you know, they could easily lose their car. You know, the air intakes are low on that, and it sucks that water into the engine and it locks it up, and it's not a matter of just getting it towed out of there. There's probably substantial damage to that vehicle after that event.
We know how much issue rain has been, Charles, but I wanted to ask you about wind. How bad has the wind been today? Have there been any power outages in this area?
There's been some power outages. I have not seen personally any power lines down. I have heard over the scanner that some have been. In the last probably 2 hours, Mike, the winds have picked up quite a bit. I would say gusting maybe to 40, 45 miles an hour at times.
Our Charles Peak right now in Cathedral City, California. Charles, thank you for the update and the live images. As you can see, people trying to leave this neighborhood that's now gone underwater. One of many neighborhoods that has taken on high water. And I want to show you some areas around Los Angeles, the neighborhoods here that have taken on water as well. A lot of water is covering roadways. It doesn't really matter where you go. It seems like there's going to be a roadway underwater. You can see any of these intersections that are filling up, or maybe the storm drains are clogged, or maybe the rainfall rates are just so excessive that the storm system can't get rid of that water, evacuate that water as fast as it's falling. So again, if you find high water, we'd encourage you to turn around, don't drown. This is a very intense situation, still a developing situation across California with numerous counties under flash flood warnings. When we come back, we take a detailed look at the tropics and the Atlantic basin as well with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb.
Good evening. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hilary, a tropical storm moving through Southern California very quickly. And we've got an update. The Weather Service in Los Angeles and Oxnard just put this out on Twitter or X. Dangerous flooding in the area between Point Dume, Point Mugu, Camarillo, Westlake Village, and also Spanish Hills. Now, this is the western part of Malibu. You can see the radar. What we've got there, again, it's the mountains, the Santa Monica Mountains. Point Dume is on that point. If you're familiar with coming down the PCH, going into Ventura County, you go past Point Dume and then past a couple of state parks. There's the Mulholland Highway that goes through the mountains up towards the 101, not Mulholland Drive, but Mulholland Highway, and then all the way up to Westlake and then back towards Point Mugu. That whole area there in the western part of Malibu and western parts of LA County, what they're saying here is very dangerous flooding ongoing right now. There's a flash flood warning that goes until 7:45. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended. Let's go back to Atlanta, get more analysis. Dr. Rick Knabb and Mike Bettis in the studio this evening.
All right, Mike, thank you very much, and we'll have more on a tropical storm Hilary coming up. However, there's way more out there than Hilary right now.
We knew at some point in August the switch would flip in the Atlantic, and it is definitely doing that in a big way. So what you will see here, it's interesting how much the large-scale pattern is going to dictate where all of these systems go in a fairly understandable way. So as much chaos as it looks like there's going on in the Atlantic, we can make some sense of what's going to happen to all these because of the large-scale pattern.
We suddenly got to Emily and Franklin right away, and Gert and Harold may be soon to follow.
Yeah, and there's Franklin, there's Emily. TD6 doesn't have a long life, but there's two more waves coming off of Africa, and the big players are going to be this trough that will produce some wind shear, and then the really, really warm waters. There's so much fuel out there. That's why every tropical wave essentially now has either developed or is about to develop. And let's focus first here on the Gulf and East Pacific, because this is where the waters are super warm, and there is a tropical wave in the East Pacific. That's going to be the next East Pac system. The northern end of that is our next development potential here in the Gulf of Mexico.
And this may be the next one that affects the land, maybe even a landfall in the United States.
Yeah, and pretty darn quickly too, because it's got upper level high pressure here building over the Gulf of Mexico. But look to the north. This ginormous ridge that is bringing Hilary northward is also going to trap this system in the Gulf going westward towards Texas.
So if you're in Texas right now, it looks like it could be Tuesday, the day. It could be a quick mover, though, into Texas.
Yep, and again, the same tropical waves leading to the next East Pac development and leading to what's going to be a pretty short-fused event here in the Gulf of Mexico, because that ridge to the north is steering this system pretty quickly toward the west. So it's only got a couple days to develop.
You won't have much time to prepare.
No, so this could become a depression or storm in the next day or so, and then it's moving in. So there's the big ridge. Here goes Hilary north, and here comes our Gulf system with a little bit of upper level high pressure, but that ridge, there's no doubt about it that this is coming pretty quickly west. So here we are Tuesday morning, and it's likely on the coast of South Texas.
Because of the fast movement, do you think it has less chance of becoming more significant?
Yeah, less chance of becoming really strong and less chance of being a really big flood event.
Because the Gulf of Mexico can really make things happen. Okay.
Right. So because it's going to be moving along, I think mostly this could end up being a beneficial rain event for Texas. Now let's look at the rest of the basin. We've only talked about the Gulf of Mexico, but two big players in the atmosphere. This trough producing some wind shear, but then look at this big trough over Canada coming over the top of the ridge. This is going to be a very significant steering mechanism to keep just about all of these systems, at least for a while, away from the continental U.S.
Where do they go? How intense do they become? Is there anything out there besides the thing in the Gulf of Mexico you'd be worried about?
Yeah, the Eastern Caribbean with Franklin. This guy is too close to land to avoid having impacts, and because of that trough moving in, it's not going to get stuck under the ridge and come to the Gulf. It's going to be moving northward. So here we are with Tropical Storm Franklin. Now here it comes westward, but it's going to turn because of that trough that's coming down over that ridge. So we've got Tropical Storm watches, southern coast of Haiti, Dominican Republic, and look at this track, and that system coming over the ridge from Canada, that is what is keeping it away from the continental U.S. at least for the next 5 days.
What could it mean for like Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands?
Well, it's probably going to be an onshore flow kind of localized rain event, but I don't think it's a huge impact unless some outer bands cause some terrain-enhanced flooding. But the other good thing that Franklin's doing, though, is the outflow of it is shearing apart Tropical Depression 6. So that we like these short, stubby cones. If they could all look that way.
Do you think this one gets a name?
Probably not.
No?
I think it's struggling against shear too much. But then here's Emily, and then here comes the next one. So the train of waves is coming, but there's that ginormous trough over the top of that ridge. That looks like it's going to keep all these systems away from the continental U.S. at least during the next week.
Dr. Neb, thanks for the update. We take you back to California, Tropical Storm Hilary, right after this short break.
No matter who you are, being yourself can be tough when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere, causing inflammation that can lead to asthma attacks. But no matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help. Tespire is an
Dangerous flash flooding continues across the Southland. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel out here in San Bernardino County. We'll get the latest from Dr. Nab and Mike Bettis on what's happening now and when this is all going to move out from Hilary.
Tropical rain creating one of the wettest days in year in Palm Springs, California, creating street flooding like this. We'll talk about the concerns as more rain comes down here for flooding in the desert.
We are following the situation very closely. That includes places like right now, nearly 30 million under a flood threat and a state of emergency in effect in the Golden State. We appreciate you being with us here for the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis alongside our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Nab. He's joining us now as a rare tropical storm hits us here in California. Dr. Nab, not unprecedented, but it's been quite some time since we've done this. This one is we're paying a huge price for this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, we are. And as we often have to deal with, these tropical systems are categorized and we've got to be very careful about how we describe that. You know, maybe the system changes categories that might make you let down your guard a little bit, but the risks are on the increase, especially when it comes to the water. So 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm, but look how fast it's moving. You might be saying, oh, well, this is going to be moving so quick that it's going to be in and out. It's not going to rain all that long. But there's so much moisture and there's so much terrain interaction that the dangers are really, really high, even though it's moving quickly. But the negative of it moving quickly is it's going to take a lot of moisture and a lot of its structure way inland. This is not just going to be a Southern California issue, and it's not very common, but it's not unprecedented to have a tropical storm centered over Southern California. We had Nora in southeastern California in 1997. 1939, there was a system that made landfall as a tropical storm. We've had a lot of close calls, but it's not very often that we actually have the storm, still a storm over California, and it's going to be another day or so before it loses its low-level circulation and is no longer a tropical cyclone, but then all that moisture goes all the way up to near the Canadian border. Tropical storm warnings up for much of the metro areas of Southern California, but those wind alerts, the high wind warnings, go way to the north. Past tropical systems, even when the low-level center goes away, the mid-level center can maintain a lot of its identity, and it can go up through higher elevations and take down trees and cause some problems. So that's why the high wind warnings go all the way up into Idaho and Montana. As for Southern California, Palm Springs recently gusting to 45, Santa Ana to 35. And here is that trough out west in the big ridge in the middle of the country that Hilary is being brought northward in between those two systems. It made landfall in Baja California, but now it has crossed, did not make landfall on the California coast, but came across the border here. And now, with all that rainfall leading the center of the storm, there's plenty more moisture yet to come. So it's going to be hours of heavy rainfall. And there are certain spots, even though we've got flash flood warnings all over the place, there are certain spots where I think the concern level is going up, especially there west of downtown Los Angeles. But even though the center of the storm is here, kind of the center of action is here, another center of action here. So you don't have to be near the center of the storm to have a really high risk of what could be locally catastrophic and some life-threatening flash flooding that lasts the rest of today, tonight, into tomorrow morning. Look at all those flash flood warnings. Look at all these areas that are having reports of water-covered roads or mudslides or stranded vehicles. The problems are real. It's not just a bunch of radar and warnings that people are getting themselves into trouble, especially on the roads. Considerable threat on this warning, Palm Springs area, out in Yucaipa and Beaumont area where Mike Seidel is. Look at a couple of these reports here of concerns that roads are going to be washing away. Here's a rock slid off a mountain and into the roadway. So it's not just about the water, right? San Bernardino and Riverside, the warning goes till 8:30. And then Metro Los Angeles itself is under a considerable threat flash flood warning till 7:45. Something will be extended beyond that, I fear. Here's an example in Van Nuys, flooding at Highway 101 and the 134 connector. So there's lots of problems on the roadways in LA. Up in the San Bernardino Mountains, San Gabriel Mountains, north of Los Angeles, Lancaster, Acton, considerable threat on that warning till 3 o'clock in the morning. That's where the rainfall totals are really adding up because of the Highway 14 near Avenue M up in Lancaster. Palmdale's got flooding on Highway 14, partial washout of Sand Canyon Road in Santa Clarita. And then here's downtown LA, and this zone out here, Malibu, Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, really, really significant risk here of things really escalating, considerable threat on that Ventura County warning in Thousand Oaks, also in Oxnard until 7:45. And here just some examples in Camarillo. We've got several cars struck in flooding, several cars stuck in flooding on 700 block of Tueno Drive and near Center School Road. Thousand Oaks, again, other roads becoming impassable in many cases. So as this moves to the north, it will take the rain out by tomorrow morning, but then the problems not just in Southern California, but go northward from there. So, Mike, this is going to be a big problem out west of Los Angeles, in downtown Los Angeles, and out east of LA where you are. So the large part of Southern California feeling the effects of this large tropical storm.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to you, what you said about these issues out in Spanish Hills. That's also in Ventura County, getting a report now from the fire department conducting swiftwater rescues. Cars are stuck in flooded roads again. Western Ventura County, you talk about the areas, I should say more of an eastern part of the Ventura County, western LA County, from the Malibu Hills, the Santa Monica Mountains. And again, those hillsides, the water's running down the hillsides, and from the Pacific Coast Highway up to the 101 freeway, that whole area is just getting clobbered right now. And the best thing to do if you're in Los Angeles thinking about heading out the 101 from the valley is just to sit tight and stay home, because that is the worst of the rainfall right now. Here in Riverside and San Bernardino counties, we're under a flash flood warning till 7:45. Likewise, where I just mentioned, no doubt that'll be extended. We had water rushing down the road here and Yucaipa Boulevard earlier. That has backed off because the rain has backed off. The real concern is up on the hillsides, that burn scar from the fire, the El Dorado Angel fire from about 3 years ago. Those towns up there had mudslides and a fatality last year with the remnants of K. You can see on the radar again, more rain coming in from the south out of Mexico. We're going to have some pretty good rain in the area for another 4 or 5 hours, but everything should move out for the most part by sunrise tomorrow morning across Southern California. And the forecast here for tomorrow is afternoon sunshine and temperatures in the mid-80s. So we get back to the California sunshine. It's only gotten up to 79 degrees. Their average high is over 100. Just a couple of days ago, they were 110 plus. So to get a day like this in the summer, in the desert, or even out here in the Inland Empire is highly unusual. It never rains. It hardly ever rains in August. And it has today quite a bit and a lot more to come.
Yeah, and Mike Seidel, when I lived in Central California back in the day, we counted on the summer to be dry every day. But sometimes the tropics throw us a little bit of a curveball, and it's happened before, and here we are again with a significant tropical system coming into California. Now, this, Mike Bettis, is different than last year's K because that system, the center, stayed offshore. This one has come bodily across Baja California, centered over Southern California. That hasn't happened since 1997.
So we kind of, in that regards, we kind of maximize the wind impact that we'll see, and the rain has been there the whole time, right? It came right up the gut here of Southern California. We know that we've lost power in about 50,000 homes and businesses across Southern California. That number may still go properly. Always outside, not in the garage, not in your home. Make sure the exhaust is pointed away from your home. Heavy rain coming down for us right now. Really heavy rain right now in L.A. and between really L.A., say Santa Monica out toward Oxnard here, but flash flood warnings all over the place at this point. And look at all of these reports that we've gotten. All these blue dots on the map indicate a place where we have a storm report, and a lot of them are flooding. A handful of we've had some high winds, semi-blown over, by the way, on I-8, and I think that's really been the interstate that's been most impacted by the wind. That's when we had the highest winds with the storm, as it's now coming northbound and weakening some. So I think the winds are going to come down correspondingly here. Non-thunderstorm wind damage here with trees blown down in Heber. You work your way over towards, say, Borrego here. Highway 78 washed down because of high rainfall rates here. 100-foot tree blown down here in Sealy. So again, right along I-8, it seems like that's where we had the most wind, and then a lot of rain elsewhere. 29 Palms, flash flooding going on here, including, by the way, right along Route 62, which is the main drag there in 29 Palms. In Mecca, Box Canyon Road and Canyon Road flooded here. Vehicles stuck in that high water. Right here now, so here we are, Riverside, San Bernardino, left-hand side of your screen. You go just east of there. Lots of roadways that are flooding here in Cabazon and Imperial Hot Minor. Also, numerous locations where high water is being reported on the roads. Santa Clarita, mud flows here on the 5 here at East Escape Ramp. Large rocks, so we've had the hillsides that have come down and rocks that have given way. Any areas where we have burn scars, we could have some mud flows. So it's really dangerous if you're living at the foothills of some of these mountains, especially those east slopes, but it seems like we're getting so much rain now, even the western slopes are going to be at risk. Culver City, flooding going on here, and Van Nuys flooding on the 101 at 134, and then we'll take you over toward Palm Springs. The ASOS station there reported nearly an inch of rain in an hour's time, which is about 25% of a year's worth of rain falling in 1 hour. Imagine what that is going to cause in a place like Palm Springs, where we do not drain the water very well at all, and the wash is filling up with water as we speak. We're going to get to Cathedral City, right there next to Palm Springs, with our Charles Peak. Charles, you've been showing us some of the kitchens there. Some neighborhoods have taken on water, knee-deep water in some places. Update us on the situation right now as it's getting darker and darker.
Yeah, Mike, I've moved from Cathedral City over to Palm Springs now, checking some areas I've been in earlier where you had some water over the roads, cars flooding out. The conditions have improved some now, Mike, here. That's going to be your traditional flash flooding from the heavy rainfall rates in areas that aren't your known flood-prone area, your washes, et cetera. I'm going to expect now, like you were just talking about, that some of these washes are going to get even more full because all this water has to go somewhere. And so it seems like maybe in this area at this point in time, that may be where that's shifting a little too.
You know, if you look at some of the rain that's still to come here, we're probably, many hours still from the rain letting up entirely for us here, Charles. So right through the night tonight, I feel like we just need to impress upon people, being home is the best place for you. Being on the roads can be very dangerous.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, in my vehicle, and that's one of the reasons I drove it all the way out to California from Arkansas, is I've got lights on it. I can be in a situation to light up that situation. Most people don't have that, and all of a sudden you can be driving along because they're in areas that you're not expecting it, and you've got, 3 foot of water that you're in before you even know it. And, you always have in these situations a possibility that a road can get washed out as well. So it's just not safe to be out on the roads unless you're equipped for it and know what you're doing, and even then you have to be very careful.
Charles, can you tell us what roadway you're on right now, and what kind of flooding have you noticed? Has it been mostly intersections that are filling up with water?
Mike, in a lot of cases that has been, but there's been other sections where you'll just have a little dip in the road. And so I'm on Ramona Lane here, a road here, and just back behind me about a half a mile earlier, you had vehicles. I know water rescues were going on there, and the situations there in the low lying, it's just a dip. But now where I'm at here, I was here probably an hour and a half ago, and much of this road was, had 6-8 inches of water on it, and now it has gone. It's just wet right now, a little puddling in some places. But, again, all it takes is one of those other showers to come through and dump a half-inch of rain, and unfortunately, we're back to that flooding situation.
Charles, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for bringing us the pictures. Thanks for the information. That's our Charles Peak in Palm Springs, California right now. We're going to continue to follow Tropical Storm Hilary for you. We're checking in once again with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, for the very latest. Our crew's in the field as well, and want to show you what's going on with the situation right now with so many roadways seeing high water. Our teams are out there covering it for you. Mike Seidel will rejoin us here. He's joining us from Yucaipa. That's when we come back right here on the Weather Channel.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hilary. It's a tropical storm, but it's weakening. We expect it to be a tropical depression sometime later on tonight. Meanwhile, we want to take you back to Los Angeles. We're out here in San Bernardino, well east, out in the Inland Empire. Well, we've got a huge problem on our hands right now in the western part of the county and eastern parts of Ventura County. This area is being pummeled. You can see the rain is just sitting there kind of spinning in from the north and west, from the north and east, rather. So what's going on is just raining and raining. Some of the rainfall totals are up to 2 inches in 2 hours. That is a lot of rainfall in this part of the world. So anywhere between Point Doom and Point Magoo on the Pacific Coast Highway, and then just translate that north to the Hollywood Freeway, or the 101, between Thousand Oaks and all the way out towards the Ojai area. That area is basically getting socked with rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches an hour. Cars have been submerged. They're doing water rescues out there in the areas around Camarillo. So again, that is the worst of the flooding in the current situation in Southern California. Meanwhile, we've had a lot of rain in Palm Springs today. In fact, they've had over half their annual total, now sitting at 2.6 inches. And the Weather Channel's Jen Carfagno was part of that this afternoon.
It's not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. I asked her how concerned she was about mudslides or landslides happening, and here's what she had to say.
That's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? And it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geometry bridges, but we're still a few years out.
Yeah. And even after the rain ends, we still really need to be vigilant. It's possible that there could be some water that still needs to move down the mountains, and that can cause some concerns of either water or debris flowing over some roads, even after the rain stops here. So certainly people need to be on guard getting into Monday, and schools are in session here. It'll definitely be a wait and see to see if they're able to host classes. We'll see what the roads are like.
And another big difference today in Palm Springs for August. Typically, it should be above 100 degrees. A couple days ago, it was 110. Today's high so far, 79. 79. The only way you can do that in the desert in August is to have this. Clouds and rain. We've got that out here in San Bernardino, Riverside counties. Flash flood warning goes through 8:30. We'll see if they extend it. The big concern here is up in the hillside. Some of these towns that got hard hit last year from K with a mudslide. One fatality, Dr. Nab. Hopefully things will be better this time around, but those are dangerous areas. We were up in Oakland earlier today, Dr. Nab, and just about everybody had left town. Everything was closed for the day. So that's the right move. Down here, we're a little bit more fortunate because we're farther away from the mountainside.
Yeah, Mike, thanks so much. And there are a lot of places that are still at great risk of taking lives if we get into trouble, especially on the roadways. Look at the large areas under flash flood warnings in southern portions of California. And oh, by the way, I wouldn't be shocked to see a flash flood warning for Las Vegas before too many minutes or hours go by. The heavy rain is right on your doorstep. But look at all these reports that we've had of really heavy rain, strong winds, and problems on the roadways. I want to start, as Mike Seidel alluded to, west of downtown Los Angeles, out here in the Thousand Oaks and Oxnard areas and Malibu. That zone is where we've got the heaviest, most persistent rainfall. And one example of what's going on in Camarillo, several cars stuck in flooding on the 700 block of Terreno Drive and near Center School Road. This is the problem that we can get into if we get out on the roads. Please stay off the roads. That could be a life-saving decision that you make. And if you are out there, allow extra time, be extra cautious, especially when it gets dark. Please turn around, don't drown. But if we can stay off the roads completely, all the better. Things will be getting a lot better tomorrow. Considerable threat on the flash flood warning here in Metro Los Angeles and extending east from there, San Bernardino and Riverside, and also the Beaumont, Yucaipa area. Considerable threat. And look at this report here in Forest Falls. Valley of the Falls Drive and Summit Drive roadway is washed out. We're not just talking about water-covered roads. We're talking about roads being taken out by the water.
With wet AMD, sometimes I worry my world is getting smaller because of my sight. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments, which means doing more of what I love. Vabysmo is the only treatment designed to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye, or are allergic to it or any of its ingredients. Treatments like Vabysmo can cause eye infection or retinal detachment. Vabysmo may cause a temporary increase in eye pressure after receiving the injection. Although uncommon, there is a potential risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots.
Open up your world.
A chance for up to 4 months between treatments with Vabysmo. Ask your doctor.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe.
Welcome back. We're looking at Big Bear. Remember back in the winter when they were snowed in for 2 to 3 weeks? Well, now it's rain up there. It is chilly. It's 58 at that elevation, but they've had some road closures in some of the mountain areas up there. Anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain, and winds have gusted up there 50 miles an hour. So it's a rainy night, not a snowy night, but a lot of the folks up there are not used to even this kind of rainfall, even at that elevation. And by the way, at the lower elevation, down around 6,000 feet, we've got Forest Falls, and Dr. Nab mentioned just a couple minutes ago a couple road closures there. That's one of the communities that have the evacuation warning. It's not a mandatory evacuation. It's up to you, but that's what the issue around here. It's not like a hurricane mandatory evacuation, but those are the towns up there by the burn scar where they're certainly susceptible. We were up at Oak Glen today, and I could still see some of the kind of the remnants of what happened last September with K, which was off the coast. Back here, we've got that flash flood warning in Victorville and San Bernardino in this area, and that has been extended now until, I believe it was 10:30, 11:30 tonight Pacific time, I believe is what I saw Mike Bettis. Anyway, they have extended it, and I think many of those flash flood warnings in LA and Ventura County are going to be extended too, because it is really nasty and life-threatening over there in that part of the Southland.
Yeah, really dangerous stuff. There's no doubt about that. Mike Seidel for us in Yucaipa. Mike, thank you very much. Let's get you caught up on what else we know about Tropical Storm Hilary at this hour. Nearly 22 million people under tropical storm warnings in California as of right now. That includes San Diego and Los Angeles. The governors of California and Nevada have issued states of emergency. Los Angeles Unified School District closing schools tomorrow because of the weather conditions. Probably a wise choice here, Dr. Nab, considering how many roads have taken on water here, and that seems to be really more than anything else the biggest impact, and we thought it would be as well. The winds have really come down pretty dramatically, but the rain's still really strong.
Yeah, the winds are mostly going to be a problem at higher elevations, not just in California, but going north from there. As the low-level center goes away, the mid-level center can still be a problem. But water, definitely a big problem, and I'm glad you mentioned what proactive steps people and authorities are taking to avoid getting into trouble.
Think about it. You want to put kids on a school bus and then maybe, put them in dangerous situations with water. You just want to do that.
Absolutely. So if we can stay off the roads until this system gets by and the flash flood warnings go down, we're going to greatly increase our risk of not only surviving the event, but keeping our cars from getting flooded out and keeping responders from having to go out and get us. So it's not just about us. It's tropical storm centered over Southern California does not happen very often. The last time was Nora 1997 over in this area. Haven't had a landfall in over 8 decades. So this doesn't happen all that often, but when it does, the impacts are tremendous. Even with a fast-moving tropical storm, you'd think, well, if it doesn't stall like Harvey, then how big of a problem is it going to be, right? But you don't need as much rain in California with the complex terrain to cause significant impacts. And that's why we're at the highest risk that the Weather Prediction Center issues for excessive rainfall. This is the kind of situation that can take lives and damage property. And we need to take this situation extremely seriously. Doesn't matter that it's not a hurricane anymore. For some of you, the risk has gone up and is still increasing, especially out here. West of LA is where we've got the really heaviest rainfall, though we've got plenty of reports of impacts on the roads and some really significant rainfall. And metro area Las Vegas could be the next area that gets under a flash flood warning or at least an advisory. But out here, west of LA, Mike, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, this Camarillo area, that's the area where people are getting themselves into trouble. Several cars struck in several cars stuck in water in that area.
Off the roads. We've just got to be off the roads tonight. It can be so dangerous. Dr. Nab, thanks for that. You can obviously see where the whole system is moving, spiraling counterclockwise, rolling through Southern California right now. But you can see the connection. Look at this, how the moisture stream, also as it hooks up with another system, really drags out all the way up into, say, North Dakota and beyond, up into Canada. Here's a look at the high-resolution future radar showing you where it's going to be in time. It's moving pretty quickly, so I think that a lot of the rain will be wrapping up for us, maybe pre-dawn hours across Southern California, but it's Northern California, it's Oregon, it's Idaho, it's Nevada, it's Montana that still has some rain to go. As we go through, say, Monday evening, see, finally we're dry here across all of Southern California, completely gone, and I think even some sunshine before the day ends for you tomorrow. Going into Tuesday, you'll have some issues in the Four Corners and just the tail end of some showers here by Tuesday afternoon, lunchtime, maybe around the Boise area. How much rain is still to come in some locations? Still another 3 to 5 inches. We want you to stay tuned to the Weather Channel. Around-the-clock coverage for you of Hilary with a team of meteorologists spread out covering the storm for you. We're back after a short break.
Meet the future. A chef, a designer, and an engineer. All learning to save and spend their money with Chase. The chef's cooking up first with her new debit card.
Hungry?
Uh-huh. The designer's eyeing sequins, no, plaid. While mom is eyeing his spending. Nice. And the engineer? She's taking control with her own account for college. 3 futures, all with Chase. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank for both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
More shopping? You should watch your spending, honey.
I'm saving with Liberty Mutual, Mom. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Check it out. You could save $700 just by switching.
Ooh. I'll look into that. Let me put a reminder on my phone. Save $700.
Pick up Dad from airport.
In California, we've seen flooding, and now we're dealing with this, rocks and mudslides in some areas. This from Ocotillo here along I-8. And this is one of the areas where we had some really high-impact rain, but we also had some wind in this area. The farther south you were in California, the higher wind impact you'll felt. But now that Hilary is weakening, we think we're going to see gradually less wind impact here, but still a lot of rain. And a lot of these places where the hillsides are exposed or maybe there are burn scars, those are the locations where the rocks or the debris, the mud, the ash is going to come down slope. Let's take a look at some of the conditions on some of the highways here in Southern California. This along 15, near 215, Devore Heights here near San Bernardino. Obviously, it's wet. The roads are covered right now in water, and there's hardly anybody out, which is great to see. How often do you see any road truly in Southern California that hardly has any cars on it? We are a commuting city, no doubt about that. And so good to see there are very few vehicles on the roads. Now, let's go near Bakersfield here along the 5. A little bit more traffic here. And you see the traffic cam is shaking around a little bit here. This is 5 at Route 99 Interconnect, and you can see more traffic here. The camera's shaking around, so we've got a little bit of wind out there right now. And I still think the winds will stay gusty this evening, but I'm not sure going to be necessarily dangerous. Now, our Charles Peak, he's been driving around this evening. He's in Palm Springs for us right now. Charles, you've noticed a lot of rain today, some areas that have taken on some water, some neighborhoods that have flooded. What's the current situation where you are?
Mike, it's a little better from the flooding situation. The roads have cleared at as far as where the flash flooding was occurring. The washes are still coming up. That water obviously has to go somewhere. I'm in a parking lot here, and you'll notice that the winds, although maybe gusting to 50, have pulled over some of these little trees that are in this parking lot here. You can see, so there is some wind damage out. And so right now we're just keeping an eye on things to see if there's going to be some more heavy bands wrapped through here.
And it seems a lot of times when some of the heavier bands come through, that's when the winds pick up once again. So the two can go hand in hand, Charles.
Absolutely. I've noticed that happen multiple times today. You'll get the heavy rains and the winds will pick up and then be gusty as well. So, it's far from over, but right now the conditions are a little better in a lot of the roads in this area.
Have there been a lot of people out today? You know, in the summertime, it doesn't seem like there are a lot of people in Palm Springs. It gets really hot there in the summertime. Everyone's there in the wintertime. Have you noticed a lot of traffic today, or do you feel like a lot of people stayed home and took the warning seriously?
Mike, it's been, for a Sunday, which you would typically not have near as much traffic anywhere, there's been a lot of people out on the roads. I'm sure less than what would normally be the case, but quite a few people out. Most of the things have been open as far as stores and restaurants and that type of situation. But, and that's why we've had so many cars, just numerous ones that have been flooded out. water rescues had to take place.
Charles, have you been able to go over any bridges, over the wash that they've got there in Palm Springs, in Cathedral City? Did you notice any how high the water was or how fast it was flowing?
There was one of them in Palm Desert that a couple hours earlier had been dry. And it was coming up, and I mean, just rapidly rushing, and was about a foot from coming over that road. The city did preemptively put barricades up to keep it from coming over, keep people from driving over that. In another case, there was a bridge that did have water flowing over it rapidly, and so they had to shut it down. So there are those situations that, and then they preemptively shut down some areas here at midnight, I believe it was last night, that are just the known wash areas that flood, in normal high rain events for this area. And so they've got that to just keep people from getting in there and getting in trouble.
I know we do have some neighborhoods that are along the wash there in Palm Springs, but it seems like, even though we don't get a lot of rain here, we still have to manage the water, right? And so a lot of these places where it's low, they purposely build parks, so they build golf courses. And, of course, Palm Springs known for its golf courses.
Yeah, I did see one of them that was along a golf course that came across a road and had washed out part of that area and come over a bridge that was in a golf course area. But unfortunately, some of that water, I think, ultimately worked its way down to that mobile home park, and then we had all those homes that did get inundated with that water. So, if it doesn't flow exactly where they design it to go, then unfortunately we get into some situations where we don't want it.
Charles, we're actually looking at some of that video that you shot of the people being evacuated from that mobile home park. What was that situation like when the water was coming up?
Well, when I was trying to get back in there, I mean, it was too deep for me to get in there. One of the big fire trucks even had a little trouble getting back in there, and so I was able to get out and with my waders work my way back into there to get some of that footage. But and talking to some of the residents, they were honestly fearful. They were just one of them was telling me he had a sinkhole develop in his backyard, and it took his fence and just took it and washed it away.
Our Charles Peak joining us live from Southern California. Charles, thank you so much for the update. Appreciate the video as well to illustrate just how bad it's gotten. Stay tuned. More Hilary coverage when we come back.
Welcome back to Southern California. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, and much like last year, our first tropical storm coverage is in California, and not on the East Coast and Gulf Coast, but heads up, we'll have an update that, whoops, I don't need that right now. That could change as we go through the next couple of days. We've got an update on what could hit Texas early this coming week. Meanwhile, back here, flash flood warnings galore. Hardest hit area now west of downtown L.A. from Malibu out to Point Mugu and up to Thousand Oaks. Meanwhile, we keep you updated as we go back to the studio shortly. But first, let's check in with Jen Corfagno.
We'll take it from here. Mike, thank you very much for that. Joined again by our hurricane expert, former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. Beyond Hilary, there's a lot out there, including things that could become impactful on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, in the East Pac and the Atlantic basins combined, we have 4 active tropical cyclones, and we have 4 additional areas to watch. 1, 2, 3, and there's another wave behind that. I decided to circle that one.
I mean, the switch is flipped. I mean, it's flipped.
It's that time of year now. Yeah, it's that time of year, and we've got all of the tropical waves out there developing. All of these form from African tropical waves. So this is the time of year, especially with these super warm waters, where everything is developing, but not everything is surviving, because the pattern is conducive for strengthening of Franklin, not so much for TD6, a little bit for Emily, and then we've got our Gulf system. But the waters, the entire basin, warmer than average. We've been waiting for things to pop. Especially here.
It's got a little bit of spin to it. We can clearly see that now. It may not have a lot of time, though, before it heads toward Texas. You think that's a good thing, though? Yeah, that's generally a good thing. It does have the warm waters, and it's got some upper-level high pressure. And just quickly, just to show you, this upper-level ridge, this mid and upper-level ridge that is steering Hilary northward, it's also going to steer this Gulf system westward. So that system is dominating everything. Everything is being steered by that main ridge, including this East Pac development. This is associated with the same tropical wave, that the northern end of which is going to lead to Gulf development. So you got one big tropical wave leading to development in 2 places. But this is a 70% chance of formation, but it's all within the next 2 days, because you go beyond 2 days and it's already moving inland quickly westward south of that ridge. What does this mean for a place like, say, a Corpus Christi or a Brownsville? What would you tell folks there? Be prepared, like tomorrow's the day to prepare and that's it? Yeah, because watch how the ridge steers the low-level spin with the colors there. By Tuesday morning, here it is on the coast. So tomorrow is the preparation day, but we got 2 things working in our favor here with that fast westward motion. One, it won't have as much time as it otherwise would to get its act together and strengthen, so that should keep the intensity at bay unless we have some sort of rapid intensification. Surge should be pretty minimal then, okay, and if we have any. The relatively fast forward motion should mean that whatever rainfall occurs doesn't really add up, and you don't have the terrain here like you do in California. Fast-moving tropical system might be just kind of beneficial, take an edge off the heat, bring some beneficial rain. Boy, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Beyond what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico, what else are you watching? Well, we got Tropical Storm Franklin here in the eastern Caribbean, and right on its doorstep is Tropical Depression 6. So we want to focus in kind of in that area, because those systems are back-to-back tropical waves that are interacting with one another, and there goes Emily. But these 2 systems are so close that the outflow from Franklin is shearing Tropical Depression 6. So this is probably going to have a very, very short life. Not worried about that. But this one is in the eastern Caribbean, and it's going to make a turn to the north, so heads up for water impacts in Hispaniola. If you look at the convection, it almost looks like 2 different thunderstorm complexes that popped up there. What we see the tropical storm watches here for Haiti, Dominican Republic. Could there be any impacts in like Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands? Peripherally, we could have some southerly flow that with the terrain adds to some localized flood risk, but the biggest problem is going to be here, where we could have a strengthening tropical storm that could bring some wind and water impacts to that very vulnerable island. And this is again where you've got terrain that's going to play a big role, and very vulnerable, we know people are in Haiti. But then after that, Mike, this could become a hurricane up in this zone, but you notice how it's bending to the right? For the U.S. interest, we hope that's permanent. Here's TD6 falling apart. That's not going to last. But watch what happens in the upper levels. This big trough going over the top of our central U.S. ridge, that is going to steer all of these systems. So there goes Emily. TD6 falls apart. But what becomes of Franklin here? So that big trough prevents it from getting stuck under the ridge going into the Gulf, but will it get steered or sheared, or will it try to make a turn back? So we got to watch this one carefully, but not a direct threat to the continental U.S. for the next several days. All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you very much. You also had the very latest update from Hilary straight ahead. Tropical storm winds right now 45 miles an hour. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Remember the things you loved before asthma.
Flash flood warnings cover much of Southern California. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here in San Bernardino County, and we're keeping an eye on the dangerous situation, especially now west of downtown Los Angeles. We'll get the update in moments from Dr. Rick Knabb and Mike Bettis.
Tropical rain creating one of the wettest days in year in Palm Springs, California, creating street flooding like this. We'll talk about the concerns as more rain comes down here for flooding in the desert.
And of course, closely watching the storms with our storm tracker Charles Peak out tonight in the Palm Springs area. We're closely watching how much water will come up through the evening tonight and how many places could see flooding in their neighborhoods. We are live around the clock covering Tropical Storm Hilary for you as it pushes into California. About 22 million people under alerts right now for flooding. 30 million could be at risk for some high water. State of emergency for the Golden State right now. Thank you for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis with our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. A rare event hitting us here in Southern California, Dr. Knabb, and it seems like we're transitioning a bit away from a wind event, and really it's all about the water now.
Yeah, the water has always been a big threat, and the wind has been, but like you say, the wind threat is going down, except I would say, though, higher elevations farther to the north, places like southwestern Utah, when a previous tropical storm moved through Southern California many years ago. Even though the low-level center went away, it wasn't even a tropical storm anymore, it brought the mid-level center through southwestern Utah, and they had some damaged trees down there. So there's still going to be some wind areas at risk, and I'll show you where in just a little bit. So the latest advisory on Hilary has a 45-mile-an-hour tropical storm, and that is really just in a very small area way to the east of the center. And don't read much into the fact that this track has bent to the left and now the center is somewhere near Los Angeles. The circulation is losing definition, and where the center of circulation at the surface now is of very little consequence. But it is important that the whole system is moving north at 25 to 30 miles an hour. And that means we're going to have a lot of places get a lot of moisture and heavy rainfall way inland. Now, it's not unprecedented, but it's not common to get a tropical storm over Southern California. We had that in 1997 in southeastern California with Nora, and Kathleen in '76 was a tropical storm right up to the border, and it ended up setting a number of state rainfall records out west, including in California. So, a scenario like this, we've seen it before, and it's mostly about the water. This is no longer going to even be a depression by tomorrow morning, but look at the large areas that are under high wind warnings all the way up into Idaho and Montana, because of what's left of the middle level part of the circulation will still go northward, even though it won't be a depression or storm anymore. So with the elevation out west, you still have some problems with the wind. The winds are really coming down 25 to 30 miles an hour in parts of metro areas of Southern California, but it's moving so quickly northward because of the big ridge over the middle of the country and this trough off the California coastline accelerating the system northward, made landfall in Baja California, and the low pressure area now, the borderline tropical storm, now moving over the Southern California coastline. But my goodness, the rainfall is a big, big problem, and you don't need as much rain in Southern California to produce catastrophic locally and life-threatening impacts from the rainfall. Doesn't take that much, with the terrain effects really, really playing a big, big role. And especially you can see how the convection is really, really magnifying there, the San Gabriel Mountains just north of Los Angeles and the mountains to the west of town. Terrain is really squeezing out a lot of the moisture here. So even though the center of the storm is somewhere in here, the center of action, well, there's a lot of different centers of action. And this whole zone at risk for flash flooding the rest of tonight and into tomorrow morning. And look at all of these flash flood warnings. In fact, one of them right on the doorstep of Las Vegas. And look at how the impacts from flooding are extending farther and farther inland. So So it might not be too much longer before Las Vegas at least goes under a flood advisory. And also at higher elevation, Mount Charleston, which is way above 11,000 feet above sea level. Vegas is only 2,000 feet above sea level. That's where we've had some trees coming down. So elevation playing a role with the winds too. But look at this big area in Ventura County under a considerable threat. Flash flood warning until 3 a.m. Pacific. We thought this would have to be extended, and that is definitely the case. And we've had plenty of impacts there. And look at this big area here in Los Angeles and northward. Considerable threat. Again, that's been extended till 3 a.m. And then out to the east and to the north, the threat is expanding. So, Mike Seidel, you're out east of downtown Los Angeles, and you know, having been out there for many occasions, including last year for Kay and this year, how much terrain plays a role in locally what you're experiencing.
Oh, exactly. It's all about elevation and gravity. And the problem here, just up in the hills, in the mountains above me in the San Bernardino Mountains, is we've got these towns, not huge towns, but they were hit last year with Kay, and that was a storm off the coast. And now we've already had a report from Forest Falls, as you mentioned, Dr. Nab, of roads being closed by mudslides. And we're not surprised about that situation. Now, Forest Falls is up about 6,000 feet, right here at about 2,600 feet. So it's way up there. In fact, even here back in December, they had snowfall. So it goes to show you what elevation makes a difference. But up there, again, all the running water, they've had over 4 inches of rain up there. Here in Yucaipa, we've already had over an inch and a half. Some areas in town have had as high as almost 2 inches of rain. So it's slowly adding up. We don't have water rushing down Yucaipa Boulevard like we did a couple of hours ago because we haven't had the sustained heavy rain. But we've got several more hours to go at least. In fact, the Weather Service out of San Diego has extended the flash flood warning in Riverside and here in San Bernardino counties until 11:30 tonight. So that's more than 3 hours away. So we've got a while to go. But by sunrise tomorrow morning, the rain will be out of here, maybe a shower early on, but then that's it. The sun will be out across the Southland and temperatures will be back in the mid-80s. And speaking of temperatures, today, just an unbelievably chilly day out in the desert areas and even here in the Inland Empire. Our highs stayed below 80 degrees in many areas, and that's more than 20 or 25 degrees below average. Palm Springs now over 2.5 inches of rain, and their high today, last time I checked, was only 79. Just a couple days ago, they were 110 plus. So, Dr. Knapp, really, clouds and rain, it's the only way you get a chilly day or a cooler day in this part of the country in August. And you mentioned rainfall records. Many areas setting rainfall records because the records for August 20th are 0 or trace or 0.01. In fact, Lancaster, California has never had rainfall in this state. Never. That's how unusual it is for it to rain at all, let alone this much this time of the year. It takes a tropical system or maybe some monsoon thunderstorm that sneaks in from the east. Dr. Knapp?
Yeah, it's not every year that we get a significant tropical system in California and other parts of the West, but when it does happen, you pretty much never forget it. Thank you so much, Mike Seidel. So, Mike Bettis, we've got to keep people off the roads, and I think we're doing the most important service we can by showing people what is actually happening on the roadways and in their communities to convince people.
Right, and so I think about, okay, maybe if the worst people go to bed tonight thinking the worst of it is gone, then maybe we're going to get ourselves in some trouble tomorrow if there's some leftover rain that's, flooded some roadways. Be extra careful tomorrow morning and find an alternate route if the roadway you normally take is flooded. Let's take you to Ocotillo, California here. This is going to be east of San Diego. And that truck going through the high water here in one of these dry washes. And kind of exactly what we'd encourage you not to do. Don't drive into that water. You're driving into that danger. And you can see how that water is moving, too. It doesn't take but about 6 inches of water to move or float a vehicle, especially if it's really moving. It could really be dangerous to you. Now, residents, vacationers on Catalina Island, they were forced to evacuate, and some were ferried over to Long Beach to wait out the storm. Avalon Bay also closed to boaters there. There was some fear that high winds would knock out power to Catalina Island for an extended period, and this is why they wanted people to evacuate. We've had some power outages. They've actually ticked up a bit here in LA County. About 24,000 customers now without power here. Del Norte, about 12,000. Riverside County, about 6,000 customers do not have power right now. If you're operating a generator, make sure you do that by the proper procedure. The instructions, but you're right on a sticker on the top or on the side of your generator. Make sure you're operating it only outside, not in the garage, not in your home. Outside of your home with the exhaust pointed away from your home. That's the only safe way to do it. We don't want anyone dying because of carbon monoxide poisoning. You survive the storm, then unfortunately, you could succumb to carbon monoxide. Heavy rain still coming hard for us now. That includes places, say, like Thousand Oaks, Reseda, Glendale, Pasadena, north side of LA. It is really raining hard. Bakersfield, the heavy rain is now coming in for us as well, and some outer bands are starting to skim us here in Las Vegas. Look at all these blue dots on this map. These are all locations where we have storm reports. Wind or flooding is basically all that we're contending with right now. Down along I-8, right through here, this is where we had some of the highest wind reports that we've seen. Thunderstorm wind damage here. So a semi was blown over on I-8, trees blown down. By the way, around El Centro, that's where we have so much farming. Big farming community, had a lot of rain there in Imperial County and flash flooding there at some of our farms. Borrego Springs, flash flooding there. Roadways taking 100-foot trees blown down in Sealy. Let's take it up towards 829 Palms, right there by Joshua Tree National Park closed today. Heavy flooding there on 62, the main route through 29 Palms. Box Canyon Road in Mecca had some high water on it as well. Multiple reports of flash flooding here in Cabazon and Imperial Hot Minor, also some flooding. You get the point here. We could go on and on and on with all these roadways that have had some flooding. Along the 5, large rocks because hillsides have given way. Santa Clarita, mud flows here. We want to bring in our Charles Peak. He's experienced some of the flooding in places like Palm Springs, in Cathedral City. This is out there in the Coachella Valley. Charles, thanks for being with us. You're showing us some images now of some fast-moving water. Explain the situation.
Yeah, this is Vista Chino, one of the roads that the local law enforcement had shut down earlier in the day in a preemptive fashion because this is one of the washes that comes across. And you can see as best I can in the dark lights here to be able to show you this rapidly washed water. It's probably, as best I could tell, maybe half a mile wide. And local law enforcement told me before that people have gone around barricades and got themselves in trouble in these situations. And so to try to make sure that doesn't happen, they started posting at midnight last night, police at these barricades and just making sure nobody drove into these situations. But it has picked up. And law enforcement officer walked down there to the edge, and you can see it slowly rising as it's coming up there. So this will probably only get worse as the day goes along, or the night goes along, actually.
Charles, we're showing the radar estimates here. Some places up to 5 inches of rain has fallen there in the valley. I wonder about, how things may look in the morning. Say the rain has died down a little bit. People feel a little bit more confident to go out. There could still be a lot of danger on the roads.
Absolutely. For an example, they were telling me earlier that all the water that falls up in the mountains has to come down this way. So it will actually probably get worse overnight, maybe even by tomorrow morning. I did see one local meteorologist showed that in the San Jacinto Mountains, there was one report of over 9 inches here, and that's just to the west here that drains this way as well. So by all means, Mike, it is not over, but even if the rain stops, the danger is still out here.
Charles, we showed a graphic with the different counties that have lost some power tonight. Can you speak at all in that location where you are about power?
I have not seen too much. I have seen a few spots where there was some power out, very localized, and I have seen, we were looking earlier, you had some trees that have come down, some smaller trees. The winds have definitely picked up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have one of those thunderstorms, as we talked a little earlier. The winds could be even stronger in those and continue to have some power outage issues.
This time of year, Charles, and Mike Seidel was talking about this too, August is typically speaking one of, if not the driest month in many places in Southern California. So you have to imagine that a lot of people, this would catch them by surprise. It's just not what they would be expecting, or even they don't believe it's going to happen because it hasn't happened before. It happens so infrequently. Do you think anyone may have been caught off guard by this or surprised by what played out today?
Mike, me and you both have covered a lot of weather events, and it seems like no matter how many times we give the warning, there's always those people that just think, oh, it's overblown, it's not going to happen here, and that type of situation. And so you had some of that as I ran across some people. But also here, I was at City Hall at Palm Springs last night, and I know in many other areas, and you had, lots of people there filling sandbags, doing what they could to prepare for this, to take it seriously. I talked to two young ladies last night that actually live along this wash, and she said that February storm a couple years ago, it got really close to their house, so they were real worried with the forecast of this. Is this going to get into their homes and stuff? So, there were many people taking it seriously, worried about it, and doing everything they could within their power to prepare their homes and prepare themselves for this event.
Yeah, that is some great news, and people taking it seriously, and hopefully that has prevented any loss of life. Charles, thank you so much. That's our Charles Peak reporting for us right now in Palm Springs and some of the flowing water that we have there. Tropical Storm Hilary, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. We'll get the very latest from our team of meteorologists and our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, after this short break.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Flash flood warnings continue here in San Bernardino County. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. As we head through a Sunday night, it's been raining all day since this afternoon across the deserts, the high desert, and in through the Southland. The worst weather has been recently in those areas west of downtown L.A., those Santa Monica mountain areas. If you're familiar with the Pacific Coast Highway, from Point Mugu, that's that little bend at the coast, and then you head out towards into Ventura County. That whole area there out towards the Point Mugu area, and then you come back towards Thousand Oaks, that kind of rectangular area. We've got mountainsides, we've got gravity, and the rain comes down, and we've had totals out there now 2 to 3 inches in the past 3 hours. That's a lot of rain in this part of the world, and a lot of rain anywhere when you have steep grades, because it just comes down the hill, and in this case it'll bring mud and debris and rocks and boulders, and we've had those issues on some of the roadways roadways. The 150 going out of, I think that's Ojai, that goes up into the Los Padres National Forest. Again, elevation. That road's had issues. We've had water rescues out there near Camarillo, so a real mess out there. Needless to say, across a lot of areas, there's still a lot of rain to come, and it's all running downhill. Mount San Jacinto has the highest rainfall. Again, this is a high mountaintop here in Southern California, and they've had over 8 inches of rain. Rainfall totals here and Yucaipa are right around 2 inches. So we're not doing too bad so far. At least we're not getting the continuous heavy rain. Earlier we had water rushing down Yucaipa Boulevard. That has backed off. It is raining a little bit harder right now, but we've got that flash flood warning going until 11:30. Meanwhile, let's head over to Palm Springs, where meteorologist Jen Carfagno witnessed some very heavy rain today. They're now over 2.6 inches and counting.
It's not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. I asked her how concerned she was about mudslides or landslides happening, and here's what she had to say.
That's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? And it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geometry bridges, but we're still a few years out.
Yeah. And even after the rain ends, we still really need to be vigilant. It's possible that there could be some water that still needs to move down the mountains, and that can cause some concerns of either water or debris flowing over some roads, even after the rain stops here. So certainly people need to be on guard getting into Monday, and schools are in session here. It'll definitely be a wait and see to see if they're able to host classes. We'll see what the roads are like.
And back here in San Bernardino County, as the rain and wind continues to roll through these hilly areas, again, it's up above us 4,000 to 5,000 to 6,000 feet, where we've had some mud issues up there in Forest Falls, and that's the area that was hit hard last year with Kay. And Dr. Nab, the fact of the matter is, the first tropical storm coverage we did on the Weather Channel last year was with Kay in San Diego. This year, it's with Hilary, and I don't think I had that on my dance card. I mean, to start off both seasons on the West Coast, well, what are the odds are very, very low. Very, very low.
Yeah,
and then we had an earthquake today at Ojai.
I know.
We had an earthquake today.
Amazing, everything that's happening. And this is very different than last year in the sense that the storm has come bodily into Southern California, more rainfall for more folks, and that's why we've got this high risk. So let's look at the area at greatest risk overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. This is serious business. We haven't had a flash flood emergency yet, but that could still yet happen. These high-risk days can be community-wide serious flooding, and we've got a lot of areas under flash flood warnings. And again, some of the areas that we're most concerned about are because of the terrain. You got the San Gabriel Mountains here, the Santa Susana Mountains here, Santa Monica Mountains here. That is the zone where terrain is adding to the danger, and we've got the flash flood warning out there in the Oxnard area, out in Thousand Oaks, and for Metro LA northward to Lancaster, considerable threat goes way past midnight. Look at all of these impacts. We will detail these when we return.
We're back here in San Bernardino County. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, and we just got an update. A couple Weather Channel fans stopped by. They were up at Forest Falls, up about 6,000 feet, because they're weather geeks, and they said Valley of the Falls Road is covered, washed out by mud, and also the Santa Ana River is roaring up there. Now that river comes out of the mountains, and remember the highest peak here is about 11,500 feet. Comes down through here, through San Bernardino County. It ends up in Orange County, and the water eventually ends up in the Pacific. The river runs about 100 miles long, and it does take a lot of the water that way. We also have a lot of concrete canals and drainage basins. And if you remember the scene, Mike Bettis from The Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger riding his motorcycle through the LA River where it was dry. So we have a lot of these drainage structures that do the best they can, but when you have extreme rainfall rates like we've seen, and we're dealing with mountainsides and hillsides like here, and the Malibu Hills and the Santa Monica Mountains down in LA and Ventura counties, you just can't take care of all the rain that's coming down, and you get the runoff, the mudslides, and the debris flows. So that's what we're seeing tonight, just maybe 10 miles up the road here above us.
All right, Mike Seidel, thank you. I do appreciate the Terminator reference. That's good stuff there, Mike. But we all remember that, right? And so you get an idea. Now, these are really filling with water at this point because of what's going on with Tropical Storm Hilary. And let's get you caught up with what we know right now. Nearly 22 million people still under tropical storm warnings in Southern California. That includes San Diego and L.A. The governors of California and Nevada have issued states of emergency. And Los Angeles Unified School District closing schools tomorrow because of the tropical storm. Probably a wise decision to keep the buses off the road tomorrow. Hopefully we can keep a lot of people, Dr. Neb, off the roads in the morning, because there could be some pockets where tonight you get the heaviest rain that you've seen during the entire event.
I think this is one of the most important things authorities can do, is be proactive, because then far fewer people will ever face the turnaround, don't drown decision, because they won't be out on the roads going to school and all of that. So kudos to making that decision. Let this system and its impacts go by. One thing I will note is that we often talk about how, well, if it rains a lot overnight, then tomorrow morning for the commute there could be water on the roads. But what if there's rocks on the roads? What if there's mud on the roads? There could be other things than water blocking roads tomorrow morning, even after the rain is gone. So this goes through 5 a.m. tomorrow Pacific time, high risk, and in a large area surrounding that with a significant risk of what could be life-threatening, locally catastrophic flooding. When you add in the effects of terrain, that really amps up the threat. And even at this wide view, you can get an appreciation for where the terrain is. You don't have to look at an elevation map to know there must be mountains there north of Los Angeles focusing all of this rainfall, and that is definitely what is going on there. And these flash flood warnings have been expanded and extended in time. Look at out here in Ventura County, Oxnard, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks. This flash flood warning with a considerable threat goes till 3 a.m. Pacific time. And the Weather Service office out there in Los Angeles area is looking closely to see if anybody needs to be put under a flash flood emergency. That's the kind of situation we're in. Community-wide flooding could happen. So stay off the road so you don't, at night, get yourself into a situation, become a statistic in a flash flood warning or emergency situation. And then look at this big area, downtown LA northward across the San Gabriel Mountains. Flash flood warning, considerable threat till 3 a.m. Pacific time. And look at all of these impacts. A couple of them near downtown Los Angeles and near Burbank. Vehicles stuck in water at Forest Lawn Drive and Highway 134. Water across the entire northbound side of Highway 170. And look at out in Ojai. Rocks are across Highway 33. And up in Lake Los Angeles, several vehicles stuck in water and mud. So, Mike, when you look at these reports, it's not just about water, it's about rocks and mud as well.
All the things that come along with it, and then the terrain, the hilly terrain we have here just plays a huge role in it. Dr. Neb, thank you for that. Obviously, we've got a lot of rain that's falling down for us right now. The big expansive view, we're going to get a lot of rain that goes all the way up into Nevada, Utah, Oregon, Idaho, Montana will feel the effects, at least to some extent, of a tropical system. There's a look at the high-resolution future radar. Heavy rain continues to move its way northbound overnight. I think by the morning hours, you'll see a lot of improvements with the rain rates here in Southern California. And by midday, you may actually break out with a little bit of sunshine, but you'll have downhill weather in places like Nevada, Northern California, then portions, I say, especially Eastern Oregon Oregon, then into Idaho. Same thing here. Terrain plays a significant role in how much rain you get and how much runoff you may experience. Still in pockets, 3 to 5 inches here in Southern California. Most of us will see less than that, but there's a spot there from San Bernardino over through Pasadena to Thousand Oaks that's getting hit hard. Some spots here in Nevada where another 2 to 3 inches is on the way for us. That's about half a year's worth of rain, and not to mention severe weather possible, especially along the 17 in Arizona. Welcome back, everyone, as we track Tropical Storm Hilary for you. You take a look at this. Across Southern California, flooding, and we're dealing with this rocks and mudslides in some spots. This is from Mukilteo, this along I-8, and that's an area that really we had a lot of rain, but also we had some of the strongest winds, as earlier today we still had a pretty formidable tropical storm. It was coming down from hurricane strength that has significantly weakened since then, and current winds at 45 miles per hour. Let's take a look at some of the conditions on the highways across Southern California, including 15 near 215 Devore Heights here near San Bernardino. You take a live look right now. There aren't a lot of cars out there, which I think is great news. You know, maybe a lot of people choosing to stay home because of the weather conditions. Listen, we are a commuting city here in the LA Basin. So as few cars out on the roads is the best we could possibly hope for. Then we take you to 15 near San Clemente. Not very many cars here either. Again, great news. Major interstate. It's I-15, and you can see just a few cars. Normally, and it almost doesn't matter what time of day, you end up seeing a ton of cars here on the interstates in Southern California. Now, our Charles Peak has been in the Palm Springs area this evening. He's been showing us some of the flooding that's occurred there. Showed us a neighborhood that went underwater, a mobile home park, and showing us some of these dry arroyos that are now filling up Charles. As far as conditions this evening, sun has gone down. I know it's harder to get kind of a view of exactly what's happening. What are you showing us now, and how much has the water come up where you are?
Yeah, Mike, earlier, 6 hours ago, this roadway was dry. It was already blocked off preemptively. They started at midnight last night. There's several roads here that has the whitewater wash area come across these roads, and they know it's probably going to happen, and so preemptively they shut it down. But I stopped by here about 2 hours earlier, and it washed over some, but not terribly. And then now it's rapidly flowing across the road, and obviously this is the reason they preemptively shut these roads down, because if you were trying to drive across this road, your vehicle would be swept away.
Charles, you know, we heard the mayor speaking earlier, and they were offering sandbags to people. Have you noticed at any places where they actually did sandbag and are trying to keep the water out of their homes or their businesses?
Yes, the hospital here in Palm Springs had sandbagged around the emergency entrance that I saw, and there were several homes and businesses that had sandbags that had preemptively put those where they could. And even some of the homes, those mobile homes that we saw in Cathedral City, some of those had some sandbags there on the back part of it. They had no idea it was going to come up as high as it did, but they were doing what they thought was the appropriate thing to do to prepare for it. Yeah,
the neighborhood that we're showing right now is the one in Cathedral City, the mobile home park, Charles, that you were at, that took on water. People were evacuating. It appears we picked up almost 3 inches of rain now in the Palm Springs area. It's about 70% of a year's worth of rain, and we now know, again, the number doesn't sound huge, but when you think about the location, it's a desert valley, this is a big deal.
Yeah, Mike, earlier this morning, overnight in Palm Springs, I think the rainfall amount was 1/4 of an inch. You know, normally in most areas that I'm at, that's hardly enough to get the grass wet. But out here, I was already seeing ponding and puddling of water in various places with just 1/4 of an inch. And so to have 3 inches, you know, it's a lot worse.
And then a lot of different areas, Charles, where we're watching some of the rushing water coming through park areas or golf courses. And a lot of cities will plan so these areas that are uninhabited, they're meant to flood. They're meant to flow water away from inhabited locations. Is that what you're noticing as well?
Yeah, they have those areas there, and they do that out in this area to, when it doesn't happen often, but at least it's going to be a golf course or a public area that gets the problem. But this one today has been much more widespread with that in homes and neighborhoods and city streets and residential streets. So it's much more widespread than what they could prepare for in that situation, though, Mike.
Charles Peak for us tonight in Palm Springs, California, showing us the images. Charles, thank you very much for that. I want to bring back in our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've still got a long way to go with this. The rain is really becoming a major factor, even now north of L.A. Yeah, and I keep looking at the new reports coming in from the Weather Service about the local impacts that we're seeing, and they keep coming in. And Metro L.A. is certainly a dangerous place right now, especially in town and then going north and west of town. So again, Metro Los Angeles under this flash flood warning, considerable threat until 3 a.m. And I wanted to show you a couple of the very newest reports coming in. Here's downtown Los Angeles, Interstate 5. So Burbank, a vehicle stuck in water on I-5 near Lancashire Boulevard. And then Valverde, a major flooding on Interstate 5 near Hasley Canyon Road. So the interstates and the side roads are significantly impacted. And we've shown you this before, but I wanted to highlight a couple things. Look at in Westlake Village, large boulders blocking the roadway. In Ojai, rocks across Highway 33. Up at Lake Los Angeles, several vehicles stuck in water and mud. These other reports have to do with water, but it's about water, mud, rocks, and boulders. There could be blocked roads tomorrow morning, even after the rain is over.
Now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
And here's a spot where it doesn't rain very much, but it did again today, much like last year. Remember that terrible flood out in Death Valley National Park? Well, they had more rain today and more road closures. Don't know if it was as bad as last year, where it damaged the park and some areas were closed for several months. We'll have to find out tomorrow. But again, areas that hardly ever get rain or never get rain in the summertime got an inch or 2 inches of rain today, including Palm Springs now. They're getting up close to 3 inches of rain. Meanwhile, back here in San Bernardino County, we're getting the water coming down the hillsides again from the mountains. Up in Forest Falls, they've had mudslides. That's below that burn scar from the El Dorado fire from about 3 years ago. It'll be 3 years in November. And otherwise, a little bit of water running down the hill here, right here in the area. Yucaipa Boulevard here in the areas well east of Los Angeles and what they call the Inland Empire. Flash flood warning here in San Bernardino. Riverside County is extended until 11:30. This is all going to be out of the way before rush hour tomorrow morning. And in fact, tomorrow by lunchtime and beyond, it's going to be another stunning day. In fact, mid-80s, not hard to take this time of the year. Temperatures typically are up in the mid, even the upper 90s out here where we are. Let's go dive back to Mike Bettis. Mike, that's one thing about the clouds and the rain. You get the coldest weather on record, in August. I mean, when it doesn't hit 80 in the desert in the summertime, there's something going on. And it's either clouds and rain, or there's been something going on strange in the atmosphere. But today it was just clouds and rain.
Something's going on, no doubt about that, Mike. Mike, thank you so much. And you can see again, he said, you can see the water again coming down the mountainsides here, which we knew would happen. Let's talk, Dr. Neb. Yes, we've got Hilary out there, 45-mile-an-hour tropical storm. There's a whole lot else to talk about, though, and there could be some impact in the U.S. this week on the Atlantic Basin side.
Yeah, and there's a whole collection of forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center that are calling up the Hurricane Center going, your turn, our time to take a break.
It's so busy.
Yeah, and we've got 4 active tropical cyclones in the 2 basins combined, 4 other candidate systems, and even a couple more that the models suggest could form in the next week or 2. So it is that time of year. The switch has been flipped. Every tropical wave is developing. That's why we've got so many systems. They're all the African easterly waves, and the most impressive one currently in the Atlantic Basin is Tropical Storm Franklin there in the eastern Caribbean, where the wind shear is weak and the steering is not real fast, so this has time to cook down there over these warmer than average waters throughout the entire basin. That's one reason everything's developing.
Record-setting temperature anomalies right now. Gulf of Mexico is boiling. Down by the Caribbean, it's boiling. Off the coast of Mexico, it's super high.
Yeah, so when the waters are this super warm, you don't need ideal atmospheric conditions for something to form. Even in the face of some shear and a little bit of time, things can form. So this troughing here in the eastern Gulf is the northern end of this tropical wave that will lead to the next East Pacific system. And you can tell we've got some upper-level high pressure starting to take shape there. But what else is going on? What's going to steer this? Well, it's the same big ridge that's taking Hilary north. It's going to take this Gulf system pretty quickly to the west.
It may not be a whole lot of time to prepare in a place maybe like Corpus Christi or Brownsville. You got tomorrow, and that's about it. This thing is in by Tuesday.
Yeah, and it looks like it'll be a quick in and out. So that fast westward motion is why this is only a 2-day development area. It's only got a day and a half, really, to become a depression or storm and then strengthen after that, because this ridge is going to steer the colors here that represent the low-level spin quickly westward, and by Tuesday morning, it's on the coast, and by Tuesday night, it's dissipating inland. So I think this is going to be mostly, I think, a beneficial rain event for South Texas.
It's been super hot there, so some clouds and some rain will cool them off if nothing else. But everything is related. If you look at this, you can make a connection from the Pacific to the Atlantic.
Yeah, and one thing that this ridge staying in place is doing is troughing going over the top of it. And out of Canada, this trough is going to intensify over the western Atlantic, and for at least the next several days, keep all of these systems from moving quickly westward toward the continental U.S. But Franklin here is really starting to get pretty well organized here. And look at all that thunderstorm activity. It's still a little bit discombobulated, but I think this is the business end of it, and it's going to be turning to the north. That's why you got watches already up, and this could, impact the islands here with some wind and rain, but this could become a hurricane, and I'm not entirely yet 100% sure this is headed out to sea. So we're going to have to watch this one really closely.
Dr. Neb, thank you for that. And taking you back to Tropical Storm Hilary, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm booking along here, moving forward speed 28 miles per hour. It'll move out tonight, but there's still plenty of rain to go. We'll take you back to California, our live reports, and our expert, Dr. Rick Neb, when we come back.
Good evening once again from the Inland Empire. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, east of Los Angeles. And again, Jen, hang on. Jen will be with us in a moment. There are numerous flash flood warnings across all of Southern California. We've had mudslides, debris flows, rock slides on I-8, and cars and water rescues over there in Ventura County. Just a real mess tonight from Hilary. We'll get the analysis next. But first, now, let's go to Jen Corfagno.
Tropical rain creating one of the wettest days in year in Palm Springs, California, creating street flooding like this. We'll talk about the concerns as more rain comes down here for flooding in the desert.
And then there's this. Flooding happening for us right now in places like Riverside County, California. Our Charles Peak is out there showing us the images live as it happens. Ongoing flooding in many parts of Southern California, and we've got you covered live tonight with around-the-clock coverage as Hilary pushes into California. Nearly 22 million people under tropical alerts, nearly 30 million under flood threats right now, and a state of emergency in effect in the Golden State. Thank you for joining us here for our continuing coverage. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis alongside our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. A lot to get to for you this evening. Plenty to cover, including a very significant flood risk for us here, Dr. Knabb. The winds may be coming down a little bit here, but more than anything else, we're really concerned about how much rain is coming down.
Yeah, I'm getting really concerned the fact that we're getting into nighttime, and the flood risks are always worse when it's dark, and the flooding impacts are starting to mount and escalate. In some places, I think the impacts will get worse before they get better. So I don't want anybody thinking, oh, this was downgraded from hurricane to a tropical storm. That's a dangerous word to use when we're talking about the fact that some of the system's impacts are upgrading, increasing, and we are in a high-risk excessive rainfall flood situation. Not everybody in this zone is going to get catastrophic or life-threatening flooding, but locally that is what could happen, and any of us could get into trouble if we get out on the roads, especially at night. Look at these huge areas under flash flood warnings, and even Las Vegas under a flood advisory. So this is a large system, and its impacts are far and wide. And the most recent flood impacts have been reported right along the mountains there, the San Gabriels over westward into the Oxnard and Thousand Oaks area, the Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Susana Mountains. The terrain is playing a big role here, and you got flash flood warnings that have a considerable threat. Could some of these areas eventually go to a flash flood emergency? Is that the kind of impact, community-wide flooding, that we could experience somewhere locally, especially with the impact of terrain? That is possible. This warning in Ventura County goes till 3 a.m., as does the warning from downtown L.A. northward across the mountains toward Lancaster until 3 a.m. And here are the most recent reports. In Burbank, a vehicle stuck in water on Interstate 5 near Lancashire Boulevard, and stuck in water at Highway 101 near Moore Park Street. And then over here in Westlake Village, large boulders are blocking the roadway. Could that be a problem you encounter if you get out on the roads tomorrow morning, even after the rain has ended, even if the water has receded in your community? What if there's rocks or boulders or mud blocking the road? That is a possibility. In Valverde, major flooding on Interstate 5 near Hasley Canyon Road. Those are just some of the more recent reports. And I wanted to highlight the fact that all of these reports in the last 2 to 3 hours are not all about just water. Again, we got those boulders in Westlake Village, but we've also got in the Lake Los Angeles area, vehicles stuck in water and mud. In Ojai, rocks across Highway 33. So boulders, rocks, and mud are a big part of this as well. But within Metro LA and then in farther flung areas, we have significant impacts ongoing. And going east, San Bernardino up to Victorville, that warning goes to 11:30 with a considerable threat. And then this big area, Barstow down to 29 Palms, under a warning as well. And look at all these reports. Look at mud flow covering La Contenta Road and Alta Loma Road in the Joshua Tree area, 29 Palms, mud and debris on the roadway. And here in Barstow, fast-moving water across the roadway at Fort Irwin Road and Interstate 15. Anybody who wants to go between LA and Vegas right now could run into some serious trouble along the way. Multiple vehicles getting stuck in the Baker area. So yes, this is a fast-moving system because this big ridge here and this trough here are accelerating the tropical storm northward, but it is not moving fast enough to avoid having some significant rainfall in complex terrain where the impacts from less rainfall can be more than you would have if the terrain wasn't there. And our meteorologist, Mike Seidel, live in Yucaipa, California, just east of San Bernardino. Mike, we've talked all day and night about how terrain is playing such a significant role in terms of what wind you get and what flood-related impacts you receive.
And Dr. Knabb, the rain is coming down harder now here out in San Bernardino County. We're east of LA. This is what they call the Inland Empire, just off the 10 freeway. We've got the San Bernardino Mountains up there. We're at about 2,500 feet, but Forest Falls is up at 6,000 feet, and they've had mudslides and road closures. That's not surprising. That's one of the towns up there, including Oak Glen, even part of where we are here in the areas of Yucaipa, where they had issued this, what they call a mandatory, well, they call it an emergency evacuation warning. It's not mandatory. It's certainly up to you, but some of these areas folks have left. We were up at Oak Glen earlier today, and that town was pretty much a ghost town. And you could see where they had cleared mud and dealt with the one last year. Meanwhile, we're going to pan over here. Got a lot of light. You can see the wind blowing the rainfall across the street here. This is Yucaipa Boulevard, and all the water is running downhill. It's running down the hill all the way, probably ending up on I-10, but you can sense the rain and the wind over there through those lights. Over here, we've got just several inches of water. Nothing like we had earlier. We'll show you what we shot earlier this afternoon here in San Bernardino County. Take a look at the rushing water down the roads. Again, this is the issue. Gravity. Many places back east, we get flash flooding, but we don't have the elevation change. Many spots, it's fairly level. We've got some hills, of course, like we saw in West Virginia or Kentucky last year. But when you're talking about peak elevation here, 11,500 feet, coming down to where we are at 2,500 feet over about, 10, 12 miles as the crow flies, that's a steep drop, and the water comes down the hillsides. And, they have the Santa Ana River. They have the concrete, the drainage basins, culverts, but it can't funnel all the water out of the area. And so that's when we get the overwash, and we get the mudslides and the debris flows like we've seen out in the Malibu Hills, also the Santa Monica Mountains. As you go west of Point Dume along the Pacific Coast Highway, there's that one road I've been up on, Mulholland Highway, not Mulholland Drive, and that has got to be dealing with mud right now. We've seen some of the roads, too, south of the Los Padres National Forest above Ojai. I think that's the 150. I think that was closed and probably is still closed, because out there I've seen some of the mountains getting upwards of 4 to 4.5 inches of rain. Here we've had 2 1/4, but it's adding up now, and you can tell it's raining harder because of the amount of water flowing down the street. So Dr. Knabb will continue with this for at least the next 3 or 4 hours. Then it will come to an end, and then the sun will come back out tomorrow with temperatures in the mid-80s, and we'll get to find out, how bad it was up above us out in Death Valley, and especially the areas we've been watching over the past couple of hours. You've been doing a great job giving us the details of what's going on out there in areas west of downtown LA, Malibu, and out towards the areas in eastern Ventura County.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike Seidel. I really am concerned about what the nighttime could bring in terms of dangers to people who get out on the roads, especially. So, Mike Bettis, we've got a dangerous night to get through, and the rain isn't done, and even after the rain is done, the impacts could still be happening, because if it rains over here and the terrain brings the water to your town, you still got trouble.
We really do. And on top of all that, we've had some wind, not a ton, but some wind. Now we got about 72,000 customers without power for us, and a lot of those have now happened this evening in LA County, about 24,000 customers here without power. So now you're going to bed without electricity, or maybe you're running a generator. You want to make sure that you're doing that properly by the instructions that'll be on a sticker on your generator. Operated only outside, not in a garage, not in your house. It's a combustion engine, after all. You wouldn't run your car in your house, right? Think of it that way. And always point the exhaust away from your home. About 12,000 customers, Del Norte County without power. Riverside County's got about 9,000 customers that do not have power. A lot of heavy rain still falling for us here from San Bernardino over toward Thousand Oaks, Pasadena in there, Glendale in there, and then the heavier rain moving up into the Central Valley now. We're going to start to see the rain let up a little bit more down here here around, say, San Diego. So I'd say even like in Orange County, Kern County, Imperial County, those are places where the rain will let up first. But we've had so much today. All these blue dots indicate places where we've had storm reports today. And a lot of those have been flooding or they've been wind. So semi blown over on I-8, trees down near El Centro here. This is where we kind of really maximize some wind. Full exposure here. This is when Hilary was at its strongest approaching California. Winds were just under hurricane strength at this point. So we had some really high gusts. And then the winds began to come down a little bit for us here. And rain, more than anything, is now becoming the calling card of this system. 100-foot tree that's blown down here in Sealy. Again, that's near El Centro and I-8. Borrego Springs, we had some flash flooding here, but you can just see, I mean, we could go on and on and on about all the flash flooding. 29 Palms, Mecca, you name it, we've seen that flooding. We want to take you to Palm Springs, California with our Charles Peak. You know, from 29 Palms to Yucca Valley, Joshua Tree, Palm Springs, there in the Coachella Valley, Charles, we're just not used to getting this kind of rain, especially this time of year. Generally speaking, we get 0 in the month of August, so getting 2 to 3 inches of rain is a monumental task to get rid of all that water. The storm system just can't keep up with it.
That's right, Mike. And I think in many of the cases, when it's all said and done, it's going to be more rain than that. And, you know, one of the things, challenges, I just had a gentleman come up here at my location. This road is cut off. And I was being told earlier today by some local law enforcement that one of the challenges here is because this wash area, it eliminates the ability to get out of the town. And so he was like asking me, he goes, what can I do? He said, I-10 is shut down. I don't know if, you know, it looks like on my Google that may be the case, but I haven't been able to verify that. And 111 to go the other direction, I said, have you tried that? He goes, yeah, it's closed as well. And so, you know, your ability to get out of town if you waited this late to do it. And, you know, so the conditions now have been about 30 minutes of some pretty good moderate rain here, Mike. And so we've already had it in a bad situation, and this is just going to continue for several hours to come, it looks like.
You know, and if you're having trouble finding your way around during daylight, now that it's nighttime, Charles, that makes it even worse.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it's hard to tell somebody else, but sometimes when you get in those situations, you can't find a way out rather than trying to force your way in maybe not the best situation. As inconvenient as it is, it's probably better just to hunker down somewhere, you know, rather than finding yourself in a situation that you didn't want to be in later.
Have you found that a lot of people were traveling today? It seemed like today would have been one of those days where you would have hoped a lot of people just stayed home.
Well, interesting enough, there was a big concert issue here in Palm Springs last night that went late into the night. And I was talking to a police officer yesterday. He said, we've got lots of people in town. Because I said, well, at least it's a Sunday. He said, we've got lots of people in town that are going to be, you know, leaving on Sunday. So you had some events and they didn't cancel them since, you know, you didn't really have the issue yesterday. And so, but it did put people in a travel situation today, unfortunately.
Yeah, all these things that just complicate, you know, matters, especially when you've got tropical weather like this rolling in. I know you've covered a few of these events before, Charles, as far as tropical storms go. They can be really moisture laden. Does this compare to any other, say, tropical storm strength event that you've covered before?
You know, it is interesting, Mike, as you know, it's not uncommon for a quote-unquote just a tropical storm to dump copious amounts of water and have flooding be the major issue. And so, you know, some of those along the Gulf Coast that I've covered, I remember in Panama City, I can't remember which one it was, a couple of years ago, you had some inland flooding and unfortunately fatalities from that. And it was either maybe a Cat 1 or a tropical storm when it made landfall there. And it rained a bunch, and inland flash flooding can be a big problem many times. Yeah,
it really can. And sometimes we get really caught up in, you know, the category, right, or how much it's weakened or whatnot. But sometimes then the effects are already baked in, right? And especially now, you know, you make a good point, you know, Charles. You talk about some of the Gulf Coast states where we can get 5, 6, 7 inches of rain in a day, and it doesn't cause flooding because we have sandy soil or you know, the drainage systems are really good. That's not necessarily the case where you are.
No, it's total different situation. This is my first time to cover a tropical storm in California, along with everybody else, since it happened 84 years ago. So it's a new one for me and for everybody around here to have this kind of rainfall coming in.
Yeah, just a very, very rare event for sure. Not unprecedented, but quite rare. Charles Peak, we appreciate your time this evening. Charles joining us from Palm Springs right now. And of course, we hope you can stay with the Weather Channel. We have live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary for you. Team of meteorologists spread out, giving you every angle of this historic storm. And our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, joins us next as well.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You're looking at video from just a few minutes ago from Ventura County, the fire department out there trying to rescue folks using helicopters at night. This is along the Santa Clara River. Now, the Santa Clara River runs north of Thousand Oaks and Moore Park and then runs down towards the Pacific. So we're not exactly sure where this is in that part of Ventura County, but it is the eastern part of Ventura County. You know, the 101 goes out through Thousand Oaks from the valley, and then you're out there in those hills. And again, that's the issue tonight. It's been mainly these areas near mountains and hills where you have the gravity and the water coming down the hillsides. And we've had totals out there of 4 to 5 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain for any time of the year, and especially in August. Now, that doesn't affect the flooding issues per se, but it just doesn't often rain this much in this short a time, and you always have some kind of issues. Not only there, but here, we're in the valley. Well, not in the valley, we're in the foothills above San Bernardino and that valley area, near the foot of the mountains that go up to 11,500 feet. So that water's rushing down the hillsides. And up there at Forest Falls, that's the town, Forest Falls. They've had mudslides and road closures. Not surprising, they're at 6,000 feet. Here in these areas, we've had upwards of 2 to 2.5 inches of rain. We're still getting some water running down the street here. We saw that earlier here on Yucaipa Boulevard, and that is going to continue as long as the rain continues to fall. Meanwhile, a lot of rain today out in the desert areas, including Palm Springs, and that's where our very own Jen Corfagno was reporting from
California. And that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. I asked her how concerned she was about mudslides or landslides happening, and here's what she had to say.
That's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? and it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geometry bridges, but we're still a few years out.
Yeah. And even after the rain ends, we still really need to be vigilant. It's possible that there could be some water that still needs to move down the mountains, and that can cause some concerns of either water or debris flowing over some roads, even after the rain stops here. So certainly people need to be on guard getting into Monday, and schools are in session here. It'll definitely be a wait and see to see if they're able to host classes. We'll see what the roads are like.
And, Jen, we can tell you that the LA United School District, they have thrown in the towel tomorrow. Yep, no schools in Los Angeles tomorrow for the Unified School District. Meanwhile, back here in San Bernardino County, the rain's still coming down, still running down the street here. We've had wind gusts 35 to 40 miles an hour. The highest gust we've seen has been 84 miles an hour on a mountaintop in San Diego County. The name escapes me right now, but again, any winds above 50, 55 miles an hour have been pretty much relegated to mountaintops where few, if any, people live. Flash flood warning till at least 12:30 in the morning, Dr. Nab, as the rain continues out here. Palm Springs, by the way, now up to 2.66 inches of rain. That's more than half their annual total, and a lot of that fell in about 2 hours this afternoon. High temperature, get this, 79 degrees. That's almost unheard of in the summertime in the desert. This is what it takes, a tropical storm, to keep that temperature down with no sunshine at all.
Yeah, so in order to get a cool day, we have to inherit the dangers of the flooding, and those dangers are going to last all night long. We've got flash flood warnings in Los Angeles and west and north of town that go till 3 in the morning. Those could get extended. So let's look at where those warnings are in effect. We've got them out all the way into Ventura County, and that includes Oxnard and Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks. And then in Los Angeles and going north of town into the mountains, that warning goes till 3 a.m. as well. And some of the most recent reports, vehicles stuck in water in a couple locations in Burbank. A rock fell on a car on the Pacific Coast Highway at Point Magoo, and we've got vehicles stranded in Azusa. It's a dangerous night ahead.
Welcome back. We're out here in the Inland Empire, well east of downtown LA, but the entire Southland has been dealing with flash flooding. Serious flash flooding ongoing in parts of LA and Ventura counties. We've got the helicopters up near the Santa Clara River out there in the Ventura County area, the eastern part of the county, as you leave Thousand Oaks and head in that direction above Moore Park. They're out there searching for folks. There have been water rescues out there by the fire department, all because of Hilary, which is moving very quickly north at nearly 30 miles an hour. That is going to be certainly a positive, because slow-moving tropical systems can dump a lot more rain. So even though it's dumping a lot of rain, we've had some mountaintops with over 8 inches, and even parts of LA County with 5 inches up in the hills there above Malibu. We're not going to get the amounts we would get if this thing was, say, moving at 5 or 10 miles an hour. That would be really catastrophic, not only here, but anywhere. We've seen depressions, that slow down, and you can get 30, 40 inches of rain. So with that said, we do have issues out in Palm Springs today. We had flash flooding. We've got some video to show you from Palm Springs. They've had 2 2/3 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain, considering they have about 4.5 for the entire year. And you can see what it leads to. The flash flooding, roadways, they had warnings up most of the afternoon into early this evening. The rain has backed off there for now. The past hour or so, they've had less than 1/4 of an inch of rain. So that's good news. That gives a chance for the flash flood waters to recede. That's the advantage. If you get an inch of rain and then it stops for an hour or so, it gives the drainage system a chance to catch up. But a long way to go. Overnight hours, flash flood warnings now until 3 a.m. out in those areas of LA and Ventura County. Here in San Bernardino County, in what they say the historic town of Yucaipa, We have a flash flood warning until 12:30 in the morning. This is all going to race out of here, fortunately, and then tomorrow the sun comes back out. And it will be a relatively mild day for many areas, cooler than average. And then by Wednesday, I should say by Tuesday, Dr. Dad, the temperatures get back to the 90s and the triple digits. But big concern still tonight in those areas west of downtown LA where they have been pummeled over the past 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, and funny you should use that word because a car got pummeled by a falling rock there near Point Magoo. You know, so literally and figuratively we are dealing with that, and it's not just about water. With the terrain, we can get mudslides and rocks and boulders coming down onto roads and onto vehicles. So still have a large area under flash flood warnings, all the way from this flood advisory in Las Vegas, all the way to the coast here in the Los Angeles area, and even all the way down to the Mexico border still have flood warnings up. So let's look at the metro Los Angeles area here in Ventura County and in LA proper, going north into the San Gabriel Mountains up to Lancaster. Flash flood warnings with a considerable threat at night, which adds a little bit more danger, goes till 3 a.m. Pacific at least. They've had to extend these a couple of times. Here are some of the most recent reports right there near downtown LA in Burbank. Couple of instances of vehicles getting stuck on water, one on I-5 near Lankershim Boulevard and one at Highway 101 near Moorpark Street. And then here's that report near Point Magoo of a rock falling on a car. Don't know any more details than that, but that shows you what can happen if you're out on the roads. It might encounter more than just water. And then in Westlake Village, where they did have rocks covering the road earlier, now they got flooding on Highway 101 on-ramp from Westlake Boulevard. Please stay off the roads tonight if at all possible. It's just too risky, especially at night. Let's go northeast of LA. Here's Barstow and San Bernardino County. Considerable threat on this warning till 11 p.m. And we've had fast-moving water across the roadway at Fort Irwin Road and Interstate 15. So traveling between Los Angeles and Vegas could run into some significant troubles. And how often do we have a flash flood warning in Death Valley? Not very often, but we do right now, and that is right on the edge there on the state border. And Las Vegas has had some intermittent, brief, heavy showers to the point where they've got a flood advisory until midnight there, and there's more just near Mount Charleston, so could have some isolated trouble on the roads there. Now, Hilary is caught between the big ridge over the middle of the country and this trough off California. That's why it's being accelerated northward. And it is going to lose the definition of the low-level center by tomorrow morning. But there's going to be plenty of moisture moving northward overnight tonight, all the way up into Oregon and Idaho and Montana. So we have the flash flood risk overnight tonight, but we've also got it tomorrow night into Tuesday morning, along with a high wind warning. Those high elevation areas could be impacted by the mid-level center of Hilary.
Well, across Southern California, it's been flooding and now dealing with situations like this, including rocks and mudslides. This in Ocotillo, California. And this is the risk we run. Sometimes we have roads that go right through some of these canyons, or you got rocky cliff sides, and sometimes that water just gets in between all the cracks and crevices, and next thing you know, those rocks are tumbling downhill. Then a look at some of the conditions across some other highways in Southern California. I want to take you right now live to 215 Devore Heights here. Hardly any cars on the road. This is exactly what we love to see. Hopefully everyone has stayed home tonight. I know it's getting late now, but still, we're a driving community here in Southern California, and so seeing no cars on the roads is great. Now, 15 near San Clemente, California, and show you what's happening here. Same thing, just a few cars, but there's not a lot of traffic, although I do see some, it's still raining. There's still some splashes coming up from the car, so watch for some hydroplaning. You watch your speed, because if you're going just a little bit too fast and at one point you encounter some ponding, you're going to end up losing traction because the rubber of your tires is not making contact with the road any longer, and you're basically just a boat out on the roads. And then our Charles Peak, he's been in places like Cathedral Hills. He's been in Palm Springs for us this evening. He's showing us the conditions right now. And one of these dry arroyos has certainly filled up with water, and you can see that it's rapids right now, Charles. So tell us about the situation that you've been observing here about the last hour or so.
Yeah, Mike, this is one of the roads coming into Palm Springs from Interstate 10. Interstate 10 would be just to my the east here. And this is cutting off access to the town from it. This is a 4-lane, really a 5-lane with your middle turn lane. So it's a major highway here, but this obviously normally would be dry, and it's got probably for about half a mile across this rapids going across it, and it's just needless to say, nobody could drive through it, and so law enforcement have it shut off, just making sure somebody doesn't accidentally do it or try to go around barricades, which unfortunately happens sometimes, but they're making sure that doesn't happen, trying to keep everybody safe out here.
And Charles, if you could give us a bit of a lay of the land here, because we're in a valley, right? But some of the water that we may end up seeing, after a lot of the rain has ended, could be coming down, draining down from the mountains.
Mike, that's exactly what happened. Just a little to my south in Palm Desert. I was there earlier this afternoon, and they had just a downpour come there, and one of those dry roars it filled up in a matter of about an hour and just almost rushing over the road there. When I came up here to Palm Springs and came to this location, there was very little water coming across. There was a little bit, but not much. But since then, because of the additional rainfall in the mountains and the amount of time it takes to flow down to this location, it now is what we're seeing. I'm guessing, I've never covered storms here before, Mike, but I'm thinking it may even get worse overnight as additional rains fall into the mountains and all that starts flowing down. The mayor here in Palm Springs told Jen Carfagno earlier that it does take a while for all that to flow through and get out of the area.
Charles, is that water moving faster than when you originally came upon it? And that can pose such a danger. Even if it's not a lot of water and you try to drive through that could carry your car away.
Absolutely. It would carry your car away if you tried to flow through it. It's flowing that fast. It's a little hard to tell, Mike. When I went back down there the last time, it did look to be flowing a little faster, but I put a rock, like we do a lot of times to see if it's coming up or going down. And at that point in time, it had not come any closer up the road. So it hadn't gone up or gone down any at that point in time.
Charles, appreciate your time this evening. Know you spent a long day there covering, different areas, kind of, logistically, it can be a nightmare, that's for sure, but really appreciate your time. I'm glad you've been very safe. Let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, for a little bit more on this, because as he showed us, the water's getting worse there, even though the rainfall rates might be coming down in some spots.
Yeah, it doesn't have to rain hard where you live or where you're driving to have a life-threatening flash flood come roaring through after the water comes downstream.
That could catch a lot of people by surprise, because it kind of goes against how you would normally think, right?
Right. You got to think about the volume of water that's falling in this area of complex terrain, and it doesn't have the water that kills you in a flood doesn't have to fall from the sky where you die, right? So you want to realize that water can collect from rain that fell over many, many square miles and come rushing down through your town. So we got to be off the roads tonight. That is the most important thing we can possibly do in these flash flood warning areas, with a considerable threat that goes way past midnight. So floods are always more dangerous at night. Ventura County, the core of Los Angeles, up northward into the mountains. And we've had Westlake Village flooding on Highway 101. The rock fell on the car near Point Magoo. And look at here, right in Hollywood, vehicle stuck in the water on Highway 101 and Universal Studios Boulevard. So it's happening in mountains, it's happening in cities. And then San Bernardino up to Victorville, you've got your warning until 11:30. And then here is the flash flood warning for the El Dorado fire burn scar. So fires are still contributing to flooding going on. Flooding still a risk in Palm Springs.
Want luxury hair repair that doesn't cost $50? Pantene's Pro Vitamin formula repairs hair, as well as the leading luxury bonding treatment for softness and resilience without the price tag. If you know it's Pantene.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Subway is now slicing their deli meats fresh. That's why the new Titan Turkey is preferred by this football pro. and preferred by this football pro who actually uses her feet.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. I use my feet. Have you seen me scramble?
Heading on a family trip?
Nah, sorry, son. Prices are crazy.
Aw, use Priceline. They have package deals no one else has.
We can do it.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Get up to $1,000 bonus cash on the 2023 Tucson or Santa Fe, plus 3.29% APR. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
I purchased a house and was told that it was cleaned, and it wasn't.
And right away, I knew there was a problem because it was leaking.
And we have a gate that doesn't open.
I went to Angie.
And I typed in water heater.
Cleaners. Garage.
Interior painting.
I type in crown molding.
Exterior painting.
For whatever project you need, there's an option.
I still walk in my house, and I'm like, wow, this is gorgeous.
Got a home project? Get started at Angie.com today.
Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. With Astapro's unbeatably fast allergy relief, you can Astapro and go.
This is Kathy. She's about to see her dentist. She's afraid. Not because of the drill, but because of the bill. A big bill. But Kathy doesn't need to be afraid, and neither do you, thanks to affordable dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company. It's easy to get this coverage. Don't believe me? Call or go online for all the details. You could even have this free information kit. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance. It helps pay for over 400 procedures. That's a lot. I'm talking cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures. Bottom line, you'll have help paying for routine care and expensive major work. But if you want deductibles, forget it. There aren't any. No annual maximum either. Plus, you can see any dentist you want. Stop fearing the big bill. Start saving at the dentist. Call now or go to sendinfokit.com.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
New video to show you out of San Bernardino, California. And how about this? This is a scary sight, isn't it? Look at this mud flow just going right down the road here, just finding its own route. How awful is that? But this is the kind of scene, Dr. Knapp, it's being repeated time and time again in California.
Yeah, we talk about usually with flooding, water-covered roads, but the water is taking out roads. It's bringing rocks and boulders down onto roads. This is a lot more than just about water itself.
It will eventually lead to a significant cleanup to be done. We do want to take you to San Bernardino County. Let's go to the town of Yucaipa with meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike, you've been showing us just how bad it's been there, and the rain continues.
Yes, it does. It has backed off a little bit for now, but we've got more moving in. Another few hours or so. By sunrise, this will all be out of here, and then we're going to have a nice sunny afternoon tomorrow here across Southern California. In the meantime, we've had some flash flooding, mudslides up in the town of Forest Falls. That's one of those towns that was under those evacuation orders. It's a warning, I should say, but it doesn't mean you have to go. It's certainly based on what you feel you're comfortable doing. And we just heard of a neighborhood about 1.5 miles from here where they're telling people to leave now. So we're going to find out what that's all about. But again, it's all about the water and gravity. Something we don't have a lot of back east are the mountains and hills in many areas where we have flash flooding. And so we don't have the added component. Certainly out here we have big mountains. So, you know, we're talking about the San Bernardino Mountains here, the highest peak, 11,500 feet. So you have a steep grade and the water just comes rushing down and it eats away at the hillsides. We've also got the burn scar up above where we are from that El Dorado fire from almost 3 years ago. So that kind of denudes the hillsides, doesn't have anything, they don't have anything to hold in the soil and the rocks, and the force of the water, very strong, just pushes that down, and that's what we've seen up in Forest Falls. So the flash flood warning will continue here in Riverside, I should say, in San Bernardino County. They extended it till 12:30 in the morning. We'll see if there's a further extension, but with Hilary moving so quickly, that is a godsend, Dr. Knapp, because otherwise we'd be looking at even more rainfall. So the fact that it's moving almost 30 miles an hour does at least cut down on the rainfall totals. But for Southern California, in some places, they've never had rain on August 20th, going back 70, 80 years. And today they had 2 inches of rain. It's very unusual to get rainfall here in August, and it takes a tropical system, generally speaking, to get this kind of weather and keep the temperatures this chilly in the summertime.
Yeah, Mike, if we ever had a stalled tropical system over Southern California, I don't even want to think about what happened. It is a good thing that this is moving.
It'd be catastrophic. Not that this isn't bad in and of itself.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you very much for the update there. All right, so we've got a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm that's come into Southern California, but that's clearly not the only thing we're watching. The Atlantic Basin has come alive.
Yeah, we've had a trifecta, a hat trick. In the last half of a day, we've had the formation of Emily, Franklin, and Gert. Now, they're not all going to last very long. In fact, Gert is barely going to last longer than its 4-letter name. It's going to be really, really short-lived, but they had some satellite wind data that showed that that was a tropical storm. So we've got a lot of different storms, and they're all going to have very different futures, but they're all connected to the same overall large-scale pattern. I think Franklin has the most impactful, longest life of anything on the map in the Atlantic Basin.
There are different things to watch, including how the thing in the Gulf of Mexico is connected to the thing down in the Pacific, how everything then is connected to Hilary and the high pressure. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, and this is the big steering wheel of it all. This big high pressure that's going to bring the heat to much of the middle of the country. It's sending Hilary northward, and it's going to send this Gulf system fairly quickly off to the west. And that's why it's only got a 2-day development area, because in a couple of days, it'll be over land over Texas and Mexico.
But high odds of formation here.
Yeah.
So in Texas, we need to be heads up. Likely Tuesday is the day we need to watch for.
Yeah, in early Tuesday, because this ridge is going to steer, the low-level spin represented by the colors there pretty quickly to the west, such that it's on the coast by Tuesday morning, and then it's moving inland. So tomorrow's the preparation day for what I think will be mostly beneficial rainfall.
Yeah, how often do we say that? Very rarely, right?
And then we got to the basin's lighting up in all kinds of places over the next week or so. So we got this is what could be what becomes of Franklin. So we don't know where that's going to go relative to the continental U.S. A lot of it has to do with this big trough over the northern part of the U.S. All of these systems should stay away from the continental U.S. for the next several days, but I don't know if Franklin is going to permanently stay away. We got to watch that one closely after it impacts impacts the islands.
It may just bring some showery weather to Puerto Rico, you think?
Yeah, but Hispaniola might take a bigger hit.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you. And thank you for joining us here for our live coverage of Tropical Storm Hilary. 45-mile tropical storm right now. Have a safe evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Our continuing coverage begins at the top of the hour.
All right, the West Coast continuing to unravel with significant flooding. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic, and alongside meteorologist Todd Bork, and it is a rare tropical storm rolling over Southern California right now. Heavy rainfall triggering flash flood warnings. There's been rock slides, mudslides, water covering roadways, anything you can imagine that we would get from a heavy rain event. Flooding, fueling these nightmare scenes on roads across Southern California. Cars trapped in knee-high water. Water rescues and wrecks on rain-soaked interstates. Hilary's dangerous deluge of heavy rain is prompting flash flood warnings even in Los Angeles.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Bork, and boy, I tell you what, this has just been one of those days that if you're thinking, let's say, the first name system that will be impacting the United States, well, once again, the second year in a row, we actually have to look at the West Coast for this to happen. Tropical Storm Hilary, the latest advisory that came out at 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 45-mile-an-hour winds, still a tropical storm. It continues the weekend, but the damage is being done right now, and is all due to just the amount of heavy rainfall and where all that water is going. We're talking about a very big area that has a lot of topography, and with that causing some issues as far as flash flooding going. We still have some tropical storm warnings in around really all of Southern California, but the big story is all about the rain. Look at all these flash flood warnings. Every one of these little polygons you see is a flash flood warning, and basically encompasses all of the LA basin, basically from LA County all the way up. Now starting to see areas farther to the north and northwest over toward Kern County into parts of the desert, even Las Vegas now starting to see some flash flooding. Let me just show you some of the numbers we're seeing. Look at the amount of rain, the heaviest rain amounts that we've seen so far, basically in the northern parts of LA County. Some of the hardest hit areas right here, Ventura County and western LA County, where we've seen a lot of rain, short period of time. Ventura County from Oxnard and Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks, a considerable threat tag here, where we have just seen a lot of high water and a lot of water that's funneling down from some of the higher elevations. One of the reasons why that we are dealing with the flash flooding, even though the rain has ended in places like Oxnard, that's where the National Weather Service is in LA. It is still going to have to be underwater for quite some time. A little bit farther off to the east of there, also parts of LA County. Notice again, LA proper is not necessarily under the rain, but places like Santa Clarita up toward Cannon Country. This is where we're seeing the heaviest rain still continue to fall along in north of the 210 area and just north of the San Gabriel Mountains. Look at the amount of rain here again, just to the north of San Bernardino. San Bernardino County is looking at a considerable threat tag until 11:30. Local time, and then down toward Palm Springs, Riverside County under a flash flood warning as well. Considerable threat tag. You get the picture. A lot of rain, even if it's already fallen. We are still seeing that high water out there, and just some of the numbers we've seen over the last 24 hours. Remember, this is an area living in California. We don't see a lot of rain, particularly in the month of August, and we're looking at some places that are seeing more rain in really one day than they may end up seeing in the entire year, particularly into Palm Springs. Look at some of these numbers, though. 5.9, 6.1 inches of rain just in the last 24 hours. And with all the topography, that rain has to come down somewhere. The local storm reports stretch all the way from the U.S.-Mexican border all the way up through Nevada. And starting to see that rain also falling into Las Vegas. So this is a really, really tough situation, Ray. And some of the reports here, look at this. Vehicle stuck in water on I-5 near Lancashire Boulevard, also toward Point Magoo. Look at this, Ray. Rock fell on a car on the Pacific Coast Highway. Just by looking at it, hopefully there's no one that was in that car, but you're starting to see what happens when you have weakened land where all that rain, you see mudslides, and that's going to be causing some bigger issues. So a very dangerous situation, even though the rain does end, Ray. A lot of problems going to still be out there.
Yeah, we'll see more in terms of inland flooding as this hurricane, now tropical storm, and eventually depression, Hilary, tracks inland, triggering multiple water rescues. This took place yesterday, Cathedral City, California. which is in the Palm Springs area. Look at that. We've got water up to the wheel wells, vehicles submerged to their bumpers in some cases, and the rescue crews on the scene towing cars to safety. About 3 inches of rain has fallen there. And, Tal, we talk about these amounts, and for another part of the country, let's say like South Florida, 2-3 inches of rain doesn't sound like a lot, but it's about where you are and also what the impacts are, especially because of the geography or the topography of the land.
And that's the big problem, Ray, because again, unlike a lot of systems you see, let's say in Florida or in Texas, where you're dealing with a very flat area. So again, a lot of rain can inundate these areas. But the problem is here in Southern California, you just have a lot of mountains. So even though you may see 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, it falls everywhere. But even when it falls on the mountaintop, it's got to come down. And that's where we run into a problem with the amount of flash flooding we're seeing. So again, still widespread areas with the tropical storm warnings. That's really due to the winds, but I'm more concerned about this. Now notice over toward Oceanside in Orange County south along I-5, even over toward Long Beach and South Bay, even over in here in South Bay, these areas no longer under flash flood warnings. It's really everywhere off to the north of there. That's where we're causing issues. So really the I-10 corridor northward, where we're seeing a lot of the heavy rain. You can still see some of the heavier batches just the north of Riverside for right now. So let's just take this a little hour by hour for Palm Springs. They've already broke a record, daily record for the amount of rain. In fact, seen almost half the amount of rain in Palm Springs in one day than we normally see throughout the course of the year. Notice the rain begins to taper off during the early morning hours here on the Monday, and by the time we hit Monday afternoon, we're going to be dry. The sunshine will be breaking back out. Same type of thing really for Los Angeles and really all of LA County. Still a couple passing showers, still could exacerbate some of the flash flooding issues here. But by the time we hit late morning on Monday, more so into Monday afternoon, watch what happens. We start seeing things begin to dry out here. And don't let your guard down here in Las Vegas. Took a little while, but we're starting to see things moisten up a bit. Still a couple of passing showers there. Had a flood advisory. And now just notice a new flash flood warning out there for Clark County, Nevada. So at least for now, Las Vegas starting to see the rain starting to come our way, Ray, and it's just fascinating. You and I, anytime you and I work these shows, the 1 to 5 a.m.,
right.
Landfalling storm somewhere in the United States, and normally we're talking anywhere from the Gulf Coast up along the East Coast. It's the first time I've done this for the West Coast.
Yeah, and the messaging's still the same because now
absolutely.
with the tropical system coming inland flooding becomes one of the greatest threats. And in Nevada, there, the first time they've had a high risk issued for the state for flooding from the WPC. So reality's starting to settle in now too, Todd, with some of this heavy rain. And more of that heavy rainfall as the center of Tropical Storm Hilary continues to move north. Not really concentrating on the center, but in and around the center of where it goes, which the forecast usually takes it right up the middle of that. We will feel and have already felt impacts on the east side with a heavy rainfall, and even on the west side, there's been some rain and thunderstorms, and that's why we've got the flood watches. Now, the watches are in place for the potential for flooding. When you get the warnings and the advisories like we do out across Southern California, that means take action. And taking action means in all these flood warnings that it's seeking higher ground and now starting to get that heavy rain in and west of Las Vegas where you could see the potential for flooding ramping up. Same thing as we go through the day. Watch what the model thinks is going to be happening. In the western parts of the state of Nevada, you can see that rain coming through and heavy rainfall pushing north. It does weaken in intensity and coverage just a little bit, but that doesn't mean there won't be impacts here. Even here in southeastern parts of Oregon and in through Idaho and Montana, you could also get in on some of the action, and some of that action could include heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds, even as we head on through Tuesday afternoon. Leftovers here now through Utah, getting into Wyoming, and these are some areas that really haven't seen much rain of late, but possible flooding in all these areas from Missoula to Boise, down toward Reno and Vegas, Cedar City, Flagstaff, maybe even Phoenix. If you are in and around any of these towns or cities, at least know what your plan of action is going to be. If you do get an advisory or a warning, know where you need to go and know how to keep yourself, your family, and your property safe. Further north Tuesday now, Helena 86, you stay east of the rain, but Yellowstone's a PM rain, Boise thunderstorms, locally heavier downpours. You should escape it up here in Seattle and Portland, but that rain out near Boise could be heavy at times. And still to come from this point forward, how much rain are we anticipating? Well, up to an inch precipitation. Some of these areas here, maybe 1 to 2 inches. As you get further north in western Idaho and getting into northeastern Oregon, some of this rainfall, again, could be locally higher. Some will be less, but heavy rain nonetheless, and certainly going to be some impact if you happen to hit some of the heavier downpours. Further south, might not get the heaviest of the rainfall because, again, down here in Southern California, we're starting to see what's left of Hilary pull north. And as it does, we'll watch that rainfall continue to push away. Todd?
Well, for now, the biggest problem here is what is happening in Santa Clarita. Hilary causing road closures in Santa Clarita. That's about 33 miles north of Los Angeles. Chunks of highways breaking away from swift-flowing water that is just moving through the area. See, look at that. That's the problem with moving water and the amount of damage that is going on there. Authorities are encouraging motorists to avoid the area as they remove debris. Over 5 inches fallen in some parts of Santa Clarita. So that is going to be an issue there. And again, notice how the rain is just very light around there, but you have a lot of sandstone in West Coast, and it's not going to take much in order to see some of that erosion and issues that go on there. So let's look at the flash flooding and notice that it's not only across parts of Southern California and the Southwest, but notice how just through tomorrow and into early on Tuesday, all this spreads as far north as now, well, parts of Oregon, Idaho, western Montana. That is where the remnants of Hilary will end up going as it really wraps itself around this big center of high pressure sitting right over the United States. One of the reasons why we're going to be dealing with temperatures around 100 degrees in many areas, at least the central part of the United States. Back here on the West Coast, waves of rain, so still some heavy rain in parts of Reno, at least for the rest of your Monday morning. By the time at the afternoon, maybe a spotty shower, rumble of thunder cannot be ruled out here or there, but for the most part, the longer duration rains have come to an end for Reno later in the day on Monday, particularly into Tuesday, as this system really races off north very quickly. Here we are at Boise, Idaho, and you're thinking, wow, we're in Boise. We don't need to worry about tropical systems. Well, yeah, true. It's not going to be a tropical system. The remnants will be coming your way, so this will certainly bring a lot of a tropical moisture your way. So it really gets going, unfortunately, right along the rush hour for your Monday morning here in Boise over toward Ontario, western parts of Oregon, or eastern parts of Oregon, and then becoming a little more spotty as we head through your Monday afternoon and early on Tuesday. Still a couple of passing showers into your Tuesday, but the bulk of the widespread heavier rains will be more in the day on Monday. A little bit farther off to the east here, Missoula, Montana, over toward the state capital in Helena. A couple of passing light showers early for you Monday morning, but things really begin to try and pick up a touch more as we head into your Monday night. Here we are on a Tuesday. A couple of passing showers once again into your Tuesday race. So for the most part, it's not going to just be a Southern California thing. I think the worst rains and the flash flooding will continue down south. But yeah, again, farther north, you're going to be dealing with some very heavy rain and a little bit of that tropical moisture coming away as far north, places like Missoula, Montana.
Yeah, and some of those impacts may be felt further north, but right now we concentrate on what we know now. Tropical storm Hilary at this hour has 22 million under tropical alerts, most of those in California, almost 30 million under flood alerts. And governors of California and Nevada have issued state of emergencies, and the Los Angeles Unified School District is closing schools on Monday. Certainly a good step there, as there's likely going to be water covering roadways, et cetera, et cetera. Meteorologist Mike Seidel in California, in San Bernardino County, and they're under a state of emergency.
We've already had reports tonight of mudslides up in Forest Falls. That's a town about 6,000 feet up in the San Bernardino Mountains. That's up in that direction. All the water is now running down through the Santa Ana River and other areas. In fact, here on Yucaipa Boulevard, we've had some localized flash flooding. Take you back to late this afternoon. You can see the water. It just comes out of the mountains and the hills and goes down due to gravity. And those are the areas of biggest concern across Southern California. Any areas below the mountains here in San Bernardino County, especially the mountains west of Los Angeles. We've had serious flooding and mudslides out there west of downtown LA from Malibu out towards Point Mugu. Meanwhile, the rain continues to pelt the area. Palm Springs has had over 2.5 inches of rain through the afternoon. That's more than half their annual average. And temperatures today, because of the rain and clouds, running way below average. Many spots in the deserts not getting out of the 70s. Hilary is moving very quickly, nearly 30 miles an hour out of the area. By tomorrow morning, the rain will be over with. Tomorrow afternoon, the sunshine is back up, and the cleanup can get underway here in Southern California. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, out in San Bernardino County.
That cleanup including not only cleaning up roads, but getting the power back on as power outages continuing to add up in California. This is the current almost 50,000 customers without power, and a customer is a household. So as we've gone through tonight, you could see that number continuing to go up, and let's hope it doesn't go up any further. We've still got some wind and rain to deal with. A lot of these are in through Del Norte with 12.5 thousand customers out. Riverside County, LA County, San Bernardino County, a few thousand customers without power. So let's hope that we can calm things down here shortly. And it looks like the worst of the rain is pushing north now out through Ventura County and in through some of the foothills here. And as you get into San Bernardino's and some of the valley locations, but further north, we're going to start to see the rain pick up even around Death Valley. We could have some problems with some of this rainfall, but look at all the storm reports. A lot of this is from flooding. We've had some wind reports, but 96 flash flood reports. Flood reports 15, heavy rain 45, wind damage 12, non-thunderstorm wind gusts 26. So from the actual area of low pressure, we've seen sustained winds causing some damage also. Rain over the last 24 hours, the bullseye here, right to the north in northern LA County, where some of the heaviest rain has fallen and some of the worst of the flooding.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And we have breaking news out of San Bernardino County. Shelter-in-place order for Forest Falls and residents of Oak Glen Road from Casablanca Street to Harris Road. There is an evacuation order that is going on there. So this is San Bernardino. The flash flood warning that is currently going on. And see, that's what's happening now is we are just starting to be inundated with rain. If you look at the overall picture, the rain actually is really dying down a bit. You can see again that shelter-in-place on the bottom of your screen there for San Bernardino County. This is going to be a very dangerous situation as well. We continue to see it. Even if the rain does seem to settle down, you're going to have to wait until the waters certainly do end up receding before things get going. Let me show you the bigger perspective here. And again, this is showing all of Southern California. Notice how things are a little bit lighter south of, let's say, the I-10 corridor. But for the most part, though, things are Still going to be bad, particularly here in Ventura County and the western parts of LA County. Ventura County, the county of Ventura, I got to make sure I pronounce that right. Considerable threat tag, and that does include Oxnard, Simi Valley, and Thousand Oaks. Again, notice the rain has tapered off, but we still have the leftover precipitation, the leftover high water that is from this. And then just off to the east of that, it does include Santa Clarita, as well as Cannon Country. That's for Los Angeles County, Glendale, Los Angeles, Santa Clarita. Considerable threat tag here for the flash flood warning until 3 o'clock in the morning local time. Look at some of these storm reports here. Partial washout of Sand Canyon Road near Soledad Canyon Road in Canyon Country. That is due to the flash flooding in around Santa Clarita Valley area. And then Point Mugu, we keep bringing this up. This is one of the more significant storm reports here. A rock fell in a car on the PCH due to flash flooding. So this now we're starting to see the landslides that come out of this as well with the weakened hills and mountains that are around there. Farther off to the north, now we're starting to see the flash flood warnings extend into places like Kern County, here and around Ridgecrest, China Lake Acres and Ridgecrest. The flash flood warning in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, you can see over toward Bakersfield, we have another area here in Kern County, considerable threat tag. Some of the reports we're seeing for Ridgecrest itself, the recent storms brought excessive rain that has saturated the soil, creating erosion, instability. This is something we're seeing all really across the board. Farther to the south and east over into San Bernardino County and around the Victorville area, I-15 corridor, that considerable threat tag due to the heavy rain. You can see some of the rain just to the north of the San Gabriel Mountains. That is what is causing the high reflectivities there. And then around Riverside County, Cathedral City, this is where we actually had our very own Charles Peak spending a lot of time, and around Palm Springs, we are dealing with the flash flood warning also in effect there. Look at Palm Springs road closure from Landau Boulevard at Raymond Road, and also looking at 29 Palms. Split Rock between Buena Vista and Bagley is closed due to flooding. That's just one of many reports we are seeing here in Southern California. And the amount of rain we've seen just the last 24 hours, again, a lot of these places seeing rain amounts that we don't see, let alone in a day, but yet alone close to a year. We're approaching 5-6 inches of rain over the last 24 hours. Still a little bit more on the way. And then even when the rain ends, we still have to deal with the threat that comes out of this, because now we're going to have a lot of weakened roads and weakened areas where we've seen the amount of rain. These are all the storm reports, whether it is the rain amounts or wind. But look at that, Ray, 210 reports in around Southern California, most of which, a good half of which, is flash flooding and flooding. But again, seeing some non-thunderstorm wind damage out there as well.
Yeah, and some of that damage into San Diego and San Diego County, where we did have water running across roadways and heavy rainfall, and this fast-moving water in this flood channel just hours before the water didn't exist. So things happen quickly. That's why we do call it flash flooding. And it looks like, in terms of San Diego and San Diego County, surrounding counties around Riverside, and as you get into Imperial County, most of the rain coming out. But still, this tropical storm warning stays in place. So until that goes away, Hurricane Center thinking that conditions still could be a little nasty here as we head on through the coming hours. But as you look at radar, a lot of this rainfall in through San Diego County, and as you get into Imperial County here, and then notice up further toward the north in some of these flash flood warnings, you're at the foothills here of the mountains, so you're getting a little orographic lift, and that's likely why that rain is actually sitting there and just raining itself out, and thus this flash flood warning in place here northeast of Riverside, and some of that heavy rainfall continuing to be more in batches than anything else. So rounds of rain, but continuing with saturated ground to continue to see more flash flooding here through the late night and early morning hours, but eventually pulling away as we go through 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning on Interstate 10 and even on 15. Things should start getting a little bit drier, even around Los Angeles. Again, looking into the foothills, seeing some of that heavier rainfall. Still got a few more hours to go in isolated areas, Todd. Probably some more heavy rain.
And stay with the Weather Channel for live round-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We have a team of meteorologists spread out every corner of every angle of this historic storm like no one else. We'll be coming right back.
And just some of the images coming in from Hilary. Still a tropical storm with winds at 45 miles per hour. Thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage here through the overnight and early on Monday. The rain still coming down with a storm that's now moving north-northwest at 28 miles per hour. So seeing that forward speed continuing to be a little bit quicker than it was 24 hours ago certainly helps with the rainfall, but the damage done here with the flash flood warnings. I mean, flooding still imminent or is occurring in many spots. We've had rock slides and rocks across roadways, plenty of water across roadways, and even seeing some of this heavier rainfall push north now and get into areas just north of LA County and into Ventura County. But LA County right now, Glendale, Los Angeles, and Santa Clarita, considerable threat for flash flooding. The good news here, though, is that it looks like the rain is trying to let up just a bit, but still a threat there. Now, as we head north and we get into parts of Nevada, Clark, Nye counties, this is a considerable threat for flash flooding. Kind of right on the border here in Death Valley, too. You're seeing heavy rainfall, and that could lead to some bigger problems. And just west of Vegas, this is where some of the heaviest rain is falling and has fallen over the last 24 hours. You can see some of that rain has come into the 6-inch range, and that could be a possible new state record. So we'll have to see once we assess all the data and the rain stops where that ends up in the record books. But the future radar, what the model thinks is going to be happening as we head through the day, is that heavier rainfall, as forecast, is going to stay to the west of the city of Las Vegas. That does not mean you're out of the threat, especially early in the day, of flash flooding, but the better chance west and north. Gusty winds could get to tropical storm force. That's 39+ miles per hour. Notice here near Ludlow, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts as we head through tonight and early Monday morning. Even Las Vegas gets in and close to tropical storm force wind gusts. That's not sustained, and those winds should start to back off early Monday, and then through midday we're doing about 20 to 25. Late in the day the winds continue to back off as the low passes your latitude and heads further north and up into parts of the northwest and into western Montana and into parts of Wyoming. So a wind rain event, Todd. Luckily the wind's dying down. The rain should be less as it goes north, but still, as we head toward Vegas, flooding nonetheless.
And we do have new video in here from Las Vegas there. And again, you got to remember, we really haven't seen a lot of rain in Vegas, and yet what little we've seen so far, well, does this. Look at all that moving water that is just outside in Las Vegas there, one of our hotels. One thing I want to point out is that this is the Lincoln Motel. And one thing I want to point out, too, is notice the skies there, right? We're not dealing with any rain that's falling at the moment, but this is all the water that has been washing down from previous rain. And that is how dangerous it looks, as you have fast-moving water easily can knock a person off their feet. And if it's thick enough or if it's deep enough, especially when you're working away toward 2 feet, that can easily float a car as well. So that is why any type of flooding is dangerous, no matter where you are and whether it's raining or not. So here's bigger perspective here. Notice what is happening, right? So we have Hilary that is still centered over Southern California, but now we're starting to see a lot of moisture being spread farther off to north, actually combining with another system up to the south. But notice what's happening. The general trend is all the precipitation is riding up and around this gigantic ridge of high pressure out over the central parts of the United States. That's one of the reasons why Hilary took this path that it ended up doing. So it will continue to track northward at a decent pace. Now we have northern Nevada into eastern parts of Oregon. Idaho and western Montana will get in on the rain as early as tomorrow morning. Some of the heavy rain in around Burns, Oregon, and Boise, Idaho, and then eventually spreading into western Montana by the time we hit Monday afternoon. Notice it really begins to break up after that. It gets caught up with the jet stream and another system out there, but still some leftover spotty precipitation because, again, it's still dragging some moisture in from the Gulf of Mexico as well as the Gulf of California, as well as the Pacific Ocean. So still watch out for the possibility of flash flooding for a good part of the western states on the windward side of the Rocky Mountains. And you look at a place like Boise, 78 degrees forecast. That's for Tuesday. So again, we are looking ahead for the next couple of days. Yellowstone, a couple of rain showers as well. We're going to give you more on what is happening with Helena when we come back.
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Hilary. Certainly making impact with record rainfall, substantial flooding in many places, and multiple flood warnings still in effect here.
It's amazing that I think what little rain when you hit Southern California, how much of an issue that can be. And then when you have a lot of rain, when you're taking tropical moisture and dumping it in a place that normally does not get rain, especially this time of year, that's one of the reasons why you have a lot of problems here.
Yeah, and not that widespread. Usually when you have an atmospheric river, it's a little more concentrated.
Yes.
When you have monsoon moisture, a little more concentrated, even less than an atmospheric river. But this was an event where you had widespread rainfall covering a huge geographical area. And when you talk about some of these totals and you compare them to elsewhere in the country, you're kind of like, well, if this was a landfalling tropical system in Florida or on the East Coast or in the Gulf, you'd think 4 or 5 inches of rain wouldn't be all that bad. However, these totals in this part of the country exceeding 6 inches in some spots, pretty significant.
Yeah, the water actually has to funnel down somewhere. So if you're talking 2 inches of rain everywhere in Southern California, well, the higher elevations, it has to work its way on down. So a place like Los Angeles, this city center, Los Angeles, is this USC campus? So yeah, 2 inches of rain fell there. Palmdale, I mean, you are way up and down in the high desert there. More than 3.5 inches of rain that fell. Burbank, over 2.5 inches of rain.
Yeah, it's interesting here. You probably have got a little orographic lift too in the mountains.
San Gabriel Mountains,
San Gabriel's, and with the wind direction coming in from the east or from the west and the southwest, you get a little bit additional lift there and a little bit of extra moisture too. So some of that rain coming down heavy, and the problems will continue. Heard you mention it earlier. Even after the rain stops, all that water has to go somewhere.
Gravity takes over.
Continue to funnel down.
That's right. So again, these numbers just blowing away the records. But also, you're talking about some of these places. You're seeing the amount of rain, more rain than you're seeing really in about a year. This stat is amazing that Heather Zahn's put together about Palm Springs. Check this out. Average August rainfall, 0.14 of an inch. So that is not much at all. The average summer rainfall, 0.63, just over half inch. Look how much rain over the course of a year.
I know.
4.61 inches of rain. But look at the amount of rain we've seen so far today. Just shy of 3 inches. So that is, what, 63% of the amount of rain you normally see in a year. It fell in 24 hours.
Yeah, it's amazing. And these totals just continue to add up. And let's make this comparison. Palm Springs, California, 2.82 inches of rain on Sunday. That was 63% of your annual compared to New York City.
That's amazing. So in New York City, if New York City got the amount of rain, relatively speaking, that Palm Springs got, New York City would have had almost 19 inches of rain in one day.
In one day.
And again, now think about how, especially with New York City, where would that water go?
Right.
There's no, and that's a lot like what's happening out in California. There's not a lot of places for that water to end up going.
No, and these are
and
it's similar. All across Southern California, you get record rain of like an inch, and even I think Las Vegas had record rain yesterday. It was like almost 1/4 of an inch, and it was a record rain for the date. But that just gives you the differences and ideas of the climate in the West compared to the East and the southeastern U.S. And when you get, let's call it an unusual event, a tropical system coming inland and producing heavy rainfall, this is what you end up with. A lot of interesting facts.
And here's another good one here too. Take what we had in Palm Springs, again, 63% of the annual rainfall. And I love this stat too. Again, do the exact same thing in Miami. You throw in 42 inches of rain in one day. So that is like a Hurricane Harvey type of stat.
2.82. Miami does that in a thunderstorm. On any day.
That happened on Tuesday, right?
Right.
It's amazing how much that happens. But again, these are amazing stats there. So, and look what happens when you have a lot of rain here. This is some of the videos that we are seeing here. Massive boulders just blocking roads in Alatola, California, which is about 85 miles east of San Diego. Look at this, huge stones stacked up on the side of the highway as well. So authorities closing parts of the Interstate 8 following the road slides, and roads all around San Diego are just going to have to be closed as well, just because of the simple fact that we have scenes like this where we have just roads and mudslides and rocks that are now falling. And again, like we were just saying, even when the rain's done, some of these weakened hillsides, Ray, could bring more rocks and mudslides down that way as well.
Yeah, we went into even LA County. We did see some areas with water across roadways here in the evening hours yesterday. Look at the impacts as multiple vehicles stranded here in some of these flood waters. And this is exactly why we tell you do not cross water-covered roadways. This was North Hollywood. This area is still under a flood warning right now. Please stay off the roads as Hilary brings these heavy downpours and scenes like this. The good news is at least some of the heaviest rain trying to push out of Los Angeles County is still pushing into the foothills, but And that rain's still got to go somewhere. All that water's got to come downhill from the mountains, but still the flooding through Tuesday morning is going to be now north and east. As we head on through the coming days, that means the flash flood threat could get all the way up to the Canadian border. Even through parts of Montana, you could see some of this heavier rain and some flooding. Get into western Nevada here. You're looking at Carson City and Reno. Heavy rainfall. The future radar showing it. And as we go through the day Monday, still got patches of rain at times. I mean, the model's not exactly going to show you where the rain's going to be, but you get the idea. As we go further north, this is Idaho and into Oregon here. Some scattered showers around through the early morning hours with heavier rain on the way. As we go through mid-morning and midday, in the afternoon and evening hours, the rain should start to wind down. At times, though, through Tuesday, still some heavier showers. All right, here's the latest new advisory from the Hurricane Center on Hilary. Just in now, a minimal tropical storm with maximum sustained winds estimated at 40 miles per hour, pressure 1,003 millibars, and still moving north-northwest at 28. I don't think it's changed in its forward speed since our last update 3 hours ago, and we're still getting 3-hour updates here. The center located 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield in California. So our tropical storm now inland and moving well inland, but now we'll deal with the inland flooding, and that becomes the bigger threat now as it's been through the day and into the nighttime hours and now through the overnight as we get on the west coast. The heavy rain continuing to push north. Looks like it's starting to lessen up just a little bit, but it's rain nonetheless. Again, tropical storm Hilary, still a minimal tropical storm. And just a reminder, tropical storm winds start at 39 miles per hour. So continuing weakening phase of Hilary, and that's certainly a good thing, but impacts are still going to be felt and are being felt all across Southern California with the advisories and the warnings for flash flooding. Further north now, we're starting to see some of this rain, and as the future radar shows us into Nevada, that heavier rainfall on the western side of the state, basically splitting the state in half through early Monday. And then notice later during the morning hours, we see that heavier rain push north pretty quickly, but still, we've got moisture left over here, and that flow out of the south continuing to bring showers, thunderstorms into the western part of the U.S., and that's why we've got this flood threat. The flood threat will continue through Tuesday morning, even as far north as Montana and northern Idaho, may get into eastern Washington too. So what this means is that the potential for flooding in and around this area in green, the darker green representing where that greatest risk is. So Boise, Missoula, on into Reno, Las Vegas, you could see additional flooding. Widespread, probably not, but still it's there. Then Tuesday into Wednesday, Cedar City, down through parts of Utah. And then as we get up into the Pacific Northwest, some much needed rainfall. Hopefully we can keep the flood risk low, but the chances of rain are high, and we'll continue with that flood threat as we head on through the coming days here, watching for what could be some moisture coming in here from the south and moving north through the day today, Todd.
And right now, calm, hot night for some in the Gulf. Here's a live look at South Padre Island, Texas. I was there back in '91. Later today, you'll need a umbrella, some rain boots, and keep them really handy for the rest of the week. Tropical system will bring some much needed rainfall and thunderstorms to this drought-stricken city there, Ray. Again, amazing that we're talking about tropical system in Southern California before we start talking about one that will be impacting South Texas. But it's just amazing. Here we are, El Nino. Things were quiet.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, supposed to be quiet.
Climatologically.
Yeah, and it was a bit quiet early on. Then all of a sudden, the floodgates open, and now here we are. We have Tropical Storm Hilary that's already inland, and then look at what is happening out in the Atlantic Basin. We actually have five little waves, five little systems looking at. It's really going to be these two that are going to be catching our attention. But again, Tropical Storm Franklin's out there. Tropical Storm Gert, this is funny. This is going to be gone by, what, noon, you think, today?
Right, and you wake up, and if you're not paying attention over the weekend, all of a sudden it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
All out the door, yep.
And you're kind of like, okay, where do they all go? And, you know, right in the main development region, and almost right on time as we approach September 10th, the peak of the hurricane season in the Atlantic Basin.
So it really makes sense if you look at this climatologically. This is basically what it does look like, and the fact that we haven't had much growing for a good part of the season, it's just the sea surface temperature is just a cauldron of heat. So here's what we are looking at, the invest that is going to be plaguing parts of South Texas later on. Zooming right into this.
Yeah, and there's not much here. We're really looking for a closed circulation.
Not quite seeing it there, yeah.
So it could be a good thing as it goes on off toward the coast of Texas. There are places here that desperately need this rain.
Absolutely.
Kelly Cass and I will talk about this over the weekend. San Antonio's got like almost a 6.5-inch deficit for this year.
Yeah.
But you have to remember they're carrying a 20-plus inch deficit over from last year. There's a reset at the beginning of the year.
And when you deal with such dry ground, and then you got a big area of high pressure, the 600 decameter high that's overhead, that's one of the reasons why it's just going to be really hot this week. So look at these sea surface temperatures, 88-degree water temperatures. This is like jet fuel to types of storms that could try to brew here. So all we need is a little bit of a spin, right?
Yep.
Well, this is what National Hurricane Center is saying. Invest 91L.
Yep, it could. 70% now, was 50% over the weekend, and as it goes into that warm water, that's only one thing. You need low shear. There's been some dust, a little dust.
But that's been pushed away as well,
So you limit the shear. You've got the ocean water temperatures, and favorable over the next 2 days for development as it rolls toward the west.
And the good thing about this is that it's not going to be staying long enough, but it does look like the probability of tropical development is there. It is, so I would not be surprised we have at least a depression, maybe a named storm in the Gulf before it does make landfall late Monday, more so into Tuesday.
Flash flooding continuing out over Southern California and moving north and getting into western Nevada, and more rain pushing north as the rain continues from Hilary, now a minimal tropical storm. Meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside Todd Borick, and a rare tropical storm continuing to roll over Southern California. It is inland now. It's pummeling California with heavy rainfall, flooding still occurring, and some of that flooding fueling these nightmarish scenes in Los Angeles, around Victorville and San Diego. Cars trapped in knee-high water, water rescues and wrecks on rain-soaked interstates. Hilary's dangerous deluge of heavy rain is prompting flash flood warnings. Todd, in Los Angeles, where the rain is still coming down, but it does look like it's starting to weaken or lessen a bit and push to the north.
Yeah, the good thing about this, Ray, is that we are going to be seeing the end of the precipitation. In fact, for a lot of places here in Southern California, it's going to happen later on your Monday. I know this graphic looks a little different, but it's just showing, trying to show the path of the center circulation with Hilary. What ended up happening is that once Hilary made its way over to the some of the higher terrain, some of that circulation got broken up a little bit, and it looked like maybe there tried to be a little recirculation that happened around Los Angeles. So by the time we end up seeing the final path of Hilary, it's not going to make this jagged move like this. It's going to be a little bit smoother, but that's exactly what you're looking right now. So the latest numbers on Tropical Storm Hilary, 40-mile-an-hour winds, minimal tropical storm at this time, still moving northwest, racing along, look at that, north-northwest at a 28 miles an hour. So that's one of the reasons why we are seeing that circulation push farther off to the north. We still have some tropical storm warnings existing across parts of Southern California, so the gustiness will still be there at least through the rest of the morning, but I expect a lot of these to also be winding down as we head through the next couple of hours. The rainfall also, the heavy rain is also starting to let up a bit, but the problem is we are still seeing a widespread flash flood warnings. So even though the rain may end, does not mean the flash flood warning has come to an end. The two areas that really had the worst rain that we've seen, at least around the LA area, was Ventura County. 3 o'clock is the expiration time for flash flood warning here. Considerable threat tag, Oxnard, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks. So again, not seeing anything as far as rainfall there, but still some bad conditions. Los Angeles County, still looking at Glendale, Los Angeles, Santa Clarita, and around the Saugus area, as well as Canyon Country. We still have that considerable threat tag as well. And again, Ray, this rain is really tapering off a bit, but unfortunately, we still have the flash flood issues that are currently out there. So I'm just concerned that we're not quite done yet with seeing some of the landslides as some of these numbers. Look at here in Wrightwood, rainfall amount 6.2 inches in around that Mesonet station that ended up stating there. So in around the San Gabriel Mountains, so that orographic lifting played a role in that. But Ray, yeah, it's just going to be something where I think we're not going to be done yet with the mudslides and the flooding, even if the rain does end up tapering off.
Yeah, and with that heavy rain pushing north, the threat for flooding will continue to push north. And here's more of it in Cathedral City yesterday. People out on the roadways when, a lot of the local officials said it was probably a good day here just to stick inside and maybe just not try to get this. But look at pushing cars along here during the day on Sunday, now into the evening hours. The rain continuing to come away, but it does look like we will see more rainfall going north, and that flash flooding continue after almost 3 inches of rain has fallen across this area. So with the rainfall, Todd, it does look like we are going to see that flooding threat continue to head north.
Yep, and the farther north it ends up going, unfortunately, it's going to be something that I'm a little concerned about the amount of rain we could see in places like Boise, Idaho as well. So again, the flash flood warnings still out there. Tropical storm warnings from Hilary still exist for a good part of Southern California. Again, this is more about the winds and the wind gusts that come out there. And one thing I wanted to point to is that for all the rain, for everything we've seen here, there's one other event that ended up happening here around Southern California. We actually had an earthquake, 5.1 earthquake, about 4 miles southeast of Ojai. So on top of all the rain, on top of all the wind, we actually had an earthquake in Southern California. So it's just a rough day overall. So we still have the ongoing flash flood warnings continuing. The worst of it is basically from the 210 corridor on northwards. So Palm Springs, I-10 on north, that's where all the flash flood warnings do continue. But still some leftover rain from Palm Springs over to Indio. And for an area here, Palm Springs, notice a couple of batches of rain here and there for the next couple of hours. But notice things begin to dry out, or at least calm down a bit as far as the rainfall goes. By the time we hit dawn, maybe a leftover shower for San Bernardino. By the time we hit noon, we are done with the rain for places like Palm Springs. For the rest of the LA County and LA Basin, we're going to be seeing the on-again, off-again showers continuing, still exacerbating the flash flood issues through the rest of your Monday morning. By the time we hit in the afternoon, though, things really begin to taper off and look much better there. Now, for Las Vegas, had a flood advisory that is on the way right now. The heavier rain looks to stay a little bit farther off to your west over in the Death Valley, but we still have some bouts of heavy rainfall here and there in and around Las Vegas, into Lake Havasu City, and still a possibility for some of these wind gusts, 30, 35 miles an hour. So again, we are approaching and exceeding the tropical storm force wind gusts, particularly over into Mercury for the remainder of this morning, and then a little bit breezy as we head through the afternoon before eventually, Ray, things begin to wind down here in Las Vegas. But it's just amazing the amount of rain, the amount of wind we're seeing, and what it can do for a place like Southern California and the Southwest that doesn't get used to seeing rainfall, especially this much rain this widespread in a short period of time.
Yeah, and usually we'll talk elsewhere in the tropics this time of year about inland flooding, and Dr. Rick Knabb, our hurricane expert, always says it's inland flooding a lot of times of tropical systems that cause the most problems. And especially with damage and, fatalities, unfortunately, too. Luckily, we've kept those numbers, pretty low.
Because people really, when you are inland, maybe not thinking as much, hey, a tropical system could affect me. Absolutely.
Exactly. But it is, and it will continue to do so as Hilary makes its march north. It's picked up forward momentum, and that's a good thing. The bad thing is it's still a tropical storm, minimal tropical storm, but weakening early Monday morning to a 35-mile-per-hour depression, and still it's going to cause flash flooding. We really, at this point, don't pay as much attention to tropical storm depression, but we always look at impacts. So flood watches continuing to mean that in and around the watch area, the potential for flash flooding. So Cedar City, Las Vegas, even Flagstaff Flagstaff, you could get in on it. Probably leftover flood warnings and flash flooding here from water that's already fallen, but even a few thunderstorms that continue to develop in Southern California may bring additional flooding. As you can see on radar offshore, seeing a little bit more in the way of thunderstorm activity. Now we watch a future radar, what the guidance thinks is going to be happening through midnight and on into the early morning hours on Monday. Watching that rain come north, it goes east of Burns and Boise and Idaho and Oregon respectively, and some of that heavy rain even into western Montana through the afternoon Monday. But note, there's still some showers, thunder showers trying to blossom here out across parts of Nevada and down into Utah and even Arizona. So we'll have to be on the lookout for more flooding here. Widespread, probably not, especially further south you go, but further north we could see that threat be a little bit greater with some of this heavier rain coming in. So Boise thunderstorm 78. Helena, you may stay just to the east of the rain, 86 degrees. Seattle, Portland, no rain, but Logan and on here through Yellowstone, some afternoon showers, thunderstorms, and again, kind of on the fringe to where some of that flooding may be. Rain still to come. Notice we've got this little heavier spot here in northeastern Oregon and western Idaho, 1 to 2 inches, maybe some locally higher totals here. As you can see, there's a little bit of a yellow dot there. So some of those totals, if you get hit multiple times with these rounds of rain and thunderstorms, could be higher. And off to the west, northwest of Vegas here, up to an inch, maybe 2 inches of rain. And down in southern Utah, we are seeing around Cedar City and even north towards Salt Lake, maybe up to an inch in some spots. So still some heavy rain to come, but I don't think we'll start seeing anything in the way of these bonus totals further north. I think it does lessen a bit, and 6-inch plus totals are probably unlikely here, but certainly looking at what could be more flooding as you head further north.
We have a new dramatic video in from earlier in San Bernardino County. Look at this massive river of mud and debris, fast flowing and covering over this bridge. And again, this is what the danger is. Notice how we're barely looking at much in the way of rainfall, but this is all from rain and all from water that is falling from higher elevations, working its way farther south. Look how quickly things could turn for the worse as this debris flow and this mud begin to sweep its way over toward the bridge. That is why this is just such a very dangerous situation. Again, look at how quickly the water begins to rise and how fast this water begins to move. And even when we're looking at these great images and someone's standing here and taking the image, again, you just don't know what's going to happen with this water, how fast it's going to go, and how far it's going to end up rising, and how dangerous this is. But look how quickly things can turn. And that is why we keep talking about the life-threatening situation that continues to go on here in Southern California. So again, just a real tough situation that's out there, and it's going to continue through the rest of your Monday into your Tuesday. Now, notice the rain spreads farther off to the north. Ray covered this a little bit, but again, going as far north as Idaho and Missouri, in Montana, over toward Missoula, and that's when we're going to see some of the heavy rain that ends up moving there. Now, some of the high-res future radar, let's go to a place like Reno, Nevada. You're going to be seeing already, starting to see the heavier batches of rain move through, and that's going to continue through parts of the morning hours, tapering off a bit later on this morning, maybe a couple of spotty hit or miss showers and a rumble of thunder possibly into the afternoon hours into your Tuesday. But again, a lot of the heavy rain, at least here in Reno, really happening now and will happen through the rest of the morning. Farther off to the north, Boise, Idaho, you'll see a couple of passing showers. Some of the heavier rain in and around the really rush hour this morning. So be careful. Again, you're still dealing with the orographic lifting that could cause some flooding issues here. It does begin to taper off into your Monday afternoon into Tuesday, maybe a couple passing showers here and there. But again, remember, a lot of the rain that we end up seeing, anything we see afterward could still exacerbate some of the flooding problems here. And then shifting off to the east into western Montana, Missoula, and to Helena, a couple of passing showers for today. Maybe not as heavy as what we're going to be seeing over into Boise, but again, enough of these passing showers and maybe rumble thunder could cause some minor flooding issues here in western Montana. So it's just amazing how fast Ray, this moisture continues to stream on northward for the simple fact that we're talking today about Southern California and over into the deserts. And by the time we hit later on this afternoon, we're going to be talking places like Idaho and Montana dealing with the rain.
Yeah, and that rain hopefully not bringing any more additional problems. But here's what we know right now, and the problems continue to add up. With Tropical Storm Hilary at this hour, 22 million people still under some tropical alerts, almost 30 million under flood alerts. And the governors of California and Nevada have issued a state of emergency, and the Los Angeles Unified School District is closing schools on Monday. That's a good thing because we continue to watch not only the rain come down, but also additional flash flooding. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is in San Bernardino County, which is under a state of emergency.
There have been numerous flash flood warnings across Southern California on Sunday, and they continue through the overnight hours into Monday morning. The flood watches go into Monday morning, some even to lunchtime, but most of the rain will be over with by the time rush hour kicks in, and we've got sunshine returning in the afternoon. But with that rainfall totals of 3 to 5 inches in many of the lower elevations, that's caused road closures out through parts of Ventura and LA County. Just up above us in the San Bernardino Mountains below that burn scar in Forest Falls, they've had mudslides closing roads. Here in Yucaipa, we had flash flooding earlier. Take a look right behind me. The pictures from late this afternoon, the water rushing down the roadway, and that's what you deal with gravity through all these areas of Southern California. Below the mountains, you get the debris, the mud, and the flash flooding, and that's a continued threat into the early hours of Monday morning. So we'll keep you updated here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, out here east of LA in the Inland Empire in San Bernardino County.
And all the rain and the wind has caused power outages. And now we've eclipsed 50,000 customers here in California. That number is up from last hour by, I think, about just over 1,000. But you get the message that we're still seeing an increase in the amount of power outages and customers out. Del Norte County leading the way with 12,500 customers, Riverside 7,500. Down in LA County, about 4,000 customers, which represents a household without power. And the flood warnings continue here, widespread through Los Angeles, Ventura counties, even as you get inland in through the Inland Empire. The heavier rainfall in this next batch is getting ready to come in through Orange County, too. So I don't think we're quite out of the woods, even though the center of our tropical storm is not only weakened but pushed north of us, and that's why we don't concentrate just on the center. We want to see impacts in and around the center, which does include south. A tremendous amount of flood alerts and storm reports here that have come on in, even some wind alerts, but 96 flash flood reports, flood alerts, 15, heavy rain 45. Now, they're kind of all related one way or another, but look at the wind damage here. Non-thunderstorm wind damage 12 and non-thunderstorm wind gusts 26. So we've seen wind, rain, and some of this heavy rainfall once again into the foothills, was probably a little help here for orographic lift, but some of that heavier rain exceeding 5-6 inches in some spots. Notice on our graph up here, this is 5 inches. If you're in orange, and notice all these areas, San Bernardino County into LA County, into some heavily populated valley locations, seeing some of that heavier rainfall up near Lancaster also. Possible state tropical cyclone record here in Nevada for Bristlecone. Certainly going to see that record possibly broken for a tropical cyclone, and more heavy rainfall is on the way here in that part of the state. But some of these totals, look at this, 8.5 inches at Mount San Jacinto in California. Down the list here, Raywood Flats, 6.77 inches. So the heaviest totals have come in between about 6 and 8.5 inches. And for this part of the country, that is fairly significant. So the flooding will continue and push north here as we head on through the overnight and the early morning hours on Monday here in the West.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail of
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
And welcome back. Ongoing coverage of Tropical Storm Hilary as we continue to see the flash flood warnings in around Southern California, now spreading farther northward into center parts of the states and now into parts of Nevada as well. Ventura County, this is where the worst flash flooding had occurred early on, at least into LA County and Ventura County. Notice the rain has ended. But the flash flood warning continues for the next several hours as we still have the leftover water that is left there. So certainly do not let your guard down. That's why I want to point out some of these places because, yeah, the rain has certainly tapered off. But even in Los Angeles County, we still have the flash flood warning also in effect until 3 o'clock. Look at some of these rainfall totals in the last 24 hours. Over 6 inches of rain just to the east of Lancaster in around Santa Clarita Valley. Almost 6 inches of rain has also fallen here and in around western parts of LA County, about 4 inches of rain. And oh yeah, on top of this, right outside of Ojai, there was a 5.1 earthquake that also hit during the course of the day today. So it's just been a rough day overall in California. Some of the storm reports here, Val Verde roadway flooding on Old Road. That was right around Hillcrest Parkway. Is also a water rescue near Cosmos Drive. That was also due to some of the high water in Ventura County. Farther off north, Death Valley, Inyo and San Bernardino counties, flash flood warnings continue until 5 o'clock in the morning. So more of the heavy rain here. Notice in Las Vegas, you're actually under a flood advisory for right now. So no flash flood warnings at the moment for the city of Las Vegas, but just all around you, we have flash flood warnings. San Bernardino, including the city of Needles, flash flood warning until 2 o'clock. Down in around San Bernardino, we have that flash flood warning still in effect until 11:30. So this one's going to be winding down a little bit earlier than the other warnings I've showed. Same thing for Riverside. So the farther south you are, the earlier these flash flood warnings will begin to drop. But again, some dangerous conditions in and around Cathedral City. Look at Joshua Tree's local storm report here. A mud flow covering parts of La Contenta Road and in and around Alta Luma Road due to flash flooding. And also look at some of the higher elevations here. As a hurricane force wind gusts there. Again, that is at elevation, but just to show you that it was not only just a rain event, but certainly a wind event as well. So widespread rain amounts over the last 24 hours is showing you the bigger perspective here, but you can really see the bullseye in the northern parts of Los Angeles County over to parts of Ventura County, and then bigger perspective just showing all the local storm reports here, and now starting to spread farther northward. Over 200 storm reports in and around the area, and again, a lot of the thunderstorm warnings that are out there. I just want to show you the bigger perspective here that this is the look of the water vapor imagery. So this is where Hilary had started, but now it is working its way a little farther off to the north, and things are going to get a little bit worse as you can end up seeing, Ray, all that moisture stringing up and over this big ridge of high pressure. So that is why we're seeing places like Idaho and Montana getting in with some of this moisture later on today.
Yeah, moisture, Todd, that came out of Southern California and here in San Diego produced flowing water, not only across roadways, but through underpasses. This fast-moving water is in a flood channel just hours before. This water did not exist, so that's why we call it flash flooding. You go from dry to inundated in a short period of time, and things can happen quickly and will continue to happen quickly here as we head on through the late night now and into the early morning hours on Monday in the west. So Hilary's still a tropical storm and still having impacts. Tropical storm warnings stay in place. We've dropped with the latest advisories south of the border, any advisories for tropical storm, but they do spread through Southern California, LA County, in that San Diego County, up toward San Bernardino County, because we still have tropical storm conditions. Whether it's the rain often getting into parts of Palm Springs, or the rain coming into now and back into Orange County, and maybe even on into into San Diego and western Riverside County. It's one of the two or a combination of the both. Thus, we keep those tropical storm warnings for potential for tropical storm conditions. Now, you can see a little bit of a squeezing down of the rainfall, but still coming down nonetheless, just north of Palm Springs and near Riverside. So that's why we've still got the warnings in place, meaning flooding imminent or occurring. And in many cases here, we are seeing flooding still occurring. And the rain continues through the early morning hours on Monday, Palm Springs, San Bernardino, and north of that. And on the 10, as you get through Riverside, through 5 a.m., we could have some more locally heavy rainfall. But look, as we go through midnight, across Los Angeles and down toward Long Beach and into the hills and the Malibu Hills here, you've got more areas of heavier rainfall. So this could increase the flooding that's already occurring. You get into the foothills here and you get a little orographic lift, and all that water falling in the mountains does have to rush down. So we may be looking at more rock slides, potentially some debris flows too with some of the most recent burn scar areas. Rain tapering off as we go through the day on Monday. As we go further northwest of Las Vegas, heaviest rainfall maybe even into Death Valley and off toward Mercury as we go through early Monday, and some of that rainfall will continue to push on off toward the north. Well, stay with the Weather Channel for live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We have a team of meteorologists spread out to cover every angle of this historic storm.
My biggest concern is the rain, flash flooding, mudslides.
Stay inside wherever you are until it stops raining. If you have to get on the road at any point, please drive slowly. And if you see any flooded areas, even if there's not a sign barricading it off, turn around and go another route.
Well, the latest on Hilary, still a tropical storm with the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, but impacts being felt now well inland. Southern California, multiple flood warnings continuing, and a new one just issued for Riverside and San Bernardino County. So flooding continuing, and it will continue to move north now on a minimal tropical storm with pressure at 1,003 millibars, moving north-northwest at 28. You know, that's good news. It continues its quick forward speed, at least for a tropical system. And remember, the threshold for tropical storm is 39 miles per hour. So we'll hope that this weakening continues and we're off to depression status with the next advisory coming up here in just a couple of hours. Center located about 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield in California. But note, now that storm's inland, we're still dealing with flash flooding, multiple flash flood warnings here in place. And the warnings mean that flooding imminent or in many cases is occurring. In Los Angeles County around Glendale and the city of Los Angeles, observed flooding and a considerable threat now, and even into western parts or eastern parts of the county and touching up on Orange County here. Some rainfall coming in near Newport Beach, which could continue to add to the problems with the flash flooding. So we're going to have to stay on our guard here as we head toward midnight and into the early morning hours. As we get off further toward the west, a considerable threat here west of Las Vegas of flooding. This is a flash flood warning for the city of Parham, and that means that flooding, once again, possible or is occurring. And we've had pretty hefty rainfall here in western parts and the suburbs of Las Vegas, and that's led to some of these totals producing possibly a state record here for the state of Nevada. That could be a record for a tropical cyclone. And the heavy rain basically going to the west of the city here of Las Vegas and getting into maybe Death Valley over in this area here in California. Some of that heavier rainfall right on the border through the morning hours on Monday. Notice Vegas, you're not seeing the heaviest of the rain, but at times we're kind of getting these rounds of showers and thunder showers. Notice that's 5 p.m. Monday evening. And the winds will continue to gust also. So there is a rain element, but also a wind element to this. Midnight, we've got 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts, and then some of these gusts around Mercury to tropical storm force during the early morning hours, even down near Needles and off toward Kingman, and even into Vegas here. As we go through the morning hours, we could get close to 30 plus miles per hour with some of these wind gusts before 7 o'clock tonight. We start seeing the low pass our latitude, and Todd, the winds will begin to weaken.
more flooding in and around the streets and around the city again. Look at the fast-moving water, too. That's what makes it so dangerous, because, first of all, you can't see how deep that water is. And if you do get stuck in it, whether or not on foot or in your car, you can see that just as easily can end up taking you away. And also of note here in Palm Springs, the city of Palm Springs just announced that right now the 911 lines are currently down in Palm Springs. So obviously the communications there are trying to work on it, but right now 911 lines currently down in the city of Palm Springs. So just more problems that are going to be going on there. Let's just hope that that ends up getting fixed shortly. So flash flooding, Ray just talked about some of the areas in the short term, but notice farther north, we're going to be seeing the possibility for flash flooding as far north as places like Idaho, as well as Montana. So as we continue to track Hilary, at least the remnants of it, there's that big ridge of high pressure I've been mentioning earlier. So all this moisture has to work up and around that ridge of high pressure. So yeah, moisture-laden air spreading up into parts of the Pacific Northwest and really the far northern states, and little disturbances will help create lift. Also got that the mountains up there, so you're going to see widespread downpours spreading northward, and that's where life-threatening flash flooding could happen in places like even Reno. So yeah, by this time we're not going to be looking at a tropical storm anymore, but we still have a lot of that tropical moisture, a lot of the rain showers for a good part of the morning hours in your Monday, but then eventually be tapering off, maybe a spotty shower here or there. But like Ray mentioned, any one of these storms could still pack a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time for an individual city, just for the simple fact we have a lot of that low-level moisture in place. Over into Boise, same type of thing. The bulk of the widespread rain happens into the morning hours for the rush hour for your Monday, and then eventually tapers off into more of the spotty hit-or-miss showers and a rumble of thunder later on your Monday into your Tuesday as well. And all this could lead to
no matter who you are.
Mother Nature dealing Southern California a 1-2 punch. Its first tropical storm in more than 8 decades and a 5.1 magnitude earthquake.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just outside of Ojai. Some areas will receive more rainfall in one day than they typically see in a year. Jason Allen with our partner CBS has more from Palm Springs.
An avalanche of mud and debris rushed through the town of Wrightwood, about 70 miles northeast of Los Angeles, as Hilary pounded Southern California. Several mountain communities hit hard by snowstorms over the winter are under evacuation orders. There's concern up to 10 inches of rain will trigger dangerous mudslides, and many roads are already flooded. Los Angeles, which averages 0 inches of rain in August, had people stocking up and hunkering down for the weekend.
Stay safe, stay informed, and stay home. The worst of the rains is potentially left to come.
Officials are warning people to brace for widespread power outages.
Police in Palm Springs preemptively shut down several roads across the city, knowing that the washes would eventually turn into these raging torrents, as all of this runoff rushes down out of the mountains.
It's quite amazing. I've never seen anything like this, and I love weather. Let's just hope people are safe.
Rivers of mud flow through Death Valley, and boulders shut down roads near the California-Mexico border. A 5.1 earthquake shook Southern California Sunday afternoon, just as Hilary was making its way to the region.
Caught us off guard, to say the least, yeah, for sure. Once the bottle started flying off the wall, it was a little like, oh, wow.
The quake was centered near Ojai, north of Los Angeles. No significant damage has been reported.
There's really no way that what's going on in the storm would be affecting the rate of earthquake.
But some Southern California residents say they're not so sure of that after 2 natural disasters in one day. Jason Allen, CBS News in Palm Springs, California.
It's absolutely amazing that all in one day, right? And the fact that it wasn't just a small earthquake. You're talking about a 5.1 that certainly made things even worse for the wearer. But right now, the overall trend here is that it's a good sign. We're actually seeing a lot of the heavier rain taper off and push farther off the north. The bad sign, though,
flooding occurring here too, and the whole place covered up in a flood watch, and that goes further north too. And when you get into the warnings is when you have the problems. There's some of the problems we've had. I mean, see some of that orange in there. We've exceeded, I think, 8 inches in some of these spots?
Oh, well, yeah, 5, 6, 7 inches. Again, that's over a 48-hour time period. And there's just nowhere for that water to go. And not only we're talking one spot, there's also 8 inches higher elevations. That has to flow its way on down.
Right.
Look at some of these numbers there for a place like Palm Springs. Average yearly rainfall, 4.61 inches. Look at the amount of rain. We saw 3 inches from a 24-hour time period.
Yeah, and it's the dry season, right?
Almost a year's worth of rain fell in one day. And these are great comparisons.
This one's, I love this one. Palm Springs, just over 3 inches of rain on Sunday. That's 66% of your annual average. If you did that in a day in New York City, it'd be almost 33 inches of rain. I like to convert that to snow, like 33 feet of snow. Could you imagine?
Oh, but no.
The liquid equivalent. It's just an amazing amount of water on a different climate.
Yeah.
You know, even in the U.S., there's different climates. Out in the West, it's more of a desert climate.
And think about also the snow we had in the Sierra this year as well. I mean, it's amazing. Another good comparison, just to see what 3 inches of rain in Palm Springs does. That's 66% of the annual rainfall. If you did 66% of the annual rainfall in Miami, that is almost 45 inches of rain in one day.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, 3 inches in a thunderstorm on any day in Miami is really nothing.
Absolutely. It's like a Tuesday.
It's a different climatology. So, you know, different parts of the country certainly handle the rain differently. In this case, unfortunately, 3 inches of rain, big problems.
Yeah, and that's why you have to know where you are in the topography as to see how devastating this was. So, massive boulders blocking roads here in Acatola, California, which is about 85 miles east of San Diego. The huge stones stacked up on the side of the highway as well. So that is where a lot of the problems are. You have a mudslide, you have a lot of moving land, moving water. Authorities closing part of the Interstate 8 following the slide. Roads around San Diego have also been closed due to Hilary. Now, Hilary continues to track its way on northward, and that's going to be impacting more cities outside of California. Here's Ray to talk about that.
Yeah, particularly getting into the state of Nevada, we're looking at some of that heavier rainfall and the potential for flooding across maybe the entire state. Same thing with Idaho. And I'm going to go with the eastern half of Oregon. We're looking at that potential for flooding through Tuesday morning because the guidance is suggesting this around Carson City and Reno, midnight through the early morning hours, even into Tahoe City, some of the heaviest rain. But note, through the afternoon, it becomes a little bit more widely scattered. So you're going to get that round of moderate to heavy rain first, and then just add on top of that these scattered heavier thunderstorms, which could cause some bigger problems. We're up in Idaho and eastern Oregon now around Nampa and Boise. You could see the rain coming through this morning, or as we get into the morning hours on Monday, and then as we get into Tuesday, we'll watch for more of that heavier rainfall to come. Again, more widely scattered, but the thunderstorms here where we're seeing in red and yellow, those are the ones that could produce the heavier rain. As a high resolution future radar here, even in Montana through the day on Monday, picking up on some of the heavier rain. And more new video pouring in here. This is in Mexico. Water-covered streets here. Wow, just a tremendous amount of rainfall, including Tijuana. In this area, at least one man has died after a vehicle was swept away by flood waters. And the rain, luckily, has let up. It's moved north, though. We've got our own set of problems here in Southern California, now moving north with some of that heavier rainfall. And our latest tropical storm, Hilary, as of 11 o'clock Pacific time, showing still minimal tropical storm with winds at 40 miles per hour. Once you get under 39, that is the threshold. So 39 miles per hour starts tropical storm. The best guess here is that with the next advisory coming up in just under 2 hours, we'll have a depression. 28 miles per hour, the forward speed. So moving pretty quickly north-northwest. And that's good news, too. The center at last check, 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield in California. But no, even away from the center, we've got rain. South, north, northwest of the center, and some of that rain is causing additional problems here. And it does look like we will have numerous flood warnings continuing even into Monday morning as we head on through and get into the day Monday. That heavy rain continues to push north. It even gets into Oregon through Monday morning's commute into Idaho around Boise and Burns and maybe even Montana. Seeing some of that moisture out ahead of the center, which is likely going to be over here somewhere. And then now we're into Tuesday morning and still residual moisture with thunderstorms scattered across parts of the west and even into Wyoming and Utah. May not be directly related, but the circulation around the center as it moves further on off toward the north will bring that moisture in from the south, and those spotty thunderstorms will have the potential to produce this here, some localized flooding. Notice western Montana's in it through Idaho and Oregon, even got a little piece there of eastern Washington. So this is where the potential for flooding will be in Utah and down across northwestern Arizona. Phoenix, a low chance. Flagstaff, Las Vegas, medium chances here, or at least possible flooding Monday morning through Tuesday morning, and then Tuesday morning into Wednesday morning we'll still have that threat for flooding. It's just a smaller amount of real estate that may see heavy rainfall with thunderstorms. So Cedar City, one of the chances of greater flooding, and just west of Missoula as you get into central Idaho, even Pendleton getting in on that chance of some potential flooding here. So as we watch Tropical Storm Hilary continue to move north and weaken, we pay less attention to that and more attention to what the impacts will be as some of this heavy rain and this tropical moisture, Todd, moves into places where they're not really used to this. Doesn't happen all that often.
Yep. Now, right now, it's calm and hot night for some in the Gulf. Another way of saying August. Here's a live look at South Padre Island, Texas. And, well, not too long from now, you're going to need to break out the umbrella, maybe some rain boots, and keep them on for the rest of the week. Tropical system would bring some much needed rainfall and thunderstorms to this drought-stricken city, really drought-stricken state. So it's one of those things, Ray, where we actually maybe have some good news coming our way. What's amazing, look at all the activity, not only in the Eastern Pacific, but all over the Atlantic Basin. It just really blew up over the last 24, 48 hours here.
Yeah, and the closest to the U.S. is Invest 91L. I mean, we're going to be waking up here. I've got a radio affiliate in South Florida, Miami. They're going to be like, what the heck, WIOD radio? We're going to get on the air. What is this?
What's happening?
There is, believe it or not, from all these, if we go with what we think right now, probably not going to be much impact.
I was going to say you could cross up. Gert, by the time I wake up after this show, Gert's going to be gone. The track for that literally is about the size of my driveway. We have Tropical Storm Emily. That's not going to be worried about. Now that one could be interesting here too.
West meteorologist Ray Stajic along. Meteorologist Todd Borick, and a rare tropical rolling over Southern California. It's pushed inland, but it's pummeling them with heavy rainfall. It's triggered warnings.
Radar indicates we're starting to see the beginning of the end of at least the heavier rain, but we still have a multitude of flash flood warnings in around the region, mainly from really I-10 on northward. So down around Orange County and areas a little bit farther down to the south. We're not quite seeing the flash flood warnings anymore. Still some high water in spots, but Ventura County, this is where we had one of the worst at least conditions here as far as the high water. Still had that flash flood warning in effect until 3 o'clock local time, so still a little bit of time. Even though the rain has ended, we still have the high water issues out there in good part of LA County, including Glendale, Los Angeles, and around Santa Clarita Valley. The flash flood warning continues until 3 o'clock. That considerable threat tag is also there, so don't let your guard down. Don't think it's okay to get out. Of course, we're still right around midnight now on the West Coast. Not a lot of people getting out of this time, but still, just let this thing ride out. Some of the numbers we've seen, these are just radar indicated, computer indicated numbers, anywhere from 5-6 inches of rainfall over the last 24 hours. A lot of areas seeing what is close to your annual amount of rain. Really a 24-hour time period. Still looking at some of these local storm reports. They change these up each hour. Here's Ojai, rocks across Highway 33. Over in Burbank, vehicles stuck in water right around I-5 near Lancashire Boulevard. And also in Burbank, a vehicle stuck in water at 101. Near Moore Park Street. Just seeing a multitude of reports like this with standing water. Farther off to the north and east in Inyo and San Bernardino County, looking at flash flood warnings does include, well, Death Valley. So an area that certainly did not used to seeing a lot of rain. We are seeing it there. Also into Kern County, little pockets of heavy rain, and also considerable threat tag here. The flash flood warning in effect until 3 o'clock. And over in Riverside and San Bernardino County from Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga, and San Bernardino City itself, the flash flood warning until 2:30. So a lot of these areas, still some dangerous high water, Riverside and San Bernardino County. Look at some of these reports here. One thing of note here, that is at elevation, but a 79-mile-an-hour wind gust here. So that is hurricane force wind gust. Again, that is at elevation, and you can see higher amounts of rain. Again, 5-6 inches of rain. That's just radar indicated. And when you pull this out even more, we've had about 200 storm reports in and around Southern California, now moving into Nevada, and that will continue to be the case as things are going on. And just in case we're looking at everything that is going on here, one thing of note, Ray, that has just been amazing here is that all the rain we've seen, and one thing we also saw here in Southern California, that was an earthquake. A rather strong earthquake here, magnitude 5.1 earthquake. Now, it was at a depth of 9.1 miles, but 4 miles southeast of Ojai, California. So just amazing that not only the rain, the wind, the flooding we've had here, why not throw a 5.1 earthquake on top of all this as well? Just a very devastating day here in Southern California.
Yeah, it has been, and mudslides, water rescues, everything. As you can see here across Cathedral City in California, that water up to knee height with some of these people. And in the Palm Springs area, which is where Cathedral City is located, we saw this water up to bumper and rescue crews on the scene, trying to tow these cars out and get people to safety. About 3 inches of rain have fallen in this area. And, you know, this is a perfect example, Todd, of why we tell you, turn around, don't drown. You should not be trying to cross water-covered roadways because you don't really know how deep that water is.
And that's the dangerous thing, Ray. Not only is it deep, you can see that up to the knee, but that's enough. Moving water can knock that guy over, and you can easily see how a car could float out of this as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, seems like that continues still through the overnight hours. Now we lost the daytime lights, so things are even more dangerous out there. So tropical storm warnings do continue here. And as we take a look at, well, some of the cities that are going to be impacted by this, we're starting to see offshore now, even over toward Catalina Island, some of the issues not going to be going away anytime soon. Palm Springs, at least for now, the flash flood warning has ended, but we're going to be seeing the rain eventually begin to taper off. Still a couple of passing heavier showers, but I-10 basically is the threshold. Doesn't mean it's exactly this, but areas north of that, you still have the rain. South, you're about done. But here in Palm Springs, yeah, the rain should be done later on your Monday morning. Same thing for LA and Ventura County. Any lasting rain will continue throughout the course of your Monday morning through parts of that Monday morning commute. So still some high water there. Even though the rain may not be as heavy, still some dangerous conditions. But by the time we hit noon, 1 o'clock on your Monday, things are done for LA County and Ventura County. Over toward Las Vegas, same type of thing, some passing showers for the rest of your Monday morning, but things won't be as heavy as we head into your Monday afternoon, but at least over here, Ray, a couple of showers could be left over. But again, it's not going to take much to bring more of the flash flooding around, and I think this is the time that could still be very difficult. A lot of people, obviously it's midnight now, but even by the early morning hours may want to rush out and get out there. But if there's still some high water out, you can be in trouble.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what it looks like around, Los Angeles County for rush hour.
Yeah.
We'll see how many actually going to venture out and try to get to work.
Yeah, it might be a good remote day.
Schools are closed, but
absolutely.
What are we going to be doing in terms of businesses and things like that?
Yeah.
As the rain continues to move away. So the rain will continue to move away, and as we watch that rain move north, a flood threat will move with it. Not necessarily where the center goes, but Tropical Storm Hilary is forecast to continue to move north and go east of Reno and west of Las Vegas. But with it, it carries the rainfall around the circulation. So even if the center is here, notice your potential for flooding exists on all sides as some of these batches of heavier rainfall continue to push through. Vegas, you're in it, Cedar City. You can notice, though, as you go east of the center, the rain's more widely scattered than it is closer to this center. And that heavier rainfall continued to prompt the flash flood warnings west of Vegas now, and L.A. County are still in it, and in through and into parts of the Inland Empire, and especially in through some of the foothills where we are still getting some of that orographic lift as the circulation kind of comes in from the west and the southwest and pushes up against some of these mountain ranges. Through early morning on Monday, notice some of this heavier rainfall pushing in through eastern Oregon and in through Idaho and western Montana. Impacts here being flash flooding and some of those thunderstorms or maybe some gusty winds, but we really think at least the sustained winds to tropical storm force threat will lessen. But even as we go through Monday night, now we're in through Tuesday midday and the evening hours, more widely scattered showers, thunderstorms. So if you get rain today and you watch some of these storms continue to move through some of the saturated ground, you may have additional problems of flash flooding even on through Tuesday morning. As the graphic shows, in and around the areas in darker green, the best opportunity for flash flooding. So Boise and Reno, Cedar City and Las Vegas. But notice even Flagstaff and Phoenix and Salt Lake City and Redding. Now rogue thunderstorms may have the opportunity to produce some flooding tropical downpours in this kind of unusual tropical air mass that we're in. So Tuesday, watching the rain spread through northern Idaho, western Montana. Helena probably on the edge of it, close enough where maybe you get a shower. Yellowstone, some PM showers. Logan, 77 degrees and some thunderstorms in your forecast. And Tuesday morning through Wednesday morning, isolated areas of flooding as you get through Idaho and even into eastern Washington and Oregon and through most of the state of Utah and even into parts of Arizona. You could get some localized flooding, probably more spotty at best, but still that threat is there. And the rain to come, notice through Tuesday afternoon. This rain is going to be up to an inch south and then a little bit more toward the north where you could see near Burns and Boise 1 to 2 inches of rain. But note here, I do see a few yellows showing up. There could be some localized totals that may exceed 2 or 3 inches. I think that best chance is going to be the further north you go, as you may get hit, Todd, multiple times with thunderstorms. So if you get around to rain and another one's coming, you've got a better chance of saturating the ground and getting some flooding.
And here's some dramatic video from early on from San Bernardino County. And just look at the massive river of mud and debris and how fast it is floating. And now it begins to cover this bridge. This is what we're talking about, where this is a very life-threatening situation. Notice, if you look at the sky right now, there's not a lot of heavy rainfall that's falling. This is a lot of water that fell in the higher elevations. Now we're starting to see the water come rushing down mountains, picking up a lot of debris, picking up a lot of mud, and then it begins to fill these basins. And just look how fast that water is flowing. That is why it's such a dangerous thing, because all you got to do is sit back and think, oh, well, the water's gone. Now look at this big wall of water that can easily sweep people, cars, whatever else that's in its way, and then push its way downstream. So that is why the flash flood warnings are continuing, even if the rain has come to an end. And this is something that we could also continue to see as the remnants of Hilary continue to move its way farther northward, and we could start seeing, again, places with elevation that could see the rain fall and then also cause some issues. So here we are in parts of the Sierra now, where we're now looking up around, let's say, Reno, where the rain will be heavy, at least during parts of the morning hours. Still, at least during your early morning rush, and by the time we hit in the afternoon hours, maybe a passing shower or two. But any one of these showers in any one location doesn't mean it's going to be exactly here and exactly here. This is just computer indicated, but it's still maybe some isolated storms that could be out around, and that could exacerbate some of the flooding problems if they end up happening later on your Monday here in Reno. It's not going to just be in Reno, but even farther off to the north into Boise, Idaho, and into eastern Oregon, where a couple of passing showers, some heavier amounts by the Monday morning commute. So be careful. Some flash flooding could easily come our way very early on, and by the time we hit into the afternoon hours, again, a hit or miss shower storm cannot be ruled out, not only for your Monday, but even into Tuesday. So that can also bring some flooding issues here in Idaho. And then off to the east into western Montana, same type of thing, more of a couple of showers early on your Monday into early Monday afternoon. And then we're going to be seeing a couple of hit or miss storms throughout the course of your Monday into early on Tuesday as well, Ray. So this is not just a California and Nevada thing. Now it's spreading a little bit farther off to the north, and it'll be hitting places that, again, you don't really think of tropical moisture far north in places like Idaho and Montana.
We don't, but we will, and hopefully we won't see the impacts like we have seen so far. And here's what we do know, and what we know right now is that Hilary is still a tropical storm, and the 911 phone lines are down in Palm Springs, Indio, and Cathedral City. It's in California. The services are being worked on to restore. Check with local police department and have an emergency. If you do have an emergency, the governors of California and Nevada have issued a state of emergency, and the Los Angeles Unified School District is closing schools on Monday. So hopefully will things get back in order as we head on through the coming days. But parts of San Bernardino County hit pretty hard, and meteorologist Mike Seidel was there as they were under a state of emergency.
There have been numerous flash flood warnings across Southern California on Sunday, and they continue through the overnight hours into Monday morning. The flood watches go into Monday morning, some even to lunchtime, but most of the rain will be over with by the time rush hour kicks in, and we've got sunshine returning in the afternoon. But with that rainfall totals of 3 to 5 inches in many of the lower elevations, that's caused road closures out through parts of Ventura and LA County. Just up above us in the San Bernardino Mountains below that burn scar in Forest Falls, they've had mudslides closing roads. Here in Yucaipa, we had flash flooding earlier. Take a look right behind me. The pictures from late this afternoon, the water rushing down the roadway, and that's what you deal with gravity through all these areas of Southern California. Below the mountains, you get the debris, the mud, and the flash flooding, and that's a continued threat into the early hours of Monday morning. So we'll keep you updated here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, out here east of LA in the Inland Empire and San Bernardino County.
And impacts not only with the rain and the wind, but causing power outages too. 49,840 customers right now in the state of California without power. So, you know, the numbers have been hovering around that throughout the evening and now as we get into Monday morning. So quite a few folks without power. Remember, a customer represents a household, and so most cases there's more than one in that household. But Riverside, San Bernardino, Los Angeles counties all have a few thousand customers without power, and hopefully now we've steadied the number of power outages that we do have in the state. In terms of the rainfall, still some heavier rain now as we get in through parts of the Inland Empire east of Los Angeles and pushing north now and heading towards some of the suburbs west of Vegas. But notice this area of rain coming in now and heading into Orange County, maybe clipping parts of Los Angeles County again and maybe northwestern San Diego County. So there's still some heavy rain to come after numerous flood reports. I mean, we've seen the video. Now here's our ground truth with these local storm reports that have come in. 195, some of them flooding, some of them wind, some of them from thunderstorm winds, some of them from non-thunderstorm winds.
force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Wow, listen to that wind. Of course, this is some video from San Bernardino County. Yeah, that's what it sounds like when a tropical storm goes through. At least here you're starting to see the winds gusting. In fact, I was seeing some reports of gusts, especially at elevation, that were in around 79 miles an hour. So that would not only be tropical storm, we're talking hurricane force wind gusts. Again, that's at elevation. I think where a lot of the population we're seeing gusts 40, 50, 55 miles an hour. So again, just a rough day overall. So it wasn't just a rain event. Obviously, the winds were there too, as tropical storm Hilary continues to track its way through California. In fact, even for San Bernardino County, we're under a flash flood warning that does remain in effect until 2:30. So considerable threat tag still there. So even though the bulk of the rain is beginning to wind down as far as intensity, but you can really see what happens with elevation. That is what we're seeing right here, San Gabriel Mountains. So a lot of that moisture being pushed up and over the mountains, orographic lifting, and that's what squeezes out a lot of the moisture, almost like a sponge. And so then that water ends up, due to gravity, filtering on either side, and that's why we're seeing the flash flood warnings on either side of this. And not only there, but even in areas that really aren't used to seeing a lot of rain, in the deserts. Indio and San Bernardino County, flash flood warnings continue until 2 o'clock. And then also even farther north, over toward Needles, San Bernardino County. That's just a large county overall, seeing these flash warnings continue. I do want to show you a bigger perspective here, and here is the water vapor imagery of what it looked like when Tropical Storm Hilary worked its way, made landfall over Baja California, and then continued to track its way on northward. Notice a lot of that moisture-rich air, the moisture-laden air, the greens you're seeing here, a lot of which is now pushing farther off to north. Starting to see some drier air filtering behind that and have that leftover precipitation. So the latest numbers on Tropical Storm Hilary, still very minimal tropical storm as of this time. It did make a little bit of a drift, but what ended up happening a lot of times here is that when the circulation ended up meeting some of the higher elevations in Southern California, that made the circulation a little more jagged, so that's why it looked like it did a bit of a jog. It'll be interesting to see if that continues, but Tropical Storm Hilary, that's really going to be about it as it continues to drift northward. It most likely will not be a tropical storm. Maybe by the next advisory that does come in, we'll see. But we still have the high wind alerts, continuing high wind warnings for a good part of the deserts and Sierra, at least the southern Sierra here in California. Then a good bulk of Nevada under a high wind warning, or at least a wind advisory, and that does continue farther northward into Idaho and even western Montana. So this is not just going to be a California event. It is going to be an event that will continue farther northward. So as we track this out for the rest of your mornings, still maybe some lingering showers. Again, these are areas here in Los Angeles County and Ventura County where we still have the flash flood warnings continuing. But notice the heavier rain now farther north into parts of Nevada, or Oregon, and even into Idaho, Ray. So yeah, a lot of rain still pushing farther northward, accelerating very quickly as well.
Yeah, the good news is that, yeah, the center is accelerating, but still impacts well around the center, including in San Diego. This was earlier as fast-moving water in this flood channel. As you notice, hours before, these channels usually don't have anything in them. And now, as you can see over on the left with that heavier rainfall that came on through, yeah, fast-flowing water from the heavy rain, a record rain for the month of August. And we're going to hear a lot about records in terms of rainfall in some cities, whether they're daily records or monthly records, and in some cases, maybe all-time records. Tropical storm warnings still in place now. Los Angeles, you're in it. Victorville, tropical storm warning stays. San Diego, but we do think we'll continue to chip away at these, probably from south to north, as we head through Monday morning and through the day, as the impacts from Hilary continue to lessen just a bit. We had a little bit of a break in the rain, but now notice starting to get into maybe western Orange County and into southern Los Angeles County. Another little batch of rain coming in. So the flood warning stays in place, and that flood warning is for flooding that is occurring, and a lot of times it's issued when flooding is occurring or is imminent. As you go further toward the east, you see these flash flood warnings, but along Interstate 10 and south, some of that rainfall is starting to lessen up a bit, so that's certainly good news. But as the future radar shows us around San Bernardino and Palm Springs and the Yucca Valley, more batches of showers coming through early on Monday, and luckily tapering off as we go through mid-morning and toward lunchtime to just isolated showers, thunderstorms further toward the north and around Los Angeles. Notice here early Monday morning we get that next batch of rain to come through, and the early morning hours will continue to be rough here with that rain continuing through maybe 6 or 7 a.m. So stay with the Weather Channel for live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We'll have a team of meteorologists spread out to cover every angle of the historic storm like no one else. Stay with us. Those are scenes from Southern California as Hilary made its mark and will continue to have impacts threatening property, in some cases lives. Hopefully everybody's gotten out of harm's way. Our continuing coverage here of now Tropical Storm Hilary continues on a Monday morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here along with Todd Borick, and we've still got problems with flood warnings and flash flooding continuing here out across Southern California. The latest update from the Hurricane Center, a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving northwest at 28 miles per hour. Now, those two things are good because now we're at minimal threshold for a tropical storm. It actually starts at 39 miles per hour. The forward speed remains quick, but you have to recognize that the impacts and significant impacts can be felt well away from the center. Up here, up in Nevada, you're seeing some of that heavier rainfall. Northern California now, as you get west of Reno. And even around the center, we're seeing some of that heavier rain continue to come through Los Angeles County. This next batch getting into parts of Orange County and LA County, Ventura County, and into some of the foothills here in the mountains and deserts. Some heavier rainfall also continuing to produce flash flooding, and in some cases considerable and maybe even life-threatening flash flooding in LA County. Glendale, the city of Los Angeles, and Santa Clarita, all seeing this rain and crossing the 5 here, and the damage here already done. With now we're adding more rain on top of these storm reports in Santa Clarita. Partial washout of Sand Canyon Road. That's in Canyon Country, and that flash flood certainly causing problems there. And these storm reports, numerous storm reports, continue to come in here, and we imagine there will be more. As we go west of Vegas, looks like the heaviest rain is just to the west for Clark and Nye counties. A considerable threat for flash flooding here, and more heavy rain heading in that direction. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for additional flooding, and maybe even a state record here for over 6 inches of rainfall recorded. This is Bristlecone in Nevada. This could be a state record for a tropical cyclone. So once all this wraps up and we get the rain totals in, we'll do our assessment. Through Monday morning, the heaviest rain stays just to the west of Vegas in through Mercury. And as we get toward some of the areas in California, the heavier rainfall does taper off a bit through the day Monday. It becomes more widely scattered to isolated, but any of these storms around could produce locally heavy downpours. I mean, this moisture-laden atmosphere is rich in tropical moisture, and it could produce more localized flooding. And through the early morning hours on Monday, we're seeing some of these gusty winds, 30 plus, maybe to tropical storm force, but they should die down, Todd, as we head on through the afternoon and evening.
And here's what it looked like Palm Springs on Sunday, just the amount of flooding we're seeing there. And again, notice how fast that water is moving. It's hard to tell how deep that water is. That's why flash flooding concerns are out there. It is very dangerous because you can see propane tanks being pushed along. And again, that water obviously fast enough and deep enough to knock a person off their feet. Again, only needs 2 feet of water, and you could float a car as well. That is why it's extremely dangerous. So, well, tracking Hilary, well, it's going to continue to drift its way northward. It's going to continue to weaken, of course, but we're going to be seeing a lot of this moisture push farther northward. A lot of the moisture from Hilary will steer into parts of eastern Oregon, into Idaho, and we're going to see a couple of disturbances that will bring some widespread downpours to places like Boise and in the parts of Montana. So like Reno, you'll be seeing the waves of heavier rain later on your Monday morning, and still a couple of passing showers into the afternoon hours. Any one of these storms maybe could bring some flooding concerns out there. So just be aware. It may not be as much rain we've seen in California, but it won't take much to flood places at elevation, or especially in the valleys. Watch out into Ontario, into Boise, eastern Oregon. Yeah, you're going to be seeing the heavier rain through your Monday morning commute. And again, a couple of passing showers through the rest of your Monday afternoon into your Tuesday as well. Any one of these, once again, could bring some flooding concerns. And same type of thing into western Montana, Missoula, into Helena. A couple of passing showers, especially late Monday morning into your afternoon. So yeah, the flooding concerns continue for areas farther off to the north. Right now, flash flooding is continuing to overwhelm cities in Southern California, parts of Nevada, now in the Sierra as well. Heavy rains early on unleashed unprecedented rainfall. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, has been on the ground capturing the images from this historic storm in Palm Springs.
Just over my shoulder here, behind these barricades, there is a raging torrent of water coming across. I mean, it is going right now. This is a dry wash normally in this area. This road would be dry, but right now, if you tried to drive across it, your car or vehicle would be swept away rapidly. So that's the kind of water. But fortunately, the police department here in Palm Springs decided to go ahead at midnight last night, and they preemptively blocked several of the roads here in town where these washes come across this way to make sure nobody accidentally got caught up in it. And fortunately, everybody's obeyed that. The law enforcement is here making sure, and so they're safe in this situation. Now, just south of me in Cathedral City, you had homes that were flooded there. Over 60 homes had water in them. Fire department having to do rescues there, get people out of the homes. And in all of this area, you had multiple roads that were flooded, cars that got stranded in it, water rescues needing to take place at time. So it's been a really tough day today here in Southern California as Hilary has come ashore. Even though it was no longer the strength that it once had, it sure has brought the rain and even the winds at time with power outages around the area. In Palm Springs, California, I'm Charles Peak, the Weather Channel.
And it's amazing to look at all that water. And even though we're not quite seeing the heavy rain across parts of Southern California, now we still have the flash flood warnings that are out. Really, if you just take I-10, and that's basically the southern edge of where the ongoing flash flood warnings are, everything to the north, we're still seeing the high water. And, yeah, again, a lot of dangerous parts of California.
Yeah, and any additional water. I've been watching that area of rain coming in now. Maybe southern LA County, Orange County is just going to add to the problem that's already occurred. And
yeah, you and I were just talking about this. Yeah.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen as we get into the commute Monday morning. You know, how many people are going to head out onto the roads? I have to imagine there is still going to be standing water. There's still going to be flowing water and
just debris, just stuff all over the place that hasn't been able to get cleared out. And one thing too to notice, you and I were just talking about this off air. I mean, we've bit of a monsoonal flow at this point as well.
Yeah, because if you define the monsoon, it's basically a southwest flow.
Exactly.
Right? And it's moisture well away from the center, which is maybe a little bit detached from where that is.
I mean, it may not be exactly directly involved with Hilary. Where do you draw the line, though?
People above our degrees figure that one out.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you and I are sitting there yapping about pretty colors.
But heavy rain.
Yep, the heavy rain, and again, several inches of rain have fallen. And look, we're talking heavy rain in the sense of more than half. Look at this. In Palm Springs, 3.11 inches of rain fell in a 24-hour time period. Look at the average yearly rainfall.
One event.
One event.
Yeah.
And now you're talking basically, what, 66% of your annual rainfall fell from one event.
Right, and if you did that in New York City in one day, you'd have almost 33 inches of rain.
That's amazing.
That is why 3 inches of rain causes as much problems, or as many problems as it has in Southern California.
Yeah, Heather Zahns put this graphic together and put the idea together, but again, that makes it, that brings it home. So when you're in a coastal place, when you're in, let's say in Florida, when you're in Miami, you're thinking, okay, yeah, we've had 3 inches of rain before. Well, yeah, you have 3 inches of rain yesterday. You probably have it again today.
Like every afternoon.
Exactly. It's called Tuesday, right? But here in Palm Springs, when you have 3 inches of rain, which is 66% of your annual rainfall.
That's not a typo. 45 inches of rain. That's what the equivalent would be.
So that's what it feels like in Palm Springs.
Yeah, that's dramatic. Yep. This is dramatic, too. This video showing some of the impacts of Tropical Storm Hilary in Southern California. Multiple vehicles stranded in these flood waters, and this overpass in North Hollywood in this area still under a flood warning. Please stay off the roads as Hilary brings some of these heavier downpours on into places like Southern California here as we head on through even the morning now as we've gotten into Monday morning. Flood warnings, and as we had said, we do see more rain starting to try to come back in. And we don't think it's going to be a widespread additional problems, but problems nonetheless. And they're continuing now to move north. It's kind of around this dark green area where we're going to have the best chance Monday morning through Tuesday morning of additional flooding. So if you're in and around these areas in green, that is where the chance is greatest and the potential exists. When you get into the warnings, that's when you need to take action. The watch means that the potential is there. So Carson City up toward Reno, you're doing okay, just widely scattered showers. But note, even as we get into the afternoon, you see those bands fly through? These are bands of heavier rainfall and these thunder showers that could produce some of that flooding. As we go up near Boise and Idaho here, you're seeing early, not much going on, but watch that surge of moisture come north, maybe right in the heart of rush hour. So that could complicate things. Time, patience, caution. And even as we go through Tuesday now, notice this is Tuesday night. There's still some moisture coming in from the south, and that's continuing to produce these spotty showers, thunderstorms in western Montana along Interstate 90 around Missoula through Monday afternoon. Rain, thunder could cause some flooding. All right, this video from locations in Mexico where at least one man has died after a vehicle was swept away by flood waters. And this is what that rushing water can do. Not only sweep cars away, but certainly can threaten lives along with property as a heavy rainfall now is pulled out of Mexico and starting to lessen a little bit in Southern California. But this is why we tell you, turn around, don't drown. Water-covered roadways, you never know what the depth of that water is. You might think you do, but it doesn't take much to sweep your car away, putting yourself in jeopardy and also anybody that may be with you. Well, welcome back to our continuing coverage of now Tropical Storm Hilary. We should have another advisory coming up in just a little bit. And although it is a tropical storm, we're not focused focusing on just what it is, but what it is doing. And that is impacting Southern California with heavy rain, 40-mile-per-hour minimal tropical storm, still moving north-northwest at 28 miles per hour. That is a decent forward speed, and we hope that does continue, because the faster the center of low pressure pulls away, the faster we'll see the impacts even well away from the center pull out of the southwestern part of the U.S. The center located 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield in California, but still there are numerous flood warnings. Flash flood warnings continue, and these flash flood warnings mean that flooding is occurring or is imminent, and we will continue to see the heavy rain, the tropical moisture move north into the western parts of Nevada and into Idaho and eastern parts of Oregon here. Heavy rain through the early morning hours around Burns and Boise, maybe even on into Missoula. So wherever this rain does set up, remember, this is what the guidance thinks is going to happen, not necessarily what is going to happen, but in and around this area, there is going to be some problems with rain coming down, probably ponding of the water on the roadway. So we suggest high-speed wipers, low-speed travel, time, patience, caution on the roadways. And even through Tuesday and Tuesday evening, with this southwest flow continuing Utah into Arizona and even further north, we'll see more widely scattered showers, thunderstorms with the potential for some localized flooding. Here's the area we're looking at, where that heavy rain's coming in. That's the best chance of seeing some of that flooding. Includes Vegas and Missoula, even through Tuesday and Wednesday morning. The chance for isolated flooding in some of these areas. Cedar City, Salt Lake City, up near Missoula, Pendleton, maybe Spokane too, but notice you're kind of in that lighter shade of green, at least a less of a chance, but it is a chance nonetheless in all these areas and in and around these areas shaded in green, Todd, to potentially see some flooding in these areas.
And we're going to shift gears a little bit and go off the Gulf of Mexico. Calm, hot, muggy night for some of the Gulf. Live look at South Padre Island, Texas. Now, later on your Monday, you may need to break out maybe an umbrella, maybe some rain boots if needed. And I may need them at least through the rest of your Tuesday. We could see a tropical system bringing some much-needed rainfall and thunderstorms to not only this drought-stricken city, but really drought-stricken region because, well, we have this. I mean, yeah, guess what month this is, right?
I'm laughing because I'm going to go into a situation here where everybody's going to wake up and be like, "Oh yeah, what do you mean, Emily Gert?" And then what was the H in the Atlantic?
Harold.
And, you know, not that we're saying Invest 91L is going to become Harold, but the next name storm is going to be Harold. Everybody's going to be like, well, what happened?
What just happened? I went to bed. Exactly what happened.
Main development region, it's almost like right on time as we approach the peak, which is September 10th. Yep. This is the busiest part of the Atlantic hurricane season.
If you're looking at mid to late August and you see a setup like this, that isn't that unusual. Now, we did have some of the Saharan dust that was clogging things up a little bit, but really everything you see here, I would not be surprised by tomorrow night this time we've lose majority of the names. But this one just off of Florida. You got Florida there, you have Cuba here, and trying to look for a little bit of circulation, not quite seeing it there, but National Hurricane Center is interested in this.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, they'll look for that, and they'll look for closed center. Thunderstorms trying to gather around that center. Right now, it is disorganized, which is a good thing because the water temperatures are plenty warm. The threshold for development is 80 degrees, but look at that, 90 degrees.
It's bath water that's sitting out there. Exactly. And not just off the coast. I mean, you're talking all over the Gulf of Mexico. And, well, again, the National Hurricane Center now has a 70% chance of some type of a development here. And this is going to be drifting. Notice the westward movement at 14 miles an hour. So it is already drifting westward. So, but a 2-day development area. So would not be surprised by this time tomorrow we have a depression, maybe a name storm.
Maybe a name. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter at this point because if it stays where the current forecast is, it's still going to bring at least some beneficial moisture into South Texas. And that chance pretty higher, 70 to 80% of a tropical depression developing.
Yep, and that's the rest of the Gulf of Mexico. And again, by the time we hit later in your Monday, that surge of tropical moisture moves on shore. And again, we'll see if it's named or not, but it brings rain to Texas.
Are we a reflection?
Hilary's still a tropical storm, but having significant impacts with flooding in Southern California. That's all moving north. Meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside meteorologist Todd Borick. And it is a rare tropical storm rolling over Southern California right now. And within the hour, a new update from the Hurricane Center, but it has done its damage, pummeling California with heavy rainfall triggering flash flood warnings. And some of those flash flood warnings include some of these nightmarish scenes here on the roads across Southern California. Cars trapped in knee-high water, water rescues and wrecks on rain-soaked interstates. Hilary's dangerous deluge of heavy rain is prompting flash flood warnings in Los Angeles and surrounding counties, and starting to see some of that heavier rainfall now move north. Reno getting in on the act, and even close, Todd, to Las Vegas.
Yeah, so the last advisory that we had, 11 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. So Tropical Storm Hilary, 40-mile-an-hour winds, really jagged-looking system right now. One of the bigger numbers here is the 28-mile-an-hour forward motion moving north-northwest at 28 miles an hour. Again, notice the advisory. We're going to wait for the latest one to come out. Usually when it does happen, it'll be before the top of the next hour when it does happen. Again, we'll have those numbers. I would not be surprised by the time we hit that, it'll lose the tropical storm status and may be downgraded after that. But yeah, even with that, the mess has been made behind that. Of course, we still have a host of flash flood warnings out there, and we still have to deal with some power outages. A vast majority. The one thing I'm noticing, at least for LA County, at one point we had a lot more outages than this, now down to about 4,000. San Bernardino County, about 3.7 thousand customers without power. The one county that has the most, Del Norte County, and that's well up north in Northern California, not necessarily associated with this per se. So Ventura County, now we still have this flash flood warning in effect until 3 o'clock. Yeah, it stopped raining about a good hour and some change ago, but that just shows that we still have to deal with the high water. There's still some debris that is out on the roads, and that is why the flash flood warning continues, and that's why it's still a very dangerous situation. Of course, we're still well past midnight now, 1 o'clock local time here on the West Coast, so a lot of people aren't going to be out. But if you're thinking about going out, let's wait for these warnings to go away. Same thing for Los Angeles County, Glendale, Los Angeles, Santa Clarita Valley, all under the flash flood warning. And notice we still have some light to moderate showers continuing, so that's just going to make the problems worse. A little bit farther off to the east, Riverside, San Bernardino County, current flash flood warning in effect until 2:30 local time, as we are continuing to see the heavier rain there. And even over in the deserts, Inyo and San Bernardino County, flash flood warnings in effect until 2 o'clock. And then, well, San Bernardino County is just a very large county. So now we're going basically the entire counties under some sort of flash flood warning. Same thing here. That does include the desert into the town of Needles being impacted, and then farther north and around Death Valley National Park. Flash flood warning in fact until 5 o'clock in the morning. Just some of the estimated rainfall totals, widespread 5-6 inch rainfall totals. Would not be surprised. We have some isolated amounts higher than this. But remember, we're talking a lot of this rain, when it hits elevation, it does have to filter down, and that is why a lot of the areas are under flash flood warnings. And just some of the local storm reports. The Grapevine northbound lanes completely flooded at the intersection of State Route 166 off-road to State Route 99 north. In Burbank here, water across the entire north side of 170, Highway 170. And here in Burbank, vehicles stuck in water at Forest Lawn Drive and Highway 134. You get the picture. There are just things the way. Look at Westlake Village, large boulders. Love some of the mudslides blocking a roadway there. So this is just one after the other of things that are going on here. And again, after everything that has happened here in California, we still have to deal with other things like, well, the wind alerts. And that's spreading not only into parts of the deserts of California, but really virtually all of Nevada under some sort of a wind alert or wind advisory. And that does stretch far north, even to places like Idaho, into areas farther north than that, let's say into Montana, Ray. And while all this was going on, there was an earthquake, 5.1 earthquake, 4 miles southeast of Ojai. So it was just an extremely historic day here in Southern California.
Yeah, why not, right? And more new video coming in, Cameron in California. You can see that this flooding going on here. You had an 18-wheeler stuck in this swath of water and mud on State Route 58 in Kern County at Cameron County Road. This road is closed until further notice. California Highway Patrol is urging everyone to find an alternate route and stay off the roads if you can. I was looking at video on Sunday night, and you were seeing people out in the rain and in the heavy rainfall and the flooding, and people were getting stuck. Take the advice of your local officials to stay off the roads, because you may still be running into this even as the rain stops. Even as the rain stops here as we get into Monday morning. Some of that rain, Todd, will continue here, maybe even to be heavy.
And unfortunately, when we're dealing with this, the heavy rain could continue. And if it's not heavy, just any more rain on top of what we're going to see will cause problems. Notice this little band that's still off of Los Angeles here and now pushing on shore. So the South Bay, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, even though you're not necessarily under a flash flood warning right now, you still have more bands of rain coming your way. So that's going to make problems worse. Even over here toward the Palm Springs area. Now, Palm Springs proper itself no longer under a flash flood warning, but as we're seeing, a couple of waves of showers could still continue for the next several hours. By the time we hit later on your Monday morning into early on Monday afternoon, we should be done with the worst amount of rain here, and wouldn't be surprised we see a little bit of sunshine trying to break out. Same thing for LA County, Ventura County, still looking at a couple of those bands of rain, so it doesn't have to be heavy rain to bring about some continued flash flood problems out there. So even though the flash flood warnings around here are up until 3 o'clock in the morning, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up extending a couple hours after that. Eventually, later on this morning into your Monday afternoon, things look a little quieter here in LA and Ventura County. And then also over toward Las Vegas and into the deserts of California, Death Valley National Park. We're going to be seeing the rounds of rain continue and then maybe tapering off a bit later on this afternoon, Ray. But again, this day, we're not done with the rain, even though Hilary will continue to push farther away. Just don't let your guard down, particularly if you're under a flash flood warning.
Yeah, and even if it does become a depression or a remnant low, the impacts are still everything that's occurring now and that will occur in what is forecast, which includes a weakening system as it moves into western Nevada and gets just to the east of Reno and west of Vegas, so it kind of splits the uprights. But, don't just concentrate on where the center is going to go. That's what we always like to tell people, because the impacts are going to be felt well away from that. We're seeing rain here. We're getting more rain and thunderstorms. It's going to move north into our flood watch this morning, and that flood watch means flooding's possible in and around the watch area, because our center right now is somewhere down there, all right? And look at the rain. It's already moving into southeastern Oregon and into Idaho. All these places are going to see the threat for flooding. May not be as widespread as we're seeing here in SoCal, but flooding nonetheless. Again, threatening lives and property. And as you get into some of this rainfall, you're even seeing it, as the model is showing, heavy at times. Moving toward Elko and Boise and Burns. Notice this by 7 o'clock this morning. Some areas continuing to see what looks to be some heavy and potentially flooding rain. Now, it may not be exact, but you get this general area through Idaho and eastern Oregon and possibly a part of western Montana that might have to deal with this heavy tropical rain coming down. And even further south as we go through Monday and Monday night and Tuesday morning, more moisture coming in on the southwest flow, a monsoon flow, so that will continue to produce tropical downpours at times. But you notice it's not big. One big rain shield or a swath of rainfall, so probably more spotty or localized flooding than widespread flooding like we're having early here on Monday morning, like we had on Sunday, and like we may have continuing at least through a part of Monday. So again, from Missoula to Boise and even near Redding and Reno, these are all areas that you do have that possibility of flash flooding. And don't ignore, even if you're outside of the area of green, because you still may have some isolated storms that may come through that could produce some of the flooding in some of these areas. So Phoenix, Flagstaff, Las Vegas, especially early in this time period, which starts this morning and lasts through Tuesday morning. And then as we see that swath push through and on in through parts of Idaho, some of that heavier rainfall comes in. So here it is, even through Tuesday, more moisture coming in. Boise at 77, Logan, you'll have 77 in storms. You go further west, this is where the drier air is closer to the coast in the Pacific Northwest. And then that rain possible and that flooding still possible here Tuesday morning, Todd, through Wednesday morning in parts of the Pacific Northwest and maybe the Four Corners region too.
And of course, Hilary, well, took its toll. Some road closures here in Santa Clarita. That's about 33 miles north of Los Angeles. Chunks of highway breaking away from the swift flowing water, moving through the area and under the water. That's what's so dangerous about this. Of course, authorities are encouraging motorists to avoid the area as they continue to remove debris. Some estimates of over 5 inches of rain have fallen in parts of the Santa Clarita Valley. And again, that's what's so scary about this. You don't necessarily have to see the heavy rain overhead. It's the rain that has already fallen and is moving underneath a lot of the roads, and well, that's what's causing the issues. Now, let's move a little farther north. This is an active radar over in the parts of, well, Sierra for California, and there is Reno and Carson City in Nevada. And, well, the rain, moderate to light as of right now. A couple of heavier bands will look to continue here in Reno through the rest of your Monday morning. It'll taper off a bit, but right now, no flash flood warnings, at least around this area. But we'll keep an eye on whether or not some of these couple of passing showers later on could bring about the flooding issues. But of course, anytime you deal with heavy rain or even moderate rain with elevation, you could run some flooding issues. Farther north from here into Boise, Idaho, and the eastern parts of Oregon, some of the heavy rain will occur now through the rest of your Monday morning commute. It'll taper off a bit into your Monday afternoon, and even for tomorrow morning into the afternoon, a couple of scattered showers and storms could come back our way as we continue with that southerly flow as far north as Boise and even into western Montana, Missoula, and Helena. A couple of showers will be around, and we'll keep an eye on maybe a flood problem that could be, especially in the higher elevations here in Montana. But we're not quite done yet with the precipitation. And even going to look at one more city here in Salt Lake City. Maybe some passing showers could arrive later on this afternoon and pick up a little bit into your Tuesday morning. So one thing you'll notice here, Ray, is that, again, that flow continues out of the south for a lot of areas well north of where Hilary is right now. So it's going to be at least another day or two before we finally get the remnants of this out of the way.
Yeah, and the moisture continuing to hang around. It's causing problems, and some of the problems it has caused and are what we know this hour is the 911 phone lines are down in Palm Springs, Indio, and Cathedral City in California. The services are being worked on to get restored here, hopefully quickly. But check with your local police department if you have an emergency. The governors of California and Nevada have issued a state of emergency, and the Los Angeles Unified School District is closing schools on Monday. Likely a good idea. There's still rain coming down in LA County and even earlier in San Diego County, where our meteorologist Mike Seidel was and gave us this report as they were under a state of emergency.
We've already had reports tonight of mudslides up in Forest Falls. That's a town about 6,000 feet up in the San Bernardino Mountains. That's up in that direction. All the water is now running down through the Santa Ana River and other areas. In fact, here on Yucaipa Boulevard, we've had some localized flash flooding. Take you back to late this afternoon. You can see the water. It just comes out of the mountains and the hills and goes down due to gravity. And those are the areas of biggest concern across Southern California. Any areas below the mountains here in San Bernardino County, especially the mountains west of Los Angeles. We've had serious flooding and mudslides out there west of downtown LA from Malibu out towards Point Mugu. Meanwhile, the rain continues to pelt the area. Palm Springs has had over 2.5 inches of rain through the afternoon. That's more than half their annual average. And temperatures today, because of the rain and clouds, running way below average. Many spots in the deserts not getting out of the 70s. Hilary is moving very quickly, nearly 30 miles an hour out of the area. By tomorrow morning, the rain will be over with. Tomorrow afternoon, the sunshine is back up, and the cleanup can get underway here in Southern California. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, out in San Bernardino County.
And hopefully start to see the impacts pull away from Southern California. But this is our power outage tracker in California. The damage done, I mean, we just saw a jump. It was just at 49,000 plus, now up to 58,297. And that's customers, which represents a household without power. So just saw a quick little increase there. And as the rain continues to try to wind down, we're still continuing to see some of these power outages add up. Flooding rain Los Angeles County, Ventura County, trying to get back even into western Orange County. And as you get in through the Inland Empire and some of the foothills, there are some high population centers east even of Los Angeles where people may try to make the venture on into work on Monday. We're not quite sure what the businesses have done, but you're going to be running into this. There's probably going to be additional storm reports coming in, but look at 202 local storm reports so far. Flash flooding, heavy rainfall, non-thunderstorm wind damage. That was probably from Hilary at its strongest point when it came through this area. 13 reports, non-thunderstorm wind gusts 23, and my guess is that we will see more. Look at this heavy rainfall that's coming through and probably enhanced by the mountains here in Ventura into Los Angeles counties, 3 to 5, and this is your Doppler estimated rainfall. Some of those totals have exceeded 8 inches. It's been fairly localized, but heavy nonetheless. Glendora into San Bernardino, just to the southwest of Victorville. This is where some of the heaviest rain has fallen, and we may see more, as now at Raywood Flats, we've seen 10.5 inches of rain.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. But a little Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, and also helps lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So you can feel lighter and more energetic. Lighten every day the Metamucil way. Feel less sluggish and weighed down after just 14 days. Sign up for the 2-week challenge at Metamucil.com.
It's so hard to sleep when it's hot, impossible to work, and even uncomfortable to relax. You need a fan, but they're bulky, awkward, and never put the breeze exactly where you want it. Introducing my fold-away fan from Bell & Howell, the compact cordless fan that unfolds into your own personal wind machine and extends to nearly 4 feet high. Amazing! Forget plug-in fans that never reach. This rechargeable lithium-powered fan goes anywhere you need it with a charge that lasts up to 10 hours. And oh yeah, it has power, enough to blast a breeze to the other side of this room. Now that's some wind.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Right now, Hilary continues to bring winds, still gusting a bit over into parts of San Bernardino County, even though the center of, well, whatever's left of Hilary is well north there. This is what it looked like early on when it blew through San Bernardino County. Now, some of the reports I've seen, particularly at elevation, they actually had some hurricane force wind gusts. Again, higher elevations. I saw the highest one about 79 miles an hour, but as you can see here with some of the video, yeah, that was some tropical storm force wind gusts that we are seeing all across Southern California as we continue to have some issues out across the area as well. So let's take a look at the bigger perspective. And for now, we are looking at, Tropical Storm Hilary, and that is still 40-mile-an-hour winds, whatever's left of it. What's going to be interesting is that really shortly, within 10, 15 minutes from now, National Hurricane Center will have another advisory, and these numbers will be updated. I would not be surprised that, well, that name will go away and may lose its tropical storm status. But whatever its name at this time, it's still going to be causing an issue over parts of the region. Now, let's go look at some of the flash flooding issues that are still out. And still looking mainly the I-10, that is right there. All the flash flood warnings are basically north of I-10 as of this time. I'm going to start off, though, well north of I-10. We're going to go over to Nevada. Clark, Lincoln, Nye counties under a flash flood warning until 7 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, now we're starting to see the rain begin to pick up. Some local storm reports. Mount Charleston seeing some trees uprooted in the Spring Mountains due to the wind and saturated soil. So, again, that's what it's going to take. You get a little bit of breeze, you get some weakened ground with some shallow-rooted trees, and you're going to get some trees being knocked down. Also, southern part of Clark County, so it is going to be south of Las Vegas. A flash flood warning in effect until 2 o'clock. Jumping over across the state line into San Bernardino County, California. Flash flood warning continues until 5 o'clock. Look at this storm report here in Essex, where we had Natural Trails Highway, that's 66 west, is closed due to heavy rain and flooding there. Farther south, more flash flood warnings from Inyo and San Bernardino County until 5 o'clock. You get the picture. So even though the rain has stopped or at least tapered off, we still have some issues of the high water and some debris out there too. Big Bear City, gorgeous area, no matter it's summer or winter, but seeing some vehicles stranded there. Also in Indio, 2 vehicles stuck in rushing water in Dillon Road. As we work our way closer to Riverside, San Bernardino County, still under a flash flood warning until 2:30. So now we're starting to see these times taper off a bit. Los Angeles County, western Los Angeles County, into the Santa Clarita Valley and San Fernando Valley, still under a flash flood warning until 3 o'clock in the morning. And then also Ventura County, even though the rain's basically tapered off a bit, we're still under that flash flood warning with a considerable threat tag because, again, this area has been hit hard and had seen 5-6 inches of rain over the past 24 hours and still have a lot of debris that's sitting out in the roadways. In fact, over in the PCH, there was a rock slide that ended up causing an issue out there as well. So, yep, a lot of areas here in Southern California still dealing with the rain, Ray. And yeah, even if as the rain begins to taper off, I'm still a little bit concerned about what the morning commute's going to be like, particularly in Southern California.
Yeah, there'll be more areas that get some spotty rainfall, some of it moderate, but San Diego, you've seen your share. On the left, this was earlier in San Diego, fast-moving water in a flood channel. Now, just hours before, nothing. These flood channels do exactly what you're seeing here. They try to evacuate water out of areas where we don't want it, but look how quickly here we see that flowing water and flowing at a pretty good rate, too. So doing their work, but certainly where we've got flooding and water funneling down roadways and through some of these interstates, we're having bigger problems than that. Well, Hilary, still tropical storm warning stay in place. Lancaster toward Big Pines. Los Angeles, you're still in it. Down toward Oceanside and even San Diego, where you had a record rain for the month of August. So those will all stay in place. And the warnings stay in place, too. So still some impactful additional rain coming. Now getting into the city of Los Angeles once again, trying to get a little heavier here in Orange County, kind of that little county down here, but there's no warning right now, but some of this rain continues to pick up just a little bit in intensity and coverage. You do a little better here as you get along Interstate 10 around Palm Springs and up toward the Yucca Valley. Spotty showers at best. Shouldn't see additional problems with flooding, as the model's showing here it might be a little too aggressive on what it's doing, but it does look like either way you get less rain rather than more through the morning on Monday, and that rainfall continues to taper off through Monday evening and on into Monday night. As we go around Los Angeles, you can see just about on target here what the modeling is showing, and through the morning some of this rain continues, and as it bumps up against the mountains we may see some enhancement of these showers, thunder showers, which could cause additional flooding as that flood warning does stay in place. But the rain should have a tendency to taper off through late morning into the afternoon, and hopefully we'll start seeing some drier air come in. And in and west of Las Vegas, some rain heaviest to the west of town through the early morning hours Monday. Mercury and down and north of Interstate 15 and just west of town. Doesn't mean you may not get hit with some heavier rainfall, but through Monday it looks like some of the heaviest rain should stay to your west. Well, stay with the Weather Channel for live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We have a team of meteorologists spread out to cover every angle of this historic storm. like no one else.
My biggest concern is the rain, the flash flooding, mudslides.
Stay inside wherever you are until it stops raining. If you have to get on the road at any point, please drive slowly. And if you see any flooded areas, even if there's not a sign barricading it off, turn around and go another route.
Hilary continues to push north and inland, but inland flooding now continuing to be a big problem, threatening lives and property. Our coverage continues here of Tropical Storm Hilary with a new advisory just before the top of the hour coming out. But as of the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, we still had a tropical storm of 40-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, pressure 1,003 millibars, moving northwest at 28 miles per hour. The center, as of this update, 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield, California. But notice it is moving north at a pretty decent clip, and it is going to continue to produce heavy rain, even away from the center and well away from the center. Look it up. Rainfall and some of that producing additional damage to areas that have already been hit. Los Angeles, Ventura counties, into possibly even the counties just west of Las Vegas, as some of that heavier rainfall now prompting flash flood warnings. In LA County right now, we're getting into the wee hours of the morning now on Monday. Glendale, Los Angeles, Santa Clarita. Rain gauge and radar indicated flooding, a considerable threat here. Did see a few yellows popping up, but now it's just dark green, so it's most likely moderate rain. Trying to get into Orange County, but I think the damage is done now. And just west of Vegas for Clark, Lincoln, and Nye counties, we do have radar and gauge indicated flash flooding here. This is a flash flood warning until 7 o'clock local time because of some of this heavier rainfall over the last 24 hours that has fallen, and now additional heavy rainfall falling on top of that. And we may have a state record in Bristlecone of 6+ inches of rain. That may be a new tropical cyclone record. We'll have to wait and see what that total ends up being once all this rain continues to push out and we make that separation between moisture, which looks like it's from Hilary right now, to what may become just more of, you can make a case of maybe monsoon moisture pushing back in as we head on through the day Monday and into Monday night. Either way, the impacts will be heavy rain and additional flooding. Wind gusts early morning, 25, 35 miles per hour. Further south near Needles could get some tropical storm force gusts. And this is going to have impacts for the commute if you are traveling into work. Going to be blowing those high profile vehicles around. And then as we go through the day, it looks like the winds will lessen just a bit. So, Todd, we do get out of it at least the steadiest, heaviest rain, but it's probably going to take a little bit of time.
And in wake of all this, massive mudslides, debris flow in the Sheep Canyon Wash. That's in Wrightwood. It's about 32 miles northwest of San Bernardino. The swift flow of carving water and debris is going right through the hillside. Look at this. And it continues to pulse its way downhill. Hilary will continue to track through California into Nevada, and I wouldn't be surprised whenever the next advisory is, it may not even be a tropical storm at that time, but this is what happens in its wake. Notice with elevation, that water all has to come downhill due to gravity, and this is what happens when you get to the lowest lying area, and then you start seeing the river flow, not only water, but all the debris that comes down with it. That is why it's such a dangerous situation. Even when the rain ends, there still could be water, higher elevation still coming down your way. So let's take a look at how things are going to track a little bit farther off to the north, because we had other cities that will be impacted by this as well. So what's going to be left of Hilary will continue to track northward, bringing a bunch of moisture northward as well. So not only for Nevada, but in Oregon, Idaho, Montana will be dealing with moisture. And then all we need is just a couple little disturbances, something to help lift. And that's going to bring more storms our way as far north as not only into Idaho and Montana, but that's going to be well up into Canada as well. A little system up in Canada will also be able to pick its way on up. So let's take a look at Reno. Again, it's raining now. We're going to be dealing with some more passing showers the next couple of hours. Things begin to wind down a little bit, but again, maybe a spotty shower, thunderstorm here or there could still bring about the possibility for maybe a quick flooding issue. Just be aware of that. We're not going to be done yet with the rain in Reno. Same thing for Boise. The worst, at least more widespread showers and storms will be through your Monday morning commute. You'll begin to taper off a little bit during the afternoon, but again, a couple of scattered showers and storms with those individual disturbances that will pass by, and that's going to be through your Tuesday as well. So that could bring about more flooding issues in your Tuesday. And then same thing in western Montana. A couple of passing showers and storms later on your Monday, but as we look into tomorrow, more storms could come back our way. So, yeah, that rainfall could bring some heavier amounts into parts of Montana and northward.
Watch the Weather Channel all weekend for ongoing coverage of Hilary. Get trusted updates on the historic storm only on the Weather Channel.
Right now, flash flooding continues to overwhelm cities in Southern California, even where the rains ended. That is still causing an issue, and some of the unprecedented rainfall we've seen. It's just amazing. Our very own storm tracker, Charles Peak, has been on the ground in Southern California capturing the images from this historic storm in Palm Springs.
Just over my shoulder here, behind these barricades, there is a raging torrent of water coming across. I mean, it is going right now. This is a dry wash normally in this area. This road would be dry, but right now, if you tried to drive across it, your car or vehicle would be swept away rapidly. So that's the kind of water. But fortunately, the police department here in Palm Springs decided to go ahead at midnight last night, and they preemptively blocked several of the roads here in town where these washes come across this way to make sure nobody accidentally got caught up in it. And fortunately, everybody's obeyed that. The law enforcement is here making sure, and so they're safe in this situation. Now, just south of me in Cathedral City, you had homes that were flooded there. Over 60 homes had water in them. Fire department having to do rescues there, get people out of the homes. And in all of this area, you had multiple roads that were flooded, cars that got stranded in it, water rescues needing to take place at times. So it's been a really tough day today here in Southern California as Hilary has come ashore. Even though it was no longer the strength that it once had, it sure has brought the rain and even the winds at times with power outages around the area. In Palm Springs, California, I'm Charles Peak, the Weather Channel.
And even where Charles Peak was, it's amazing to see the amount of rain we've seen. And look at that, still flash flood warnings continue. Now, Palm Springs itself proper, no longer in a flash flood warning, but really you just got to take I-10, and we still have flash flood warnings really for areas along and north of I-10. Farther south, they're gone, but still a little bit of rain left over.
There is, and you know, the second highest population center in the nation, Los Angeles, you've still got a flash flood warning. There is more rain coming in, but look at that, east and north of town, even into Ventura County. Some of the heaviest rainfall up in the foothills. So, you know, you get a little lift there, probably a little orographic lift going on. But Palm Springs, you said it here, average yearly rainfall 4.6.
Now this is already into a new day, but we just had over 3 inches of rain that had fallen in Palm Springs from the storm, 24-hour period. And it's amazing to think that that was about 66% of its average annual rainfall.
Great. I mean, it just gives you an idea of the difference between a desert climate and not so much here in the Northeast, where New York City, if you had 66% of your annual rainfall in a day, you'd have 33 inches.
Yeah, in one day, a 33-inch rainfall day. Well, that's what it was like in Palm Springs. Now, again, it took 3 inches, but that's the difference between elevation.
And as meteorologists, when you first start seeing some of these numbers, you're like, well, that doesn't sound like a lot. And then, you know, we had Las Vegas. I think they had record rain, but it was like 0.2 of an inch for the date. But then you start putting it into perspective, and you put it into like a city of Miami when
which rains all the time.
The rainy season. If you did that, 60% of your annual rainfall would be a 45-inch rain event in one day.
Yeah, and again, put that in perspective. Think of Hurricane Harvey and what that did with Houston. I mean, we had rainfall. Again, that was a multi-day event. But we had numbers in the 40s as far as rain. Look how devastating that was. For Miami, you'll get that in one day. Well, that's what happened to Palm Springs. Not only just Palm Springs, but really everywhere in Southern California.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why you don't see tropical systems go into the West Coast.
Yep, and same thing for Chicago. It would have been 25 inches of rain in one day if that happened as well. So what does it do when you have all this rainfall and it falls in the areas? Well, you get things like this, massive boulders blocking roads in Acatola, California. That's about 85 miles east of San Diego, and that's the problem. You have the water that begins to carry debris. Some of the debris could be gigantic stones that's going to begin to pile up on the side of the highway. Authorities closed parts of Interstate H following the slide. Roads along and around San Diego have also been closed, all due to Hilary, as Hilary continues to track farther away. And again, we're going to get that advisory from Hilary really anytime soon. It's probably no longer going to be a tropical storm, but look at all the devastation left behind.
Video that has come in out of Palm Desert in California. Flooded roads, prompting water rescue, sending emergency crews into overdrive. Now, it's not only yourself and who's ever in that vehicle with you. It is the emergency personnel who also then you are putting in danger when you go into water-covered roadways, and they have to come out and potentially rescue you. So remember that. The best advice is during this event, and it was to just stay home and stay put, but you've still got people crossing these water-covered roadways, especially moving water. Exceptionally dangerous. Exceptionally dangerous. And we still think a threat to lives and property as we head on through today and maybe even through Tuesday for some of us as the rain threat and the flood threat continues. This doesn't mean for everybody within the darker green, but Cedar City, Las Vegas, Reno, even north to Boise and Missoula, you'll have that threat for some flooding around Carson City here. The future radar showing you escape a lot of the rain, but watch these thunderstorms trying to come in later and into Monday night. These could produce some locally heavier downpours, and that could lead to some flash flooding. Future radar near Boise. All right, we're further north now. Notice early we've got rain. Notice around Ontario, even through the morning commute. It is going to be so. Time, patience, caution on the roadways, and more storms try to come in even through Tuesday and Tuesday night as that south-southwesterly flow continues to draw that moisture northbound. In Montana, Missoula, Helena, starting to see these showers come in for the morning hours, and at times you see it kind of blow past you there, but we've got heavier downpours in some spots continuing to produce even that chance for some localized, not only heavier rainfall, but some of that localized flooding potentially right on through Tuesday evening.
The Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
This is the latest now on Hilary, a post-tropical cyclone with winds at 35 miles per hour, and it's picked up a little forward momentum, +1 on the northern speed at 29 miles per hour. The center located at 390 miles north of San Diego, California. Impacts, though, still heavy rainfall and the potential for more threats to lives and property as the heavy rain continues. Thanks for joining us here at the Weather Channel for our continuing coverage of post-tropical cyclone Hilary. And the rain still heavy in some spots, and the flash flooding will continue as the impacts will continue to move north and on off toward the east of where the center is. And no matter what we're looking at here, the forecast remains on track for potentially life-threatening flooding and also threatening homes and property all up the line here where some of this heaviest rainfall falls. And for some of us, some of that heavy rainfall has already occurred. So flash flooding going on just west of Vegas, still in Los Angeles County. We do have a flash flood warning staying in place. This is until 3 a.m. So a little bit to go on this. A considerable threat with more rain now starting to push into Los Angeles County, crossing the 5 now and getting into some of the foothills here, heading up toward Lancaster and then further north west of Vegas. We've got Inyo and even into San Bernardino counties. For Darwin, one spot with a considerable threat for additional flash flooding here. Death Valley, you are in that flash flood warning. And further north, also want to see higher around Big Pine and Bishop and West Bishop. This is a tropical storm or a flash flood warning, Todd. That's
Yep. And so what we're looking at now with the flash flood warnings, again, that does extend now into Nevada. So that's going to be an issue, as we've seen, that this is just a widespread issue that doesn't necessarily mean where the center of Hilary is, as we've always noticed with these tropical systems, that it's all going to be widespread. It's going to be well outside of where it is. So the impacts continue to be bigger than what we have here. And it's not only what is going on in California and in Nevada, but what else is going on in the Atlantic Basin as well? It has gotten really big, and for the most part, things are going to get really interesting over the course of the Atlantic Basin, because what we're doing it with right now, here's post-tropical Hilary. The reason why it's called post-tropical, the impacts are still the same. It's just it lost a little bit of what the tropical characteristics were, but it's still going to be causing the flash flood issues. So that is still going to be a very dangerous situation. And look at what is happening to the Atlantic Basin. We are looking at multiple storms, really, 5 of which they're being picked up. Now, we actually have names for 3 of them. We have Franklin, Gert, and Tropical Storm Emily. But those are the ones we're not going to be paying attention to. It's going to be this thing here, the Invest 91L. In fact, by the time we hit later on today, I wouldn't be surprised if Gert and Emily are no longer there. Going to be very short term. Franklin's going to cause a bit of an issue for Haiti and over to the Dominican Republic, but it's going to be Invest 91L that has a little more local concerns we have here. Now, when we look at what is going on here, there is no circulation, no closed low that's coming out of this. Now, we have a bit of an open wave here, and notice the flow of air is actually pushing off to the west as well. This is just off the coast of Florida here. But the National Hurricane Center, when you tie in that little wave to what is seeing here with the sea surface temperatures, look at the water here. A lot of times the threshold for tropical development, what can sustain a storm, is about 80 degrees sea surface temperature, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. We're talking 90 degrees. We're talking upper 80s. This is jet fuel for storms, so it's not going to take much in order to fire things up. So Invest 91L, that's what the National Hurricane Center is causing this little cluster of storms, giving us 70% chance for development over the next 2 days. And yeah, with over the next 2 days, it does extend all the way across the western side of the Gulf of Mexico. And yeah, we're going to run out of time. The one good thing we have going for us is that the movement is already pushing off to the west. So anything that does try to develop out of this, maybe it's a tropical depression, maybe it becomes a tropical storm, maybe it just becomes an invest and just stays to what it is right now. What we do know is that a cluster of storms will continue to track westward and cause a bit of an issue later on today. So that surge of tropical moisture, that's going to be the key thing. Regardless what it is called, whatever happens out of this surge of tropical moisture will continue to drift its way over toward the Texas coast. On top of this, we have this gigantic high area of high pressure. This is the reason why we're going to be looking at 100-degree temperatures well across the central states, all into the southeast. It's going to be a searing hot couple of days here. Well, this is going to be the big steering motion that's going to take this surge of tropical moisture and drift it over toward the Texas and Mexico coast. And as this moisture drifts its way toward tomorrow, so now we're into Tuesday, it's going to push its way on shore. And, well, yeah, a little disturbance here. We have that warm water that's going to help bring some lift our way. And maybe could tropical development happen? The possibility is certainly there. Whether it is or not, what we are going to see out of this, well, we're going to see some rain and much needed rainfall for parts of a very drought-stricken Texas. So the rain chances increase as this tropical moisture will stream toward the region. So all we know is that by the time we hit later on today, a couple of passing showers. Here we are into the afternoon hours, and maybe whatever this thing happens later on today, we're going to be seeing that surge of moisture push toward the Texas shore. And Yep, could cause some issues there as well. So stay with the Weather Channel. We're going to continue the live around-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We have a team of meteorologists spread out to every corner and give you every angle of this historic storm like no one else.
Hilary causing trouble along the West Coast. Storm reports popping up as it unleashed record rainfall, washing out roads, causing mud and debris slides. The impacts from Hilary far from over as it heads north, with alerts stretching into Oregon and Idaho. Plus, Hilary isn't the only system we are keeping an eye on. You gotta see this. The tropics are waking up and they are on fire. We have 3 named storms in the Atlantic and 2 other areas highlighted. One of those is entering the Gulf and is set to impact Texas this week. Could be a tropical depression, could be a tropical storm, giving us rain into southern Texas as we head into tonight and into tomorrow. Welcome into America's Morning Headquarters, starting early for you today. We want to get right to it with the very latest, Jordan. We just got a new advisory.
Yep, so here's what we know, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at this hour. Post-tropical storm Hilary, that's the latest update, is now post-tropical storm. States of emergency, they've been declared in both California and Nevada. More than 50,000 customers without power in California, Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and Indio, California actually experienced 911 phone line outages. I-10, that corridor is closed in both directions in Cathedral City from Gene Autry to Bob Hope Drive. That's due to the flooding and all the runoff. And of course, looking at what this thing is producing right now, if you guys have kind of been with us through the overnight hours and in the early morning hours this morning, it has been slowly creeping its way northward, crossing over the I-5, 405 corridor, over I-15, and it now sits right on that state boundary between California and Nevada, where we've got the heaviest rain right now, basically Los Angeles County and areas due north, getting a bit of a breakdown in San Diego County, which is actually going to be a nice reprieve for you folks, but still heavy rain towards I-17. I think I-15 is going to be an interesting corridor today for many of these locations, actually probably for the next day and a half as this whole system lifts to the north, and I'll get to that in just a second. But just yesterday, this thing did make landfall, and it made landfall in Baja California, just south of the international border, as a tropical storm, and it stayed a tropical storm as it worked its way north of the international border, impacting much of Southern California, western Arizona, and southern Nevada. So power outages this morning. We've got a good chunk down to the southern part of the state. That's all from the tropical storm. A lot of eyes going up to that yellow color up in Del Norte County. That's due to a fire, but tropical storm Hilary providing power outages for San Bernardino County, Riverside County, Los Angeles County, Ventura County. A lot of the interior counties getting hit pretty good with this as well. And, we still have that tropical storm warning in effect. We'll see when this thing gets lifted. National Hurricane Center will be the ones to lift that now that this thing is a post-tropical storm. And of course, it is lifting farther to the north and giving places like San Diego County down to the south a bit of a break. But we're still dealing with a lot of flooding out there. So every green box you see is some kind of flood alert from Los Angeles all the way into the Nevada side, especially when you head northwest of Las Vegas, get up into the mountainous areas of Mount Charleston. And now we've got some heavy rain up and around Reno, right? Think of Lake Tahoe getting hit pretty good with some heavy rain here in Northern California. I mentioned the I-15 corridor, so that kind of stretches, kind of goes like this, right? And so we're going to be seeing that corridor, in addition to I-17, get hit pretty good with some storm coverage for today, especially as we head into tonight, because that eastern flank of this system will be pretty impactful for folks in Utah and Arizona. Even though you see the bulk of the energy going up into eastern Oregon and western Idaho, there's a feeder band here that could get interesting with some big storms later today and into tonight. See what happens tonight at 7 o'clock this evening, right down towards Phoenix and Flagstaff. That thing thing will continue to lift north, and we'll keep the spotty storm nature as this thing lifts up into the interior Pacific Northwest. I think areas around Montana could get some of that tropical energy, so we could be getting some really good downpours. And then we head into tomorrow's time frame, and now you take a look yet again, much of Utah along the I-15 corridor could be looking at some more storm coverage as well. Steph?
Oh boy, we saw just incredible video coming out of California with the slides, big boulders.
I know.
You know,
lots
crashing down on roads for us here. We had Hilary causing rock slides, flash flooding in California. This is about 85 miles east of San Diego. Interstate 8 westbound in the Imperial Valley was closed as officers directing traffic around the hazards. High water also inundating the area. Vehicles slowly making their way through the free-flowing and powerful runoff. Flooding, of course, is one of the things that is grabbing the headlines with this system. And we do still have flood watches anywhere from Southern California all the way up into Idaho, reaching over into Utah, Arizona as well. So much rain. Nevada right now has the potential to break a record for tropical cyclone rainfall. Everything is preliminary right now, so it will take time to verify all these numbers, but still multiple flash flood warnings for us here on the border of California, Nevada, all the way back to the coast here into Los Angeles. But notice some moisture from what's left of Hilary stretched out. This will race off into Canada, taking you down into Los Angeles. It is still raining here. I know about Universal Studios, there was a lot of flooding yesterday here in Los Angeles, but Glendale, LA, Santa Clarita, you are all under a flash flood warning near Melrose Avenue. We do have some flooding here into Hollywood, and 5 feet of mud across Interstate 5 in San Fernando. Wow, that is a lot. And we're going to continue to just be shocked by the type of damage that is going to be coming in as we head throughout the morning hours here. Also San Bernardino, Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino. We all are under a flash flood warning. Look at Big Bear City. 9.52 inches, 10.5 into Forest Falls. Just shocking numbers, of course. The higher the elevation, the more rain you're going to be able to squeeze out for us here. And there's also reports of flooding here in the Yucca Valley. As we move northbound towards Death Valley, there was flooding in Death Valley. I know that they had to shut down actually a lot of national parks due to Hilary coming on through. But that rain continues to stream on from basically California northbound. This is going to be racing off to the north, so conditions will be improving from south to north as this heads towards Canada and brings some of the moisture there for us. Through tomorrow, though, there is still the possibility of excessive rainfall that could lead to flash flooding. And so watch as we work through our Tuesday. Things will start to improve. But I'll tell you what, these winds still a little bit gusty this morning, and we still have those high wind alerts. We turn now to San Bernardino County, where a local state of emergency has been declared, and the sheriff is asking residents to shelter in place in the community of Forest Falls. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is in the field and filed this report.
There have been numerous flash flood warnings across Southern California on Sunday, and they continue through the overnight hours into Monday morning. The flood watches go into Monday morning, some even to lunchtime, but most of the rain will be over with by the time rush hour kicks in, and we've got sunshine returning in the afternoon. But with that rainfall totals of 3 to 5 inches in many of the lower elevations, that's caused road closures out through parts of Ventura and LA County. Just up above us in the San Bernardino Mountains below that burn scar in Forest Falls, they've had mudslides closing roads. Here in Yucaipa, we had flash flooding earlier. Take a look right behind me. The pictures from late this afternoon, the water rushing down the roadway, and that's what you deal with. With gravity through all these areas of Southern California, below the mountains, you get the debris, the mud, and the flash flooding, and that's a continued threat into the early hours of Monday morning. So we'll keep you updated here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, out here east of LA in the Inland Empire in San Bernardino County.
And stay with the Weather Channel for live round-the-clock coverage of Hilary. We have a team of meteorologists spread out to cover every angle of this historic storm like nobody else. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is live from Rancho Cucamonga, and he is going to join us at 7:30 Eastern Time. Speaking of time, let's time out Hilary with Jordan here because it is still raining down, but we will see things improve through the day.
I don't only want to time out Hilary. I want to give Hilary a timeout.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you need to just go away for a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Go to your room, shut the door.
Take a break.
I'll let you know when you can come back out, okay? All right, so we've got the flash flood warnings. I'm going to start there just to kind of get everybody perspective of where the majority of the rain is, anywhere between California and Nevada. We got a good chunk up here for the state's capital, Carson City in Nevada. But notice this stretch here from Cedar City and I-15, St. George and Utah down into Arizona. That's going to be an interesting day today for you folks in Arizona, seeing some of the rainfall finally hitting your neck of the woods. But the biggest rain so far has definitely been from the coastal areas of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County, part of Monterey into San Bernardino. We do know that we've got closures today in places like Death Valley because of the amount of runoff. They're like, okay, national park shut down. Oh yeah, and by the way, Palm Springs, we were kind of hinting at this last week saying, hey, there are certain areas that can maybe get a year's worth of rain in one day. Palm Springs was one of those spots we were looking at, and they got pretty close. They got 66% of their annual rainfall in one day, which is 3 inches. But what's interesting about that, if you were to take that same stat in Miami and say, okay, what's 66% of your annual rain? Just for perspective, that's 44.5 inches. So quite the contrast between our deserts and of course, more of a tropical climate there in South Florida. So right now, we don't have a flash flood warning in Vegas, but we do just to your west. For anyone driving on Highway 93, just know that that's a thing. I mentioned Death Valley being closed today because of the runoff. Actually, I was talking to my dad yesterday. He lives in Vegas, and he's like, it feels like spring out or fall, like already. Like, it's beautiful temp-wise, obviously, and then of course the rain, and it helps with that. We don't like to see all of the runoff and the rock slides. That's obviously messy. We've got part of I-10 that's shut down, but I-15 will be one of the big corridors that we keep an eye on, especially east of Vegas up towards parts of Utah. As all of this lifts northward, the winds will still be gusty from time to time, not as bad as maybe they have been. I know, especially in California, we had 50, 60, 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts up on the mountains. Here in the valley on the basin floor, it looks like we'll have some breezes anywhere from 25 to maybe 30 miles per hour throughout the day today. Steph?
Well, the tropics are bubbling up with activity, and right on cue here, late August, early September is when we usually see the peak of hurricane season, with a little help by the MJO. For my meteorologists out there, for my non-meteorologists, that actually just gets things fired up a little bit more, and it's a moving piece of energy that will sit around for a couple weeks and then kind of move on from here. So we are seeing a lot of activity, and we're focused on one system that actually could bring rain into Texas tonight into tomorrow morning. Will it be a tropical depression? Will it be a tropical storm? You're going to have to stay tuned to the Weather Channel to watch. Big high pressure to the north. We have seen extreme heat through the center of the country. If you live there, you know it. It has been brutal. Clockwise flow around that is going to take this cluster of thunderstorms, push it towards Texas, and that's why we will see the rain basically into southern Texas starting tonight and into tomorrow. But we've got to watch to see if this gets named Harold before it makes landfall. There's not a lot of shear, and there is a lot of warm temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico. So it is certainly possible that at the least we could see a tropical depression. At the most, we'll see a tropical storm. But notice there's not a lot of shear. Where's there shear? Over Florida into the Bahamas. That's what I'd be looking for to mess this thing up over the Atlantic. But it's a broad area of low pressure, cluster of thunderstorms, trying to get its act together. But will it run out of time? That is the question. 70% chance of development. It's moving very fast as well at 14 miles an hour. So we'll watch for that development here as we head through the day today and before it comes in tomorrow. It starts raining in a little bit tonight. So thunderstorms are possible right along the coast here. Port Aransas, no stranger to tropical entities. Tomorrow, that area widens out as this whole system comes ashore. There's a slight chance of tornadoes. It looks mainly like a thunderstorm rain event for us here into Texas. But let's watch the future radar bringing in some of that rain as we head perhaps this afternoon, mainly as we head into this evening and into tomorrow is when we will see the bulk of the showers for us here. San Antonio southbound over towards the Big Bend, and notice that it takes the day to kind of blow through Texas. But with that said, Jordan, we do have the possibility of flooding for us.
Well, I know the rain is going to really help bring temperatures down, which is fantastic to report. Thanks to our virtual view technology, I'm standing in Republic Square here in Austin, Austin, Texas, the state capital, where we've got the excessive heat warning going into effect, of course, 1 p.m. and today, and will mark the 45th straight day of triple-digit temperatures. Hurrah, it's not a number I like to report. This is the longest streak on record. I know a lot of us are feeling this. The sun and heat will eventually change over to rain and storms tomorrow. I have a friend I was talking to in Austin just yesterday. He's like, yeah, we went to Colorado to escape the heat. It's miserable. Now, we're hoping to get this, all right, out of that system that Stephanie was just talking about, but we'll have to see if that comes to fruition as the storm is moving basically down towards the southern edge of the state. So let's go ahead and take a look at a place like San Antonio. You've got a better chance to maybe see some action here, but again, it's all about where this tropical entity in the Gulf goes, how big does its footprint span. Of course, today's going to be just quiet and hot. We know that. Maybe you could see some cloud cover coming in by tonight. Now we jump into tomorrow morning and notice where the action's taking place. It's going to be south of the I-10 corridor, maybe down towards Pearsall, and some of the areas down south of San Antonio. So if you're in Austin, you're just kind of like, please give me something. Maybe the clouds will help with temperatures, okay? Big rain numbers look to be best down to the south, and then maybe that can skirt up maybe towards Kerrville and part of the Texas Hill Country. You do have a Torcon out there. Anytime we see a tropical entity, you can see some quick spin-ups. We actually had a couple tornado warnings yesterday in places like Southern California because of Hilary. So just keep an eye on that. We know that that could definitely come to fruition. Corpus Christi has a better chance of seeing some rain out of this. Again, tonight, maybe, but tomorrow's your day to see those impacts.